value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Whimo app and ride today.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hello there, everybody, on this wonderful Super Bowl Sunday, the day that we as football fans have been waiting for ever since the start of the season. And then if you're a 49er fan, it's the day that you've been dreading for about the last 2 weeks, because the Seahawks, those dreaded, hated Seattle Seahawks, are going to be playing the biggest football game on the planet on the field of the San Francisco 49ers down at Levi Stadium. It should be an electric atmosphere, and I don't mean because of the power station that is right next door to the stadium. I do mean it by that. I had to squeeze that in right off the rip. Good morning, everybody, and happy Super Bowl Sunday. Sam Lubman here. We are going to be taking you up for the next 3 hours, getting you ready for the big game. Dan Devone, he will carry the last 2 hours with him and Steven Risotto, who is back behind the glass, pressing all the buttons, making sure we're staying on air. Wearing a Padres hat for some bizarre reason I can't even understand right now, but we can litigate that later on in the show. Most importantly, though, good morning to my co-host for the day, Carter Chickering, sporting the number 5, Trey Lance. How we doing today, Carter?
How we doing, Sammy? It's good to have you here on Super Bowl Sunday. I think it's a somber day, Sam, if you're a 49er fan. I have it from both ways because I went to school back east in Boston, and they are just the most irritating fans of all time. I have 20 of them texting me right now.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, about how, you haven't won in 30 years, and this is our 11th appearance today, and yada, yada.
It's like, oh, really? I didn't know that.
Great, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks for letting me know.
It's okay. I'm not going to give my opinion on what I think is going to happen in the game now, but I think they're in for something today, Sam.
Well, we'll definitely be talking about the game at times during the show. I want to talk a little bit about the 49ers and why they are not in this game when it should have been them, but it is not. Unfortunately, we are stuck with the Seahawks and the Patriots. 11 years ago, we got this same matchup, and one of my best friends in college, I wasn't living with him at the time, I was living with him the year before. He was a diehard Patriots fan. Shout out Taylor Shiner. You're not listening because you're on the East Coast and don't listen. But, biggest Patriots fan I knew. That dude worshiped the atmosphere that Tom Brady existed in. He looked at Bill Belichick as a god amongst gods. And I one time got into an argument with him. This was in 2013. We got into a massive argument about who has had the worst time as a fan, him as a Patriots fan or me as a Raiders fan.
That can't be serious.
He legitimately said that because the Patriots got 2 Super Bowls and lost them, that he has had more misery as a Patriots fan than me as a Raiders fan. To which I would just respond, well, would you like to switch? And you would say no. Well, then I guess you've already lost your argument there. But the law school kids, man, they just want to argue. That's all it is. They just want to hear themselves argue.
Of course, he went to law school. That makes total sense.
And so, yeah, he's doing well as a lawyer. I hated having sports conversations with them because it's just those guys, you know what they're like, Carter. We might work with one from 6 to 10. Those guys, they just want to argue. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. You know what I'm saying, doggy?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, doggy.
So that's the arrogance of Patriots fans. It's just, it's just Boston fans in general. They have had, no city has had more success fan-wise this millennium, since 2000, than the Boston fan base. And yet they're still going to find a way to cry poor. And contrast that with the Seattle Seahawks, who, I honestly wouldn't be shocked if, half the city of Seattle doesn't even know they have a football team.
I'm with you, Sam.
And yet here they are on the brink of another Super Bowl victory. It's just, this has got to be, one of the worst championship matchups in any sport for a Bay Area sports fan.
Yeah, I think that the national opinion of it, too, is pretty much the same as around here. I don't think people are that excited about this Super Bowl necessarily. Maybe I'm reading into that wrong, but...
No, I don't hear a whole lot of buzz about this game. Now, granted, we are a basketball station. I want to talk about the Warriors a little bit, too. Warriors lost 105-99 last night to the Los Angeles Lakers. I want to talk about that in a minute as well. But, yeah, it definitely did not seem like there was a ton of buzz on this Super Bowl. It felt like much of the conversation this week was, if it wasn't basketball related, it was just league-wide stuff, award stuff, Hall of Fame fallout, which I guess includes the Patriots because, Bill Belichick didn't get in. But, I'm looking in, looking up stories and stuff like that, why does no one care about this Super Bowl? And all the reasons I see is no superstar power like a Jalen Hurts or a Patrick Mahomes. No alluring pop star like a Taylor Swift to bring in extra eyes.
Right.
It's what, and I'm thinking to myself, hold on a second. Were we sick? Were we not just sick of the Chiefs being in the Super Bowl? Were we not just bitching and moaning about how there's too much Taylor Swift in the NFL? And now here our Super Bowl week and we're saying, it's because they're not in the game. That's why no one cares.
Do you think it's a quarterback thing, Sam?
I think quarterbacks are what drive attention in this league. And yeah, you got one quarterback in Drake May who is in his second year. Mm-hmm. If you were to walk down the streets of San Francisco this week with a Drake May jersey on, people are like, wow, that's a Drake May fan right there. That guy roots for Drake May. Hey, Drake May fan. your quarterback's going to lose on Sunday. And Drake May would be like, all right, well, people don't know what I look like. And then on the other side, you got Sam Darnold, who I think people are a lot, probably like you and me, where they look at Sam Darnold and they see the guy who's seeing ghosts.
They see a guy who they're expecting the floor to fall out at some point, and it still has not.
And nothing is like, that is not as like, a superstar is not a guy who you're like, oh man, I can't wait to see the floor fall out on this guy.
Right.
Like, that's not how Steph Curry's career went. You know, that's not how LeBron James's career went. So yeah, when you don't have those kind of superstar level quarterbacks, I do think that plays a part of it, because you remember 10 years ago when the Super Bowl was here, it was Peyton Manning, one of the most universally beloved players in football, at least in my lifetime, unless you're a Patriots fan, and Cam Newton, who by all means was a very, very likable player.
Yeah, he was the MVP that year.
He was incredible that year. That was a very good Panthers team, one of the best 15-1 teams that we just completely forget about.
That's a sexy quarterback matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we were stoked for that matchup. I was pumped for that Super Bowl 50.
Two elite offenses led by two elite quarterbacks. You had, again, a multi-time MVP in Peyton Manning, who, again, he was at the end of his career, but he was still Peyton freaking Manning.
Right.
And then, Cam Newton was at the height of his powers. And by the way, one of the guys I bumped into at Radio Row this week was, in fact, Cam Newton. It's like when I was like, hey, Cam, with the big hat, massive human being.
Oh, God.
We're talking about all the massive human beings we saw this week. Like, the amount of massive human beings that were not linemen that we ran into was insane.
Sam, I have to tell you, I've been around a lot of big athletes. I've stood next to Wemby. I've stood next to them all. I think I stood next to the biggest dude I've ever stood next to. Brandon Marshall.
Oh, my God,
the wide receiver. I'm telling you, he must have been 6'8", 270 pounds, and he's a wide receiver. This guy could have played line in the NFL. That's how big he looked. Seriously. It was shocking.
Yeah, and so some of these guys, we had Robert Gallery join Lowe and Shasky on the roast on Friday, another massive human being. Saw Eric Armstead walking around. I mean, that dude, you and him are eye level with each other.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cam Newton, I went up, like, hey, Cam, come join us. We got Baldy on the show. We'd love to chat with you and Baldy. He's like, no, I can't. I got to get to set on my own show. And it was like 8:59. His show started at 9. So it's like, all right, fine. And he was super polite about it, too, which I very much appreciated, because these guys all week long, they got goobers like me going up being like, hey, come and go on our show and say something for us. And to have to listen to that like 20 times a day, I would not be able to handle that. No. And so, like, props to a lot of these athletes who don't just like punch producers like me in the face for annoying them. They are better men than I am in that situation. But we'll talk about Radio Row and all the stuff we kind of did this last week as well on the show. But and again, this is going to be a football show. That is going to be what we're talking about today. It is Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, we're going to get into this game later in the show. There's no doubt about it, Sam. There's a lot to talk about on this game, no matter how boring people think it's going to be.
Oh, absolutely. So we will get into that, but there is another game I want to talk about from last night. Warriors falling to the Lakers 105-99 at Crypto.com Arena. And it was not a game that you're going to be putting up on the refrigerator if you're the Lakers, who got the win there. That was an ugly first half.
Yeah.
Warriors just building homes out of bricks with what they were laying up from beyond the 3-point line. 14-51 from three last night, the Warriors were. Moses Moody was their leading scorer at 25 points. And Carter, we were saying before the game, Moses Moody was great last night. I think he was 5 of 14 from 3-point range. When Moses Moody, though, is your best offensive player, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, listen, Sam, I love Moses Moody. I think I'm the biggest Moses Moody truther at this station. Mm-hmm. I was the one who first, when I came on the row, said that I'd take him to win Most Improved Player of the Year. This was before last year started. It was like plus 10,000 odds. Obviously, he didn't get that. But look, if you have Moses Moody shooting 14 three-pointers in a game, like, that's not a recipe for success.
No, it is not.
And I'm not, jabbing at Moses Moody at all. That's not what I'm trying to do. It's just...
He's forced to be a role that he's just...
Right.
Let's be frank, he's not meant to be doing. He's not a guy who should be asked to carry the entire load and be that guy.
That is asking too much of a player of Moses Moody's caliber to shoot 14 threes and carry the offense, really.
Yeah, he's not Steph. That Guy Santos had 15 points. Pat Spencer added another 14 points fresh off the full-time contract. Gary Payton, the second, 13 points off the bench. Pods, who I thought was very good off the bench last night, dropped in 14 as well. But to the point, though, Carter, the guy I didn't mention there was DeAnthony Melton. And Melton had a horrible game last night.
Right.
If he was on the court half the time, you wouldn't even know it. That's how lackluster he was last night.
But he's human. Let's give him credit. He's played very, very well for the Warriors.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're going to have off nights.
He has been the best initiator of the offense when Steph is out.
Yeah. And I think, Sam, you asked me out in the green room, which is like, take Steph off the table, who's been the most consistent Warrior. It's just a no-brainer to me. It's been Melton.
For me, it's Melton or Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Is the guy.
He would be my other one. Exactly,
And,
Sammy.
like, Melton, he's a bench guy expected to carry the load. Moses Moody I think Moses Moody is a starter. I don't know if he's a starter on every single team in the NBA, but he's not a number one. He's like your fourth guy on the five-man starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
That's just reality. The Warriors are just completely undermanned right now when you don't have Steph, when you don't have Jimmy, when you don't have Kristaps, who the hope is that they're going to get Kristaps on the floor after the All-Star break. That's probably when you're going to see Steph Curry return as well. I don't know if Steph's going to still do the All-Star game. No, part of me says you don't need to, but the other part of me is like, what effort is he going to be exerting in the All-Star game?
He better not. That'll really make me mad if he does. He can be there and be on the bench cheering him on, but please don't play.
Announce him in like the starting lineup. And then takes the court for remember like a couple years ago when DeMarcus Cousins was in the All-Star game, he played for like 2 minutes, then got traded.
Right.
Do something like that. Just send Steph out there for a minute, give him a wide open three, which I don't think that's a big ask.
Or send him out just to wave in street clothes. I don't even need to see him in the game. I don't.
I want to see him in the game. I want to hear his name called.
Not at our expense.
No, again, just go out there for like 60 seconds and then just go sit down. And then change your...
That wouldn't bother me.
Like step onto the court in your street clothes.
Yeah.
Why not? That'll be fun. That'll get clicks.
No, you're right. 60 seconds wouldn't bother me, but I don't want to see him exert any serious energy. I want to see him stand on the wing and shoot a three, and that's about it, and then come out of the game.
All right, so we got a call here. I think we'll go to the call in a minute. I do want to play some of the stuff that Mike Dunleavy said last night. Mike Dunleavy talked to the media for the first time since the trade deadline and was asked all manner of questions. How close were you to trading your draft picks? And he said, the age-old line of, we're always looking to improve our team and we'll take our chances when we can, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But he was asked about how involved Draymond Green was in these trade talks. Carter, what do you recall about Draymond Green trade rumors over the last couple weeks?
Well, I think they've been very real. They've seemed very real from what we've been getting as the general public, right, from the reporters. And I think Draymond really gave credence to them with his post-game presser after the Suns game. Like, you can't listen to that and think what Dunleavy said of him not being included in any trade talks can be true. Like, clearly something was said to Draymond for him to come out and have that post-game presser.
Oh, yeah, he was waxing philosophically about, pontificating, so to speak, about the end of his Warriors tenure, calling it, at some point it has to come to an end. It's been a great run here. Maybe, Rizzo, if you want to get that Draymond sound from the other night, MR51 through MR55, you can get that on my board, please. Maybe we can play some of those cuts as well. Here's what Mike Dunleavy did say, though, last night about the Draymond Green trade rumors.
I mean, I'd walk that back a little bit. His name was not in conversations other than the ones where teams call me and ask about him, which they do every year. So nothing's new there. I mean, the idea that he stayed with the Warriors past the deadline was greatly exaggerated. It was never a possibility of him not being here, remotely close, to be honest. And I've conveyed that to him. I think he knows that. But when stuff comes up in the media, I think... it feels different for the players. And I think that's the first time it happened for Draymond. So he's dealing with it in a certain way. But the reality is nothing was close and nothing was considered. And Draymond was not being shopped or talked about in deals. So it's a little bit misleading. And, we're kind of picking up the pieces here. But I think he's in a great spot. And so are we moving forward.
So a little misleading, was never a possibility. It was never close. Then if that's the case, how come Draymond was talking about his conversation with Steve Kerr on Tuesday sounding like this?
That's when it got real for me.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe I should be a little more worried about this than I am. I didn't get worried about it, but I was like, okay. Yeah. It's interesting. He was like, how you doing? Like, I'm good, coach. I know all these trade rumors and stuff. It's like... It's weird. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then he's like, how's Hazel handling it? And that's when it got real to me. I was like, I haven't spoke to her about it. It's not something we've spoke about. That's when it got real to me. So today on the way to the game, I spoke to my son about it. And I was like, yo, what if I get traded? It's like, well, why would they trade you? It's like, it's just a business. I've never been traded, but it can happen to anybody. And he was like, oh, I just don't understand why they would do that.
So that was Draymond Green after the loss to the Sixers on Tuesday night. So he's saying it's getting real for him. He's saying, well, I could actually be traded. He's realized he has to talk to his wife about it. He's asking his son about it. But then Mike Dunleavy's saying, no, it was never a possibility.
Yeah, the part of the Mike Dunleavy sound I really didn't like was the end there when he said, so it's all good going forward.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. Just, wipe our hands of it. We can move on. It's no biggie.
I think there's two parts of that I don't like, which I do think Draymond can wipe this off and not blame the front office for potentially marketing him. I do. Part of me just thinks that he's that type of guy where he can, and maybe people will call me crazy for saying that. That's fine. That's my suspicion. But to act like the Warriors are in a good spot going forward, I mean, this is about as low a spot as you could be with the fans, with where the team's actually at. I mean, the Suns game's a great indicator of it. When they won that game, you thought they won the championship the way they were celebrating.
Said as much.
Yeah. I mean, so this notion that they're in a good spot now because of this Porzingis trade is just laughable to me. I mean, I don't hate the trade necessarily, and we'll maybe get into that in a little bit, but it's not like I love the trade either, right?
No, I hate it.
It's a lateral move to me. And I don't know. So I just that's bothersome. And look, I get you're a GM. You're not going to come out and say, well, we're headed for the dumps,
Yeah.
You can't do that. But let's not sugarcoat it, as Joe Lacob loves to say,
Sugarcoat
Yeah.
it.
So I don't know. That part of that does bother me. And I think Dunleavy's tone sometimes is off with what the fans are feeling.
Well, it's a little, he does kind of have a looking down on you dismissiveness to it.
For sure. It's Kyle-esque.
There is a Kyle Dunleavy aspect to it. That's actually a really good comp there. It's just, it clearly seems like you're trying to rewrite history there. It sounds like it's okay to say that it was close to him being traded. We heard the reports that the Warriors were telling Jimmy that he was not going to get traded. And if that was the case, then I believe that, because you're not going to say, Jimmy, we're not going to trade you, and then you go around and trade him.
But also, Sam, you can say there were scenarios in which Draymond would not be on this team, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They were far-fetched. You could use enough adjectives where it would still seem like you barely were selling him, but that would still be the truth, right? Is that you were marketing him.
So I brought this up last night on the postgame show. Sam Amick, a couple days before the trade deadline, reported that the hang-up between the Bucks and the Warriors was the Bucks were hesitant to take on Draymond Green, understandably so. I think that if you boil it down to basketball parlance or contract parlance, that player option he has, that's a red flag for a lot of teams, because a guy like Draymond, you would rather have him on an expiring deal. And so the Bucks are trying to find a third team to take on Draymond Green there to help facilitate that trade, but they were just struggling to find that trade partner. And so that tells me that things were close, but part of it was, I do think the Bucks decided we don't want to move him. Part of it was they couldn't find a perfect deal that works out for everybody to where everyone gets what they want, Draymond goes somewhere, blah, blah, blah. But then to completely walk it back and say that it was never close. And then it was asked, Danny Everman of Bay Area News Group kind of asked, were things ever close with the Giannis trade? Or I guess he assumed that things were not close with the Giannis trade. Just hear this back and forth of what they had.
I'd assume nothing was close in your pursuit of Giannis. What would give you confidence?
Why is that?
Because he would have to be in the deal, or Jimmy.
Okay, well, you're putting words in my mouth. Okay. So that's an unbelievable assumption.
So was Jimmy then on the table?
No, we're not doing that. I'm not going on the roster talking about who's in trades and who's not. We don't do that.
So Carter, you took exception to that questioning there. I think it's a fair question to say that, well, if you were never going to trade Draymond, then I assume that you were never close on Giannis, because if you weren't going to trade Jimmy, then it would have to have been Draymond. I don't think you're putting words in Mike Dunleavy's mouth there. I think you're simply just reiterating facts that we are all aware of, and Dunleavy's trying to downplay how close things were to trading Draymond Green.
Yeah, Sam, I do agree with you in the fact, like, him playing it like, well, you don't know that. Well, it's like, well, we do. It was one of the two players because the money has to match, Mike. I mean, let's just call it what it is. The money has to match, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's only two ways the money matches.
Unless you want to trade Kuminga, Moody, Potts, Horford, Buddy, like, you'd have to trade, like, 5 or 6 guys off this roster to make the money work.
I don't think, though, like, you could do that in the NBA where you can trade that many roster spots. I think there's something against that.
Yeah. That's what's like the only feasible way of actually making the Giannis trade work was straight up for Jimmy or with a JK Draymond combo.
I think where my, like, distaste of the question came from is just like, that's the answer you're going to get. Like,
I mean, sometimes that's part of the game you have to play as a reporter is you got to ask the question that we know the answer to just to get the on-air response.
But I think you'd have to be dumb as a doorknob to answer that if you were a GM. I just, like, that would be, let me run you through the scenarios we had down our board. I think
you just say, well, like, so just like at the end of the day, were things close, were things not close? The fact of the matter is at the end of the day, we weren't able to get the deal done, and that's where we're at right now, and now we're moving forward.
See, but your answer right there, we already know too.
Just say that. Like, you don't need to get in some pissy back and forth.
Oh, he got pissy. There's no doubt. His face.
An unbelievable assumption. That is a very normal assumption there, Mike. And this is, again, I don't think Dunleavy's done an awful job as general manager. There's been some deals he's had to make that were brutal to make. The Jordan Poole trade being one of them. The Kuminga trade being one of them.
The Jordan Poole trade was a bad trade.
Yeah, but I think they were forced to make those moves.
Yeah.
They were forced to make those moves with players that had no value to them. And as a result, they had no value around the league.
I don't like the Jordan Poole trade because, like, you had to get rid of him. There was no doubt there. And if it was him, Chris Paul for him straight up, great. But adding a first-round pick to that really pissed me off. And obviously that was the contract, which tells me you signed a bad contract with Jordan Poole.
Well, I think it's hard. I mean, he played horribly that year.
But he got paid too much money for what he did, too.
Yeah, we'll never know what the Jordan Poole without the punch would have looked like. I don't know if he would have come back to earth or not if that had not happened.
Everyone calling for Jordan Poole to come back here. It's like, I hate to be this guy, but he's not getting minutes for the Pelicans, guys.
Let's
call it what it is.
Falling off there. Yeah. You got no good return for him, and then you got no good return for Jonathan Kuminga. But both of those deals, there were extraneous circumstances surrounding those deals that you were never going to get good value for those ones. And I think Dunleavy was put into a tough spot. I think he was basically brought in here to usher out the Steph era and usher in the post-Steph era, which basically it's like, so when I was in college, Carter, I pledged in a fraternity, and part of being a pledge is you have to clean up after all the parties. And the next morning we have to show up all hungover to the house that we had the party at, and there's cups and crap and whatnot everywhere.
Yeah.
That's basically what Mike Dunleavy is. Mike Dunleavy is Pledge Sam showing up the next morning to the party with stuff all over the house, having to mop and clean up everything after the debauchery that had taken place the night before. That, of course, being the Bob Myers Warriors era. That's basically what Mike Dunleavy's coming in to do, is just clean up after the party that was this Warriors dynasty.
You know, when Bob left, Sam, I was so sad. I was really sad when Jerry West left as well, but Bob, it was like, whoa, this is a real hit now.
That's when you really realize that, oh man, we are really coming up to the end of this year.
And you look back at it now and you're like, wow, Bob, you really are a visionary. Like, you left right at the right time, my friend.
I mean, the problem with Bob Meyer, we could do an entire show on this. We won't, though, but the drafting got way bad.
Oh, totally.
At the end. I mean, The James Wiseman draft pick, the more and more we look back on it, that was the beginning of the end of this run.
I wanted Wiseman at the time, so I can't.
No, I will, to my dying breath, say that Wiseman was the pick. If I wasn't working at this station at the time, I joined the station about a month after that draft. But if I was here and I made a big board of who I want in that draft, top of my big board was James Wiseman. Number 2 was Tyrese Halliburton. Those are the two guys I liked in that draft. Even if the Warriors had the number 1 pick, that would have been my big board over Anthony Edwards.
Oh, I wanted Anthony. I wanted Edwards badly, but I knew that this is probably a slim chance, especially after Clay went down. It was like, please, Minnesota, mess this
Watch
up
this.
like you've done before, please.
All right, that is Carter Chickering. I am Sam Lubman. I want to get Carter's thoughts on the Giannis trade, the non-Giannis trade, the Kristaps trade on the other side, and then we'll dive into this football game. Plus, another non-football nugget that I want to drop on the other side. A pretty storied career might have came to an end yesterday. I'll tell you who on the other side. We are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. Shout out to all those who are watching on YouTube. I got a fun little fun little task for the YouTube chat on the other side. Let's see if the YouTube chat can actually, be of use for once. All that is going to be brought to you by Fairmont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Saturday on the CW.
Drivers, stop your engines!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 1 p.m. on Cron 4, the CW.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Football's biggest game right around the corner. Time to get in on this action with Underdog right now in California. If you're not on Underdog yet, now's the time. New customers score $75 in fantasy bonus entries when you make your first $5 entry. More on that later. Playing on Underdog, very easy. Get your players. Pick if they're going higher or lower on stats like touchdowns and yards. Pair them together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Plus, new promos are dropping daily in the app. You need to check them out. Great opportunities. The games lately, these are good defenses, so I would think in this one as well. I lean lower on a lot of these numbers. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score that $75 in bonus entries. Again, my promo code is Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms. terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
We are back here with our Sunday Super Bowl Spectacular or whatever it's called. I don't know what we're actually calling this show. It's Sam Lubman, it's Carter Chickering, it's Steven Risotto on the board there.
Hey.
It is Super Bowl Sunday, which is why we started off the show talk about that Warrior game last night. We are going to get into some football in a minute. We got the Olympics going on as well. I unfortunately missed the opening ceremonies, but Carter, I know you're into the downhill skiing, right?
Oh, big time, Sammy. I'm into a lot of it.
That's your event, right?
I've been pretty attached to television for the past 24 hours. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. The downhill skiing is just incredible.
I love the Winter Olympics. Like, I don't think there's an event I really don't like. I'll even watch the figure skating sometimes.
The figure skating's great. Yeah. Oh, my God. The athleticism it takes. It's unbelievable.
I've been watching. I love the luge.
The luge is great.
Luge. Just something satisfying about watching a guy on a board go down a hill really fast.
So I prefer the skeleton to the luge. The skeleton is the head first.
Yeah, when your head is just like 3 inches above death.
Terrifying, right?
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah.
I think what's ridiculous, the doubles luge, where you have two people lying on top of each other. It's just like, all right, this seems a little unnecessary.
Yeah, just weird.
Do you want to be on top?
There you go. I don't know. Would you rather want to be the guy on top or the guy on bottom of the two-man luge team?
I mean, I'd rather. That's just not even a question I want to answer, Sam.
You better be careful.
So you got to pick one guy here at this station to be your luge partner. Then are you on top or you on the bottom? Put you on the spot here. See, I know you're the bigger guy. So I don't know if the bigger guy goes on the bottom.
I was going to say my pick would be easy. It's Dibs because Dibs is the smallest of all the hosts.
There you go.
I'd love Guru's company in the luge.
That's a lot of human beings.
That's a lot of human beings.
No.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oh, no.
So you were talking about luge, and obviously the reason I bring up the downhill skiing, though, is one of the great skiers of all time, Lindsey Vonn, came back, and she was trying to compete in the Milan Cortina Games at age 41. And Lindsey Vonn, for those who don't know, the 5 of you out there, easily the best downhill skier in U.S. Olympic history, which is saying a lot. There's been a lot of really good downhill skiers over the years. She is the gold standard. She wiped out in a practice run about a week before the Olympics and tore her left ACL. And rather than be like, no, I'm not going to be able to do the Olympics, Carter, she still tried to compete in the Olympics on a reconstructed right knee and a left knee that was basically just swimming around in goo and mucus because the ACL was just completely destroyed. Unfortunately, she was doing a practice run yesterday, wiped out, and had to be airlifted out of the area. And it sounds like her Olympic games and her Olympic career might be over now as a result. And first off, trying to ski on a torn ACL is insane enough to begin with, especially at age 41. Like the amount of just damage she's done to her body over the years for that sport, which you said, they're going, 90 miles an hour down these hills?
Yeah, I mean, the low end is 70, really. And I'm a skier. I'm a big-time skier, not obviously an Olympic skier, but to do that sport on a torn ACL just casually is a feat beyond my imagination.
Skiing with two healthy knees hurts.
Yeah, and so for her to be doing Olympic downhill skiing at speeds like that and holding an edge at 80 miles an hour without falling, I mean, it's just... It's an impossible task, I think. I thought she was nuts to get back on the hill, honestly, but this was her last shot, so I kind of get it.
Yeah, so this comes from the ESPN story of Vaughn lost control within moments of leaving the starting house, clipping a gate with her right shoulder and pinwheeling down the slope before ending up awkwardly on her back. Her skis crisscrossed below her, and her screams ringing out soon after medical personnel arrived. Vaughn was treated for long, anguished minutes as a hush fell over the crowd, waiting far below at the finish line. She was strapped to a gurney and flown away, possibly ending the skier's storied career. So just wanted to bring that up. Sucks to have to read that. What an incredible career, though, for Lindsey Vonn. It sucks that it has to end in such a difficult, just gruesome way, and pinwheeling down the hill.
I'm waiting to go home and watch it because I love, I got to watch this stuff.
No, absolutely. But, I've seen her crash so many times.
Yeah, but that sounds really gruesome that her skis crossed and she already had a torn ACL. Oh.
I mean, that's the worst. When you crash going downhill, you don't just stop. You're going to keep sliding.
Right. That's the thing in this event, too, Sam, is like you go downhill, you keep going downhill, falling in regular skiing. When you're going 80 miles an hour, you're going to go 1,000 or 2,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about that.
No, I mean, that little Newton's law of motion. Things that are in motion will stay in motion until something stops them. Usually for most people, it's a tree. For these skiers, it's a fence at least.
Yeah, netting.
Yes, and Winter Olympics, man, there's some dangerous sports there.
Oh, I mean, 50% of them I wouldn't want my child to play.
Exactly. Yeah, football, fine, but, skeleton, exactly. I don't know
football,
about that.
Fine.
Again, we are talking about a football game today. That football game is the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 60, which is being played just a short drive down the road in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium. And I guess Ken, our producer, is going to be in the stands at that game. So lucky
I'm
for
pretty
him.
Jealous.
It's if you could figure out a way to get to a Super Bowl, however possible that is.
Yeah, no matter how crappy you think this Super Bowl is, just to be at the Super Bowl is pretty cool.
It is one of those events that if you are a sports fan, figure out a way to go see it. I was privileged enough a couple years ago to go on Odyssey's dime to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas between the Niners and the Chiefs, which, as I always tell people, was a lot of fun until the last play of the game. Much like the national championship game, Miami, Indiana. A lot of fun till that last play.
I think you guys, we've talked about this, but Indiana was just such a juggernaut, too.
Oh, it was the fact that we kept this close. I can't even be mad.
I think you guys played so well, considering.
Fernando Mendoza, that was the name I saw. A guy I saw at Radio Row this past week as well. He was on one of the ESPN sets, and I have a hard time being mad at the guy. I mean, he's going to be a Raider. He's going to suffer enough as it is. And then Damon Bruce, who obviously used to do afternoons on the show, and he's an Indiana alum, he comes up to me as Fernando's walking away, and Damon's wearing his Indiana shirt, and so he's like, Fernando, thank you so much. I'd kiss you if I could. He didn't say that part out loud. He did say that second part to me, just to me, about Fernando. But, yeah, Fernando Mendoza, that was one of the big names I saw. Who are some of the big names you ran into? Someone thought you were a big name at one point.
Yeah, I had to sign an autograph.
Yeah, someone thought you were Joe Staley or something.
Please, put your number on there. He wouldn't leave me alone. I was trying to go get lunch with my mom. And so I was just like, all right, dude, give me the hat. Just hand the hat over. And I just scribbled on it and wrote.
Did you even write a name? Or?
Yeah, he handed it back to me and was like, yo, you didn't put your number. And I was like, oh, God, all right. Just made up the number 35 and put it on there.
Well, you got to go with an alignment number.
I was in a rush, Sam, so I was 35 for that day. He was probably a little confused. I think he thought I was Joe Staley. That's the only person.
And then you should have put HOF next to it, Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's a good call, Rizzo.
I was like, I got this Hall of Famer's
Drawn
number.
my bust there next to it. Yeah.
So yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, you saw a lot of cool names. Jameis Winston walked by me at one point. And I was like, boo, Jameis, boo.
Yeah, Florida State
sucks, boo.
God, I saw Derrick Henry. Oh,
that guy, I thought he was a defensive lineman at first.
He could easily be. I mean, he could be an edge rusher with that size.
No, Bijan Robinson walked by Goo and I during one of the breaks of their show, and Boo and I talked. Then Bijan comes around the corner. I was like, yo, what's up, Bijan? That was Goo. I was like, yo, what's up, Bijan? I'm like, oh, what's up, Bijan? Little fist bump there.
I am not Michael Strahan.
Exactly, and I don't think Bijan Robinson. What context could that possibly be in? Anyway, Ritter Road, such an incredible experience there. So glad that you were able to get down there at times this week. I didn't do the Super Bowl experience, though, which is what the fans were allowed to go do. I don't know what that was like. I mean, these fan fest things, it's always just a lot of standing around and waiting for something to happen. But being in the middle of Radio Row, seeing the city host the Super Bowl events, what did you think, Carter, about how San Francisco did as a host city?
Well, Sam, who was the coolest? If you had to pick one, who was the coolest person you saw this week?
Oh, man, honestly, Bo Jackson. One. Bo Jackson at the end.
That's a really good one, yeah.
That was, and then Stein and Greer had Emmitt Smith right after that.
That's also a really good one.
So being able to shake hands with Bo Jackson and Emmitt Smith within a 30-minute period, yeah, that was pretty much up there in terms of just, like, meeting incredible people.
I think as far as greats I saw down there, Michael Irving would be one. Mm-hmm. Charles Haley, that was pretty cool to see him.
There you go.
He's big in person. But new age player, the coolest I saw for sure was I was like standing there and I looked to my left and Justin Jefferson was standing right next to me.
Nice.
That was pretty cool. God, I don't know how I didn't notice him. He was just blinging completely.
Well, that's kind of my issue with a lot of with going to football events is so many of these guys, I only see them when their helmets are on.
Right. So
it's just I'm horrible at recognizing faces to begin with, which is why I work in sports media. Then with football players is even worse. When I was at the University of Miami, I used to joke I was probably on the elevator with Duke Johnson 5 different times, but I just had no idea what he looked like.
Yeah.
So I'm not nosy like that either. So yeah, a lot of these guys, they walk by and it's I have no idea who that was or whatever. Cam Scattaboo walked by me at one point. I was like, is that Diego Pavia? Oh no, I realized later it was Cam Scattaboo. They're the same height, so that's what threw me off there. Same height and width. Then Jackson Dart was walking with them too. That was pretty cool.
On Friday, so every day last week, I would walk out of our office at about 10 a.m. after the show, right? Either head to Radio Row.
Stay around and help out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Either head to Radio Row
Rizzo, you got this, right?
Rizzo, you got this, dude. It's all
these
good.
7 interviews that we did.
Worthless. Yeah. Anyway, walked out of our office. Literally almost every day I walked out of our office, Dave Portnoy was outside, just walking past me. And so on Friday, I was just like, all right, dude, let's just take a picture for God's sake.
Let's just get this over with. That's what he was waiting for you the entire week.
100%. So that was also, that was the most interesting person I saw outside of Radio Row.
Oh, nice. Did he say a bunch of misogynist things to you?
No, we didn't talk long enough.
I'm glad you're asking and not one of them women.
Yeah, we didn't talk long enough for that to happen, no.
Oh, that's pretty cool though. Yeah. Damar Hamlin, he was really cool to me.
He was.
Got to pick one. That's the one thing I did not get selfies with anybody except for Damar Hamlin. That was the only guy.
That's cool.
I figured I got to get a picture with somebody to prove that I was here and do
Dude,
that.
That guy's a warrior. I'm sorry, man. People do,
Well, he leans into it too, which I really appreciate. Shasky brought it up. I thought he did a really good job of bringing up, obviously, the incident where, Bills, Bengals, Monday Night Football a couple years ago. Damar Hamlin took a hit, caused his heart to stop briefly, had to be resuscitated on the field. Very harrowing night. And he really, I thought, did a great job kind of talking about how he's learned to kind of use that as a way to embrace others and be an inspiration to others. And he had a great answer to a question that he's getting all the time.
Yeah, I think just to see him walk, people were critical of his play when he returned. He sucks and, stuff. And it's are you for real? Just for him to walk back out on a football field, it's just so beyond an accomplishment I could ever imagine. He
died on the field and was I'm going to play again.
Without the knowing of that next hit could stop my heart again. It's nuts to me. I think that guy's just such a warrior. Truly.
Yeah. I grew up playing youth baseball. You get hit by a pitch in youth baseball, and for the next 3 weeks, you're cowering at the plate. I don't think people realize how hard it is to take a hit like that and then just get back up and go right back into it. That's...
It's hard enough to be injured and then go back in or, crack your sternum and then, is this going to hold up? This is your heart stopping.
Yeah.
And he just didn't bat an eye. Really.
Think about the amount of players who have had, like Derek Carr, I think is a perfect example. When he broke his leg, he was never the same player after 100%.
That. And that's understandable.
Yeah, these injuries, they do stick in the back of your mind. This is your body, your health, your well-being, literally one of the most important things of your life.
Yeah.
And so it's of course that stuff's going to be on your mind. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Want to play a fun game with our callers today. It is Super Bowl Sunday, and Carter, I know you do this. One of the staples of the Super Bowl is betting. Not just betting on the game, will the Seahawks win, blah, 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 but all of the prop bets that are out there. We'll pull some of it up, whether it's, what's the coin toss going to be? Or, Drake May over under X amount of passing yards, blah, blah, blah.
Well, Sam, my favorite one to bet on.
What's your favorite one to bet on?
The time of the national anthem, of course.
Ooh, what's the over under for that? Who's singing the national anthem? I believe
it was a minute 16 when I looked earlier, or it was 116 seconds. I've got to bring it up here. But who is singing the national anthem? Rizzo, do you know in the back there?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Let's do a quick Google search there. And see
I almost accidentally unmuted and said Bad Bunny, but that's the halftime show.
I mean, hey, maybe he's doing both, too. I kind of hope Bad Bunny just does the entire Super Bowl halftime show in Spanish.
Although something tells me Bad Bunny would not sing the national anthem.
Okay, here we go. So I got it's Charlie Puth plans to put a lot of jazz into his Super Bowl halftime show. I don't know, who's Charlie Puth?
So we've got, I've got it up here. We've got even odds for the national anthem.
Yeah.
116 and a half seconds.
Oh, see, I got 119 per FanDuel.
Whoa. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm telling everyone who's listening now, you go on FanDuel then and you take that. But we don't have FanDuel here in California, so I guess you're not.
Oh, okay, well, what's saying 116?
Bovada.
Okay. Coin toss, tails is at the minus 103 right now. I assume heads is...
It's equal odds there, yeah.
You'd think so, right?
Yeah, they think yellow, green, lime Gatorade is the favorite, which is, I think, usual. They usually think that one's the favorite. Well, usually
it's the Gatorade color is somehow related to the team, right?
Right.
So, red teams have red Gatorade, purple teams have purple Gatorade, blue teams have blue Gatorade. So, it's basically, if you're thinking that lime green Gatorade is the favorite...
Makes sense.
You're probably thinking that
the Seahawks are going to win.
So I think what you do is you hedge your bets on that one. Is blue Gatorade on the board at all?
Yeah. Plus, it's actually the second favorite, tied with orange.
So what you do is you hedge your bets. You bet the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl, but then you bet the Gatorade to be blue. So that way, if the Patriots win, you might win that Gatorade prop bet.
Yeah, but then if they pour water, that has the best odds.
Oh, who cares?
Plus 1,100.
Oh, I guess, water is sometimes part of it. It's like, who's pouring water? But no, that is a thing sometimes. So the game I want to play here for our listeners, this is for the YouTube chat as well, but we'll see if they come through. Come up with your own prop bet. Call in, give us your own made-up prop bet. The best one that we hear today, Carter and I are going to do an actual bet on. I don't know if we're allowed to legally do that. Maybe we'll omit certain language there that allows us to legally make a bet on it. Or maybe like a burrito bet or something fun like that.
Burrito bet.
I mean, we're already going to be getting burritos from Spadoni when Kristaps Porzingis plays less than 16 of the Warriors' final 30 games. So
right.
One of us will have a second burrito coming our way at some point there. So, yeah, I want to hear from our YouTube chat. I want to hear from our callers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call in with your own fan-made prop bet. I want to see what we can come up with here today. So we'll be doing that throughout the show. I do want to go to the lines here. Mitch in New Jersey has been waiting patiently. I've been leaving him on for far too long. Mitch, how you doing today, man? How you feeling about this Super Bowl today? Do you have a fun prop bet? Josh Naylor to the Giants? Something like that?
I mean, Bo. Sorry about Bo.
Oh, Bo Bichette. That was the other one, yeah.
Tough.
That was one of those are the two. How you doing, Sam, Carter, Steve? I wonder how many times you're going to say, I'm sorry. I wonder how many times you're going to say how many times Sam Darnold was the first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl and to win it, too. This is Kyle Shanahan. By the time, I'm a big USC guy, so hopefully it's not a close game, so I'm not worried about an interception late fourth. And,
all right, there we go. So is that...
There he goes.
I think you kind of mentioned that's an interesting prop bet. How often is it mentioned that Sam Darnold is the first USC quarterback to start a Super Bowl?
That's going to get one mention.
Probably one, yeah. So I said the over-under at 1.5.
That will get one total mention.
Do you think... How about this? Do they mention it on the first drive or on a later drive?
No, it'll be a later drive. I've got another one kind of similar to that. How many times do you think they show Robert Kraft? The over-under is 2.5.
2.5 on time showing Robert Kraft. Well, you got to figure in the fourth quarter, if the Patriots are up, they're going to probably be cutting to him a lot of times. So I would take the over on that. Because I think even if the Patriots are losing, they're going to cut to him. It's like, let's cut to Robert Kraft and see how absolutely miserable he is. And they'll show to him, he'll be sitting there all sad and wishing that his best friend, what's his name, is there, but he's not showing up today, thank God. So... Yeah, that's an interesting one. How many times is Robert Kraft shown there? I like that one.
So, Sam, I got a text this morning from our good friend Guru, and he is really heavy on the Seahawks. He's convinced the Seahawks are going to cover the spread today.
You said he dropped a fat one on the Seahawks today, right?
Yeah, he's full go on the Seahawks, -4.5. I respectfully responded with, good luck, and Guru said, oh, you don't like it. And
well, I had to tell Guru to stop betting on Miami this year because every time he did, they would lose. And so there you go. That's what we know about Guru. Fade the goo, basically.
Some good news, damn it.
Guru's fading my cane, so.
I've just got to say, and this is just maybe my superstition when it comes to betting, yada, yada. Games like this, when people are so confident that a team is going to blow another team out, is I feel like when Vegas makes its money. That's just my feeling on it, personally. And I just think people are way too quick to be counting the Patriots out.
Well, I think it's because we see what that Seahawks defense did to get to this point. I mean, you and I, we kind of looked at each other side-eyed like, is this guy crazy? When Dick Fan came on and said that he put this defense on par with the Legion of Boom.
That was nuts.
The Legion of Boom defense that I didn't realize till this morning. 4 years in a row, the Legion of Boom defense had the lowest scoring average in the league. It was 2013, 14, 15, and 16. 12, 13, 14, and 15. That Seahawks defense gave up the least amount of points 4 years straight. And Dick Fan, he put this defense with what they're calling the dark side, which that's admittedly a pretty cool name. He put it on level with them, and we're thinking that's silly. That's an all-time one. The Legion of Boom, I think, is one of the greatest defenses of NFL history, up there with the Steel Curtain, the Purple People Eaters, the Orange Crush. I mean, when you got a cool nickname like that, Legion of Boom, yeah, you're going to be an elite defense. And then we saw what the Seahawks did to the Niners in Week 18 and then the divisional round. And I'm thinking, yeah, they might actually be that good. And in order to win a football game, you got to score points. And unless Sam Darnold throws a couple interceptions that go for touchdowns, there's a part of me that wonders how the Patriots are going to be able to consistently score to keep up with the Seahawks, who apparently know how to score a little bit better than most teams right now.
I mean, let's put the rat on the table here. This is going to come down to Drake May. If they want to win this game, like, Drake May better have an MVP-like performance. I mean, truly. You know, and I think if the Patriots are going to win this game, you're either going to be running the hell out of the ball, like it's just, 8 yards a carry, it feels like, type of game, or else Drake May is just going to have, look like Trinidad Chambliss did in that playoff game. I mean, for Ole Miss, I think that's their only path, because I do think this defense is incredibly hard to throw the ball against. That secondary is just vaunting, and Drake May has shown that he can do things with his legs, right? And he can make things work outside the pocket. The guy's pretty nifty with the ball.
I mean, there's a reason why he was top 2 in the MVP voting,
deservingly.
Right behind Matt Stafford there. So I'm pulling up some other some fun prop bets. Maybe we'll get into that on the other side. We are up against it. Raider Rich, I see you. We'll get to you on the other side. I want to hear what prop bet you have to get into. Another thing I want to pontificate or discuss on the other side, I don't know if pontificate's the right word there, discuss and deliberate on the other side is we're seeing the Seahawks and the Patriots in this Super Bowl. And I think it's got to piss off a lot of football fans, because there's a lot of teams out there that are struggling and wandering through the desert, trying to figure themselves out and get back to this level. And then you see the Patriots go through a long, grueling 3-year rebuild, and now they're back in the Super Bowl. You see the Seahawks go through a long, grueling 1-year rebuild, and now they're back in the Super Bowl. And then here we are with the Niners, who just keep tripping on themselves when they do get back up there. And we're wondering if the Niners are even going to be in this situation at all in the near-term future. How come these teams are figuring out? One of these teams today are going to figure out something that the Niners have not. And I want to get into why that is the case. So talk about that. We'll talk about this game a little bit more. We'll talk about some prop bets as well. All that and more. I also want to talk about just what this city has been like as a host location, because that's the new in thing, Carter. All these NFL cities are now angling to get a Super Bowl right now.
It's pathetic.
And we'll talk about that why that is a problem as well on the show. 1 hour down, 2 more hours to go. I'm Sam Lubman. That is Carter Chickering. We're talking about sports and football in the Super Bowl here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Fairmont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Whimo app and ride today.
Oh, yeah, it's your boy Guru. And you know, the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. This week, Prize Picks has a special max discount for the big game. Live in the app now. Drake May just needs one passing yard for the max discount to win. Just add another play to your lineup, and your picks hit, you can cash in. Prize Picks is available here in California. I downloaded the app, and I've been playing ever since. Let's go. Prize Picks has a new feature alert. Prize Picks now has the early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states? Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I
love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Wow. That is a first, I think, at this station. A live rejoin from one to Steven Risotto. We're going to have to make you cut more of those now.
Yeah, Rizzo, you're nuts.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. I couldn't find the rejoin page.
Honestly, I kind of want to pull that now as a rejoin.
That was great, Rizzo.
I think we might have to make you record some rejoins there, Rizzo. This is Steven Risotto. You're listening to Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
Bye, Felisa.
Oh, for those who know, they know that reference. Sale Bowman here along with Carter Chickroom, counting down to the start of the Super Bowl. We are about 4.5-ish hours away from the start of the game. Carter and I will be taking you to 1 o'clock. Dan Devone will take you from 1 to 3, talking about the big game. We're talking about some of the fun prop bets that are out there. Like, for instance, obviously Cardi B and Stephon Diggs are in a relationship, which I'm sure everybody is very much aware of here. And if the Patriots win, will Stephon Diggs propose to Cardi B on the field? Yes is going at plus 800 to plus 1,100, depending on where you're betting. No is going at minus 4,000. So I guess that's contingent on the Patriots actually winning and then actually proposing on the field. If Travis Kelce isn't proposing to Taylor Swift on the field after winning back-to-back Super Bowls, I don't think that Stephon Diggs is proposing to Cardi B after winning just one.
All right, here's a fun one.
Okay, here we go. Shoot.
What celebrity Patriots fan will be shown on camera first? Mark Wahlberg has the best odds. Behind him is Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, John Cena, then John Krasinski.
Does Tom Brady count as a Patriots?
Ooh, good question, Sammy.
Because I guess he was asked this week, who were you rooting for? And he declined to say that he was rooting for the Patriots.
I guess he's not a Patriots fan, so no.
There you go. I mean, he was a Niner fan growing up, so... Maybe.
He's still a Niners fan.
Yeah, that's why he's pissed that he never got to play for his hometown team.
I think he just has a little piece of the Raiders now. You know, it's going to be like Joe Lacob. He was an owner of the Celtics prior.
Yeah.
And then when the Yorks put the team up for sale, Tom's going to be right in there.
Ooh, there you go. All right.
That's a hot
there
take,
we go.
huh?
There we go. I like that. Tom.
Heck yeah.
You think Tom moves him away from the electric substation?
I think that they're going to have to move away from the electric substation.
I hate how there's more stuff leaking out now about it.
I'd love to figure out what Jed York thinks having independent studies is going to do, Sam. And that might sound dumb to some people, right? Mm-hmm. Having scientists come in and debunk it is...
What do scientists know?
Yeah, what do they know? But
they
you
can't
know
throw
what?
Football.
If guys like Trey McBride are not going to believe the scientists, or, great players just in general aren't going to believe the scientists, that's useless.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, that's what pisses me off about this. So, a couple years ago, I went to the Jung Hoo Lee presser, and Steven's on the phone, so he can't do the water drop here, but I'm going to be leaking like a pipe here in a second. I talked to Scott Boras after that, at that presser there. And I'm asking him, because obviously the big thing at the time was, players don't want to come to San Francisco. Farhan Zaidi had just said that a few weeks ago that, the city is a struggle, blah, blah, blah. And I asked Scott Boras about that. And I'm like, yeah. So, like, how do you handle players who come up to you and like, yeah, I'm concerned about playing in San Francisco because this, that, and all these, scary bugaboos that I hear about. And Scott's like, well, I'm from this area, which, okay, I did not know that. But, yeah, if players come to me with concerns about that, I have no problem saying this is what's really going on here. And which makes all the sense in the world. Like, an agent's job is to take care of their players and educate them and provide resources for them. Scott Boras has his own network of doctors he can go to. He probably has his own network of people who are experts in certain fields that he can go to. When you're a super agent like that, you know these people. NFL agents are the same thing. They know they have their doctors they can talk to. They have their specialists they can talk to. So if you're like Christian McCaffrey's agent and he comes to you, it's like, this substation, I think it's messing with my game. The agent has the ability to say, all right, sit down, let me learn you some knowledge. This guy is a doctor who works for me. He's going to tell you it's nonsense. Here's track down this guy who's an expert in this field. He'll tell you that it's nonsense, blah, blah, blah. They have the ability to be told that this is not a thing. But then when they still go and like, well, I don't know, Chase Senior and Wally the solar panel salesman are saying that there's some there. So I think I'm gonna believe them because Wally the solar panel salesman took a Geiger counter around the facility and it said 25 on it. That's probably not very good.
Yeah, I didn't buy into it because a Twitter guy, a guy went on Twitter and, I don't buy into that. What I do buy into though is the players do believe this. And that is a massive problem.
And that's what pisses me off. It's like you have people in your corner who can educate you.
Yeah, and
but they still choose to believe the nonsense idiots, and it just pisses me off. It's not that hard to be that smart.
For anyone who says too, like, well, they should just move the substation, like that is not happening. Just FYI, that substation apparently powers a great majority of Silicon Valley, and the amount of money backing
what does Silicon Valley need power?
Yeah, exactly. The amount of money backing that substation versus the amount of money backing the Niners is probably not close. So that's out of the question.
That is true. The NFL pales in comparison to tech.
It's just not close. And if it's powering the majority of Silicon Valley, like, good luck. Look, they have a real problem on their hands. And, they're going to try and debunk this. There's no doubt about it. But as I said, can they convince the players that that's a good enough explanation? What is it that's going to come out that is really the convincer, right? Like that piece of evidence that you need in court to make someone innocent. Oh, they weren't there.
And I just don't know what that looks like. I'll be honest.
I don't think that, I don't see how they can find something like that. I just don't, Sam.
I don't either. So Grant Cohn sat down with a woman, I'm spacing on her name, who is theoretically an expert in this stuff. And I guess the overall takeaway was it's just too hard to know. Scott Ostler with the Chronicle about a couple weeks ago, he wrote a story where he interviewed a guy who either at Stanford or SF State, one of the two, and more or less the same thing. Probably not, but it's just too hard to know because not a lot of research has been done on the effects of power stations on football players because why would anyone think to do a study on that? So right now, what I am seeing is there's no evidence that supports that the substation is having an effect on these players' bodies, but there's also no evidence that refutes it. It's just a big question mark. It's Schrodinger's power station. It is both affecting and not affecting the players' bodies. We just don't know yet. It's just a matter of lifting up that lid and seeing what is actually going on there.
Look, I don't know whether I believe in it or not, Sam. I know you staunchly do not believe in it. I don't know whether I do or not. But what I do believe in is statistics. I'm a big statistics guy.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah, numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers. And the fact of the matter is, in the last 10 years, the 49ers have been top 5 in injuries almost every year except for 2. That's a stat that is correct.
But the Niners have been practicing there long before Shanahan got there.
They absolutely have. And, maybe the answer was...
They expanded that substation, though, right around that same time, though. So it's...
Well, I'm just wondering if maybe the exposure wasn't enough from those few years that they had under Harbaugh there. Yeah. Who knows? I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to act like I am.
It's just a lot of unknown about it.
But what I am saying is when you look at the statistics, they have been top 5 in injuries for 8 of the last 10 years. That is not coincidental to me.
No, there is a pattern there. And
And the answer of, well, it's just football. That's not good enough for me. Like, that's not good enough for me. Everyone plays just football, right? And when I have players...
So you don't give any credence to the fact that Kyle Shanahan's practices are known for being more intense than others around the league?
Because we have a cut in the system of Dre Greenlaw saying his practices are nothing compared to what I'm going through in Denver right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he literally said that. He said anyone who's saying they're practicing too hard, they have not been through a Sean Payton practice. So I give that no credence whatsoever, in fact.
Yeah, and the Broncos been a pretty healthy team, and they play at altitude, which I think having thinner air up there makes recovery a little bit tougher on your ligaments.
Yeah. So you have to look at this and say, there's clearly something wrong. Maybe it's not that, but there is clearly an issue. And look, they've got to look into it, bottom line. And look, Sam, the other point is, if I'm a player and I have 2 contracts on the table, equal money, you're already at a disadvantage being in California. Okay, if the Dolphins are offering me a contract for $15 million and the 49ers are offering me a contract...
$15 million in Miami is going to go a lot further than your $15 million
Yeah,
here.
because of taxes and cost of living.
Yes.
Both reasons. So, look, you're already at a disadvantage there. You can't afford to be at any disadvantage where players are like, well, I'm questioning whether my health will be, under the microscope in San Francisco.
It's the fact that it has to be a question. That is really enough there. And if they do get where, because obviously the Niners they're going to be hoping that an independent study does say, no, there's nothing there. By the way, New England Patriots, just for the record, they are practicing at Stanford Stadium this week.
I think the Seahawks are too.
And the Seahawks, I think they were at San Jose State is where they were practicing.
I saw a video of them walking off Stanford Stadium the other day.
The point is, neither one of them were practicing at Levi Stadium this week.
Wonder why.
And so, just what I would like to see the Niners do next year, practice somewhere else. Just let's just see what happens. And if you're still banged up, just as injured halfway through the year, then okay, we can say that it's not that. But you try somewhere else. Here's Dre Greenlaw. You brought it up. Here's Dre Greenlaw talking about Niners practices versus Broncos practices.
They're just 2 different personality coaches. Sean's old school. You're going to do 6 days on, 1 day off. And, I mean, he got his way of doing things. You're going to be practicing 3 hours on Wednesday, 3 hours on Friday. And, I mean, Shanahan, he's complete opposite. He's more of he wants you fresh. You know what I mean? It's just 2 completely different mindsets. And they both have their way of doing things. And it's for good reasons, too.
Shanahan wants you fresh, which is kind of interesting to say about the most injured team in the NFL.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
But again, I don't know. I don't know. Part of it is just, are these guys doing enough to keep their ligaments, stretched out and loose? Is it? I mean, some guys look like a guy like Nick Bosa, who's like 105% muscle. There is a reality where some guys are just too strong for their ligaments, almost, because ligaments don't get bigger. You got to keep them loose. That's how you keep them strong as you get older. But it is a thing that they need to have an answer set on when they come back to training camp this summer.
I do give some credence to what you said there, and I can't say whether I believe it's a part of the Niners issue, but I do give credence to the fact that there are athletes that do get hurt because their body type, what they're working their body into, is not maybe the best for staying healthy with that body type.
Yeah.
And a good example of that, I think, would be in the NBA with these big guys, the Anthony Davises, the Wembys, any of these guys who are not playing the way traditional big men used to play and parking their bodies down on the block, like, they're probably going to get hurt. I think that Jokic does a really good job of this, in which his body is very anchored to the ground, so he suffers way less injuries to his ankles and things like that from jumping on people's feet. And I think he's able to manage it by that style of play, like that niftiness and craftiness, whereas to that athleticism sometimes where you're like, trying to beat someone off the dribble quickly, the way Wemby does or AD. And I think that can really run you into some problems. So, yeah, I agree with you that there is a piece of keeping your body in a certain form will help you prevent injury, for sure.
And I think that's just come down to is the fact that there is, with situations like these, I've always found there's always just a nugget of truth in all of these conspiracy theories. That's why they still stick around, or there's enough unexplainable mystery that makes it so they won't go away. And it's going to be a hard thing to just, I think, completely refute because I don't even know how you test this either.
Right.
I don't even know how you go through the study here because the Niners are the only team that practices around these things. But as to your point, though, as we're said, there's so many other factors.
Well, Sam,
it's not just the power station that is at play here. It is how you keep your body healthy, what you eat, how you stretch yourself, what kind of body you do have.
Of all the places in the world for this to happen and them have to research it, though, they're in the right place.
Oh, you got literally every single tech company in the world right there.
And Stanford.
So you got enough smart people in this area who should be able to figure out. The power station, is that a prop bet at all?
Yeah, it is.
Is it? What are the odds that it gets mentioned?
Will the power station be mentioned on the broadcast? I think it's like minus 400 that it will not. Or that it will not.
You think Jed called up NBC? It's like, do not mention this at all.
Would that surprise you?
I mean, I would if I was Jed.
I would too.
I don't want that getting put out there.
Now, the more important one is who would be the one to bring it up, Tirico or Collinsworth? I feel like Tirico wouldn't go near
now,
it.
Here's a guy who definitely doesn't play near a power station.
Collinsworth, no doubt. I could totally see him slipping it, even if they told him not to.
888-957-9570 is the number to call. I'm Sam Lum, that is Carter Chickering. That other voice you heard, it's not coming from your head. It's actually coming from one of Steven Risotto. There behind the glass. We've been talking prop bets on this show. If you want to call in and give us your thoughts on the Super Bowl, how are Niner fans rooting in this Super Bowl? That's what I want to know. Is it just, I hate the Seahawks, so I guess I got to root for the Patriots? Are you just, I guess if you're a Niner fan, I don't see how you could look at it any other way. Also, call in if you got your own prop bet that you want to suggest. I want to hear someone call in with a funny prop bet, and whichever one is the best, Carter and I will actually do a bet on it. By the way, this is coming from the YouTube chat. I guess Pro Bowl players were practicing at San Jose State, not the Hawks. I don't know if that's true because are Pro Bowl players really practicing for a flag football game? I mean,
I hope not.
Maybe Shadur was there. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco.
Sam, let me ask you a question.
All right, let me give you an answer.
So obviously arch rival, the Seahawks.
Yes.
Okay.
Hate them.
But they did beat the brakes off of you. Okay.
Yeah. A very hobbled, broken down Niners team.
Should you feel better watching the Patriots beat them? Or are you rooting for the Seahawks to blow out the Patriots as a Niners fan?
It's like if you're going to lose, you want to lose to the team that actually ended up winning.
Yeah, I mean, some people feel that way.
Well, I mean, that's basically what the Niners have been for.
I hate both the teams. So
I mean, ever since 2010, I think every team the Niners have lost to in the playoffs, save for the Eagles in 22, have gone on to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously the Giants in 11, and then, of course, they lost the Super Bowl to the Ravens, and then the Seahawks. Chiefs in the Super Bowl, Rams, then the Eagles, obviously the one outlier.
It will kind of bother me, Sam, if they beat the Seahawks after that easy schedule they've had all year.
Well, that'll
bother me.
I mean, would that kind of justify what they did this year, though? Everyone's been kind of counting them out, saying that they had a weak schedule, blah, blah, blah. You can only play the schedule that you had. I mean, the Niners,
absolutely.
They've had soft schedules on the way to the Super Bowl 2 in the past. I mean, the 2019 schedule was a third place schedule in 2019. Granted, they did have, the NFC North and the AFC North and the NFC South that year, which had the Saints, Ravens, Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some tough opponents there. I don't know. I with that schedule they had, it's at the end of the day, you can only play the schedule that you had. And if they do win the Super Bowl after playing that soft schedule, I do think it justifies what they did this year. Absolutely, wholeheartedly. And it would be a very remarkable turnaround there. For me, it's hard because we used to think that Turkey on the 50 was the worst moment in Levi Stadium history. Of course, talking about the 2015 season, Jim Harbaugh's last year at the Niners, the first year at Levi Stadium. Niners lost 17-3 on Thursday night on Thanksgiving. And Jed York, the infamous "I am very sorry" tweet, that was the night that I think locked in that Jim Harbaugh was not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And post-game, it was Richard Sherman and Russell Wilson with Aaron Andrews chomping on turkey legs on the 50-yard line at Levi Stadium with the Niners logo right there. And that has been easily the worst moment in Levi's Stadium history.
For sure.
In the 10-year history that Levi's has existed. And, I think Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba hoisting a Super Bowl trophy on the 50-yard line of Levi's Stadium, that probably tops that in terms of awful moments. So I think if you're a Niner fan, you're just, I don't care what happens as long as that doesn't happen.
No, I'm with you. I can't, I have an older brother, and he lived through the glory days of the 80s and 90s. It's hard. He always talks to me about it and yada, yada. But we feel so differently about our greatest enemy, right? Because he literally cannot look at someone that wears the star. You know what I mean? The Dallas Star. He just can't. And so we always have conversations about how I feel that way toward the Seahawks, and he feels that way toward...
So he doesn't even recognize the Seahawks as the number one rival?
He does, but it's just, it doesn't have that same pain or hatred. Not pain, really. I guess hatred that he does for the Cowboys.
Yeah, see this. If this Super Bowl is being played in any other stadium, whether it's SoFi, Allegiant, Carolina,
right,
Miami.
That makes a difference.
Would that matter? Like, is it easier to kind of stomach a Seahawks win if... Now, I'm sure a lot of Niner fans, they just can't stomach it at all, but like... If the Seahawks won and they're playing this game in Miami, I don't think you're as sad about it as if they were playing it. I think it's the fact that they're playing here on the Niners field. That's what makes, like, your opponent clinching a championship on your field is just ultimate, like, ugh.
I also think, though, it's the admission of they have done such a better job than we have. Let's call it what it is. Look, I can't stand them.
They're doing it.
But their team is fantastic. The roster they have built, and, I've went over some notes with you before the show that I have on their drafts versus ours.
We'll get into the other side a little bit,
Yeah, but, I mean, it's just unbelievable what they've done. And what we have failed to do.
Quickly they've done it, too.
Yeah, and what we have failed to do, Sam, frankly.
Well, I want to get a little pushback here. We can dive in this a little bit more on the other side, because everyone's just been like, oh, it's incredible what Mike Macdonald's done. He's completely flipped this team around so quickly.
It's not all Mike Macdonald.
Well, he seems like a genius in how he's done it. That did happen here, though.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, Kyle Shanahan took over a team that won 2 games the year prior, and they started off 0-9 his first year, and... they went 4-12 in his second year because Jimmy Garoppolo went down. And he had this team in the Super Bowl in his third year.
But it does look like their GM's capabilities far exceed our GM's capabilities.
Well, again, we thought this in 2019, too. We thought that, again, that 2019 draft, you found Deebo Samuel in that draft. The year prior, you found Nick Bosa at the top of that draft. Let's not forget.
I don't give him credit for Nick Bosa. I absolutely do not.
No, you still had to make that pick. They easily could have blown that pick.
On ESPN's draft grades of Nick Bosa, the low end for him they had was Pro Bowl player. That was the lowest possible end, his floor. The high end was obviously
you're
first ballot
you're
Hall
talking
of
someone who
Famer.
grew up a Raider fan and watched the Raiders pick Jamarcus Russell over Calvin Johnson.
Different position, though. The quarterback position is incredibly hard to draft for.
Again, but my point being is that, like, it is possible. Early on, they were nailing in the draft. In their first draft, they found George Kittle. That guy turned out to be pretty good.
Fifth round.
The next draft, they got Mike McGlinchey and Fred Warner. McGlinchey and, they got Mike McGlinchey, who was, pretty solid on their offensive line. Probably the best offensive lineman the Niners have drafted under Shanahan and Lynch. And, of course, they got Fred Warner there. 2019, you had Nick Bosa, you had Deebo Samuel, you had Mitch Wisnowski, you had Dre Greenlaw, Justin School, who was also a solid contributor on that offensive line. 2020, you had Brandon Ayuk and Colton McKivitz. Anjuan Jennings in that draft. 21, you had Aaron Banks, you had Diamador Lenore, you had Talanoa Hufanga. For the first few years, the Niners were killing it in the draft. And so my point being is we're saying like how the Seahawks been able to turn things around so quickly. We did see that with the Niners. Just here we are going into year 10. It's kind of faded a little bit. I don't know. This current Mike Macdonald regime, it's off to a great start, and let's get into this more on the other side. It's no guarantee they keep it going. Getting it started is one thing. Keeping it going is another. And we got the Olympics on here. Some Japanese figure skater just fell over celebrating her time.
I would just push back on that, Sam, before we go to break here and say those picks all you named were not first and second round picks. And if you're not nailing first and second round picks, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, again, I think at the start, in 2017, Yeah, they whiffed that one there. McGlinchey, though, I'll give that a pass grade. I'm not going to give it an A or a B, but if we're just to pass-fail, I'll give that a passing grade there with what McGlinchey was. He's still in the league contributing.
Not a fan, but that's fine.
Yeah, I know.
That's
Nick
okay.
Bosa, that's a home run pick there.
DeForest Buckner, real home run pick. To me, that's a real home run pick. I'll give you credit for Nick
DeForest
Bosa.
Buckner, that was before Shanahan. Nick Bosa, home run pick. Brandon Ayuk, I'll say that was a really good pick, even though it ended really badly. When it was clicking really well. But
that 2017 draft, Sam, you named a bunch of players. One you missed, though. DJ Jones in the 6th round is just a steal.
Yeah.
I mean...
but then, since Brandon Ayuk, though, it's been Trey Lance, who you're repping today, an empty first round, Ricky Pearsall, and then Michael Williams, another. So, you do have to hit your first rounders. But to the point, though, again, the Niners got off to a great start in the draft before fading. It's no guarantee that the Seahawks or Patriots don't have that same path. So that's Carter Chickering. I'm Sam Lubman. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And sending us a break right now is Steven Risotto.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of the Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
It's time for an epic Yosemite road trip, and we've got 3 amazing lodges ready to welcome you for an incredible Yosemite adventure, like Rush Creek Lodge and Spa at Yosemite, less than a mile from the park's entrance and filled with daily activities for all ages with no hidden resort fees. Or join one of our guided excursions and discover Yosemite's world-famous waterfalls at their very best. Consider us your backstage pass to Yosemite. Go to YosemiteHotels.com to book your Yosemite getaway today.
Big game day energy is taking over the Bay Area, and the place to gather is Ghostwood Kitchen in Redwood City. Ghostwood Kitchen is your neighborhood brew pub where local sports fans and families come together for the big moments. Expect awesome microbrews on tap paired with great house-made bites made for sharing, cheering, and celebrating every play. From pre-game meetups to post-game victories, Ghostwood Kitchen delivers a welcoming atmosphere, bold flavors, and a true game day vibe. This season, make it local, make it memorable, and make it at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to
to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're cooking here on a Super Bowl Sunday. Speaking of cooking, Carter, what are you eating today?
Sammy, I'm trying to decide, honestly. It's like, it's important what you eat for Super Bowl Sunday,
well,
right?
First off, where are you watching?
I think I'm going to watch at home today.
Yeah.
I've been out for the Super Bowl like the last 4 years, and, you know, it's fun to go out, but I hate when you can't hear the commercials, and, like, that's part of the show, you know? And she, you know, she hates both these teams, so she's more excited about the commercials.
Your wife's
yeah. So she's more excited about the commercials. So, but what are you gonna eat? I need some inspo.
I'm a wing guy. I'm very much a wing guy. So yeah, stopping at the store, picking up some wings. We're gonna be baking them up and spicing them up and saucing them up and just going ham on some wings.
Nice.
I love wings for my Super Bowl party. So, and yeah, I'm going over to a friend's house, be watching there. Yeah, nice little chill affair. So
nice.
I've never been a big watch the Super Bowl. I'm like you. I need to hear the commercials.
Yeah.
You know, I want to be able to see the halftime show because you never know when something's going to happen in a Super Bowl. You never know you're watching the game and then suddenly the lights go out and you're like, what the hell's going on here?
What's your drink of choice during the Super Bowl?
Oh, I don't drink alcoholic drinks during the Super Bowl anymore.
Yeah. Just water?
No, like a soda or some or juice.
Nice.
I might have a beer or something, but you know, the Super Bowl, it used to be a time where just like, oh, let's get drunk in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I stopped doing that. What was the Niners-Ravens Super Bowl? I'm in college at the time, and you're glug glug glug. Kids don't drink, by the way; it's bad for you. And then I had a few too many, and there was a part of the game that I just completely forgot happened.
Nice.
And then next thing I know, I'm watching the TV and the lights are out. I'm like, what the heck's going on here? Like, why are the lights off? Are we doing an in-game thing? What's going on here? And that's how I realized that the blackout had happened at the Super Bowl. And so I'd always joke, I came out of my blackout into another blackout. Oh, God, I'm so glad my mom's listening to this show right now.
That's funny.
And so, yeah, that was like, you know what? Maybe we don't do this anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I like watching the game. I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy locking in on it in the commercials and the halftime show. And that's the other thing. I don't miss the halftime show anymore. That's the one thing. The last time I didn't watch a halftime show was when Justin and Janet were doing the halftime show.
All right, I got to pick a bone with the halftime show. And it's not the bone you guys all think I'm picking with the halftime show.
Oh, boy.
Look, here's my issue with it.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Here's my issue. It's
here you go. Get on your soapbox.
How good do, people say, how good was this halftime show? How good was that one?
Well, remember, it's for the women.
Yeah, but here's my point is in the past we've seen, so like 2022, I think it was, they had Eminem, Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, yeah, it's so fun. Yeah,
you
the LA one. Yeah,
they had like 5 people, right?
Yeah.
So what? I'm supposed to basically then compare that to Kendrick Lamar last year, who just did it by himself? Like, obviously,
SZA was up there.
Yeah, but come on. Who do you think I'm going to pick? You know what I mean? It's just like...
We all know the whole reason that we were excited to see Kendrick do it last year was because what he was going to say about Drake in his song, They Not Like Us.
Yeah, who cares? Look.
Oh, no, that was funny.
My point is like when you allow that, and we've seen it before. We had, Bruno Mars and, a couple people, Beyonce and yada, yada, all one year. So when you allow multiple artists to do the halftime show in the past, and then you're relying on one person to bring their catalog in and make it good enough, like it's never going to be good enough then. So, and that's my issue with the Super Bowl halftime show.
So you're saying you just want one performer, or do you like multiple?
Well, I think that they've watered it down like in the past, and now every time I want 3 or 4. Like I don't want just one performer now.
I think it depends. Like some like when they did it in LA a few years ago, that made sense to have all the LA based rappers out there. You had
sweet.
You had 50 out there. You had Eminem. You had Mary J.
50 Cent's from New York, but yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know where anyone's from. But then the next year you had Rihanna out there by herself, and I thought she absolutely killed it. Well, pregnant.
She has a huge catalog.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a good one that can float it by himself.
When the Weeknd did it, here's my thing with the halftime show. The only request I have now is just give me a good memeable moment.
Yeah.
So like the Weeknd he's like wandering through the lights is just like me wandering through my house trying to find the smoke detector that's going off or whatever, or 50 Cent, they start off with him like he was like hanging down from the roof or something.
Yeah.
And it's just like me trying to like plug my phone in off the bed or something like that. Like
the ideal part of a Super Bowl halftime show, right, Sam, though, is that the whole family enjoys it, right? It's not just for one sector. Like, that's what you're going for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the rappers have trouble with that, obviously, connecting to our parents.
Fair enough.
Unless you're Dr. Dre, maybe, who was kind of at the tail end, depending on how old your parents are.
Yeah.
So I think it was hard maybe for Kendrick Lamar last year, right? Like, I don't think a lot of parents liked that. Let's be honest.
Well, no, because his catalog is definitely not family friendly.
No.
Again, his number one song that he won a Grammy for last year was accusing Drake of, crimes, basically.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
You could Google it out there if you guys don't know the story there. I'm not going to get into those details there. But, so yeah, I think that's part of the halftime show is just give me something goofy and memorable. That's my thing. I'm not going to make too much of a big fuss about kind of what songs are sung. Like, I'll be honest, I don't know anything about Bad Bunny. Like, you say name a Bad Bunny song, you put a gun against my head and say name a Bad Bunny song for your life. No, I'm just going to be like, pull the trigger, bro. I'm not wasting your time.
He gets the people shaking, though.
That's what I heard. And I guess then Green Day's going before the Super Bowl. I guess that's the plan.
Yeah. I'm not a Green Day guy.
I was never really a Green Day guy either.
Yeah, I never got into it.
I like Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
But I support them because they're from here. Anyone who's from here, I'm going to support you all the way.
Yeah, shout out Gilman Street in Berkeley. That's where they got started there. So 888-957-9570 is the number. How are you digesting this Super Bowl today? What are you going to be digesting while you're watching this Super Bowl today? What are you going to be eating? How do you watch the game? Is anyone out there just likes to watch the game alone in silence? I'm sure those people. I've always found I like going to Super Bowl parties. I can't go to a public place. So I know we got the watch party at Bay Street, Emeryville going on. And for those who do like watching games in public, that'll be fun for you. I need to be able to hear everything. I want to hear the commercials too.
Yes, totally agree.
That's a big part. The commercial prop bets what's going to be the first beer commercial?
See, okay, so for 2023, for instance, I went out for that when we were in it. I'm glad I did. Because I don't care about the commercials. Like, I'm so locked in on the game when we're in it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even watch the commercials.
I don't even think I went back and watched those commercials, obviously,
I needed a breath in between commercials,
That is true. When your team is for the Niner one, actually both Niner Super Bowls, I didn't really watch either commercial. So the first Niner Super Bowl in Miami, I was doing traffic for KCBS at the time, and I was doing Sunday afternoons. And I was slated to work that day. Usually I would take that day off. I didn't. Because I was curious, like, what's traffic like on the day of the Super Bowl? I figured that's going to be such an easy, shift. No one's going to be on the roads. I can just sit there and chill and watch the game. Because at the time, I didn't know the Niners were going to be in it. And the Niners ended up being in the game, so I'm watching on silent in the KCBS newsroom. And eventually in the second half, I was helping out Joe Hughes, who was doing the sports updates on the Super Bowl. I was helping him out with that. But I didn't go back and rewatch any of those commercials. I'll sometimes do that the next day. But yeah, it's just there's so many interesting things that go on during the game outside of the game action that you lose when you're watching in a public place. I want to go to Sham in Oakland. He's got some thoughts on the Super Bowl here. Sham, how you doing today, man?
Hey, Sham.
Hey, man, I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good today, bud. How about you?
I'm excited for the Super Bowl. I'm mad that the Niners not really in it, and of course my Raiders definitely wasn't even close. But at the same time, I'm just proud of Sam Darnold, man. I'm proud of him because he was backed up in the Niners facility and everything, and a journeyman went to Minnesota, and all of a sudden now he got his chance with Seattle and everything. It's just a good day. It's Super Bowl, man, commercials and stuff, and I'm happy for him, man. Even though I don't really know him, but I'm just glad that he got this chance to prove everybody that he is a starting quarterback in this league.
Awesome, Sham. Appreciate you calling in there. How do you feel about seeing Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl? By the way, actually, before you respond, I'm going to cut you off there to my own question. Steve Risotto just sent us the alcohol prices for the Super Bowl.
Oh,
you want to get an ultra premium cocktail?
This is why I'm not going.
It's going to cost you a cool $40 for an ultra premium cocktail.
Excuse me?
What's even in an ultra premium cocktail?
$40 for a cocktail?
For a drink that's probably going to be about, the size, as tall as your phone, maybe.
Wait, is that for real?
Yeah, so Evan Wiebeck of the Mercury News just got there. It's 4 hours before game time, and he took a picture of the prices at one of the alcohol stands, and they're there, ready to go.
For $40.
$40
now,
is the
that's
premium.
the most expensive one. You can get a Golden Gate Mule for $19.
Oh, okay. All right.
You can get a Pisco Punch, which is Pisco fresh lemon juice, pineapple juice, and house-made simple syrup.
How much is the beer?
19. I'm not seeing beer on this one. I think it's just one of the cocktail carts.
A beer must be $20.
Oh, probably. Yeah, Tall Boy is probably like 25 or something like that. A mixed cocktail is 19. If you're not feeling like getting drunk, you can get an Aquafina for $8, which that's the only thing that actually seems like a normal stadium price there.
Wow. Yeah. Ken's going to be drinking water.
Probably, yeah. Just drinking the parking lot at that point. So, yeah, Sam Darnold, how do you feel about seeing him in the Super Bowl?
I'm with that caller. I think that was a great call. Yeah, Sham nailed it. I think, look, I'm happy for him. I am. And I'm not the type, I'm not going to be one of those guys who's going to pick Darnold over Purdy. I'm not. And people here think I'm a Purdy truther. I'm not.
I'll be that guy. I'm the Purdy truther.
Yeah, I'm more of a Purdy over Mac truther. I am that.
Yeah.
But I'm very much in the boat of Purdy's, probably the 12th best quarterback in the NFL.
That's usually what I've gone with.
That's exactly where I'm about. It's number 12.
I think he's in that 6 to 12 range.
Yeah, and look, I'm really happy for Sam Darnold. And my wife, she and her sister went to school with a guy who dated Sam back in the day.
Oh, nice.
And
the guy.
So my sister-in-law,
who dated Sam
the girl. So my sister-in-law.
I was saying, are you breaking some news about Sam Darnold?
No. So my sister-in-law actually met him a couple times because they hung out, and she said to me, this was a couple weekends ago. She said, he just talked about football way too much.
That sounds about right.
And she's like, it was like the only thing in his life. And I was like, yeah, Savannah, he makes $33 million a year now. I'd only be talking about football too for that price,
Yeah, what else he's been doing in his life,
Yeah. And so
it's either football or Ghostbuster.
Yeah. So to hear that and apparently he would always say, like, I'm going to make it to the NFL and just be so committed to it and, like, see him succeed now. Like, yeah, that makes me happy for him, like, as a person,
Yeah.
As a Niner fan, I don't love seeing it, but, the bottom line is when he went in the game during preseason games for the 49ers, and I'll call it the way I see it, they punted a lot more than they did when Brock Purdy was in the game. And anyone who doesn't want to admit that was not watching the games.
Well, again, that's preseason, though. It's hard to take anything away.
Yeah,
the thing
that's
is that,
fine.
Like,
I'll hear you on that.
Again, I'm happy for Sam Darnold, too, because he has some of the round. Of course, I like to support my fellow, redheaded Sams as well. So, there's some camaraderie there that I'll take there. For me, I've just never been high on him as a quarterback. He was okay. He was good at USC. He was great at USC, actually. So part of it is I just don't like seeing USC quarterbacks do well. Shout out, Go Bears. But I just never really bought into him actually being a good quarterback. And I think it's easier to say good on you, Sam, now, because when he was here with the Niners, he didn't really do anything of note. All he did really was just force Trey Lance into the third string spot, which is why the Niners ended up trading him. He didn't take a meaningful snap really at all for the 49ers. The only game he played was obviously that Week 18 game against the Rams that they lost to the Rams backups. And everyone talks about, oh, you remember Sam Darnold? He was terrible in that game, blah, blah. It's like that was basically a preseason game. Neither team was playing for anything in that one. So it's hard.
I didn't even bring that up for a reason. Exactly.
It's hard for me to take anything away there. So if Sam Darnold came in that 2023 season and had like a 8-game stretch, much akin to like what Mac Jones did with the Niners this year, where Brock Purdy goes down in week 4, and then from week 5 to week 13, Sam Darnold keeps the Niners afloat, and then Brock comes back and finishes the job and takes him to the Super Bowl, and that's how they end up losing it. I think we're singing a different tune about Sam Darnold.
Completely.
Now, we'll see when Mac Jones goes somewhere else next year, to the Colts or the Dolphins or whatever, and he leads them to a Super Bowl in a couple of years. Yeah, we might be having a much different conversation, but Sam Darnold never really, and it's no one's fault that this happened, never really had a chance to kind of show what he could do as the starting quarterback for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Yeah, I will definitely buy into this for sure about Sam Darnold, which is he's probably closer to a good player or a great player even than the Carolina Panthers and the New York Jets are to a great or good organization.
Sorry. Say that again. So
Well, I'm saying that he is probably closer to being a great player than the situations that he was brought into this league under.
And it just shows how much the situation does matter. I mean, we saw Baker Mayfield end up in Carolina for a spell.
Playing D-line during practice for them.
Exactly. And then he goes to Tampa, a much better run organization. And Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold as well, they're kind of in similar situations that they're top 3 picks, Baker number 1, Sam Darnold number 3, who fumbled around a little bit. Well, first off, I thought Baker and Kevin Stefanski worked out pretty well in Cleveland before the Browns decided to brown all over themselves and go with Deshaun Watson. But both those guys struggle. They end up in better situations with better coaching. And by the way, we haven't said this, but the Vikings, I think, are kicking themselves more than the 49ers are about Sam Darnold right now.
Well, 9 looks awful.
You can't.
He might not be an NFL
don't
player.
Give him a nickname. His name's J.J. McCarthy, all right? You can't be that just useless on a football field and still have a nickname, unless you're Jameis Winston. But where was I going with there on that one? With Baker and Sam, they both signed similar contracts too, 3-year deals. I remember we asked Mike Florio about this during the week. When you see guys like Baker and Sam have success with these 3-year, $80, $90, $100 million deals that, they're not breaking the bank like you are for Jared Goff and Brock Purdy. These aren't elite quarterbacks like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. How's that going to change things? And I remember Florio said, Sam Darnold isn't a temporary quarterback anymore. He is a big-time max. I'm going to say max contract just for lack of a better phrase. But, yeah, he is a quarterback that if I'm the Seahawks, you might think about ripping up the rest of this contract and giving him a 5-year deal after this. So I'm kind of curious to see when it comes to, quarterbacking and football team building, how many teams do try to go with these 3-year deals at quarterback and try and recreate what we saw with Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield.
Well, you're definitely not ripping this contract up if you're the Seahawks because you like the money so much.
Exactly.
I mean, the money's really good. But
you also you get the Seahawks, did they find their franchise quarterback this year that's going to lead them for the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years?
Are they going to commit $50 million plus to him, you think, after this contract? That team will not look the same as it does now, I can tell you that.
Is he a guy that you would be willing to do that with Sam Darnold?
I don't know. There's a couple guys on that team that I would not let walk away. I wouldn't really care about the price.
Yeah.
Even Worry and Witherspoon. I'm sorry. Those
JSN,
two.
I'm not letting that go.
JSN, those three are not walking anywhere.
Kenneth Walker's another one. You got a lot of really young talent on. And again, it's just what it kind of goes into what is the best way, I guess, to construct your roster. Is it around a cheap quarterback like a Sam Darnold or a Baker Mayfield? But those types of quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls very often. Like, it kind of goes like the fact that this quarterback matchup is Sam Darnold versus Drake May. Is that more a sign that like we're seeing a changing of the guard here in the NFL where the big teams in the NFC, the Niners, the Eagles, they're kind of fading back a little bit maybe, and there's a new group that's going to take over? Or the AFC, the big four of, Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, are their teams taking a slide back?
Well, we saw that kind of get blown up this year, it felt like, right?
Mm-hmm.
The big three was a different big three in the AFC this year.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, was this just a down year that we're seeing, and that's why we're seeing these kind of unheralded quarterbacks rise up and take their teams to the Super Bowl? Or, and things are going to go back to the status quo next year? Or is this going to be was what we saw in the NFL this year, is that what we're going to be seeing for the next few years?
I mean, my guess, Sam, and my answer would be I have no idea.
I know.
But my guess would be is that these teams that maybe surprised us this year have had their draft picks pan out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they've been able to complement the guys that they paid along the way. Whereas two other teams, like the Bills, the Niners, both great examples, are coming in off of kind of book resetting years, right?
Yeah.
Like you had paid people already. You're kind of in draft mode. You're the Bills, for instance. You pick Keon Coleman, hoping he'll step in and be a wide receiver one for you. And he doesn't.
Nope.
And the Niners are in the same boat as that. And the bottom line is, if you want to be successful in this league, you got to hand out contracts, but then on top of doing that, you got to nail your draft picks.
You got to keep hitting your draft picks here. You were looking at the Seahawks draft picks before the show. You had a couple interesting nuggets that you found out about those draft picks. And I think we can kind of get into this overall conversation of 888-957-9570. Like, why is it that it's the Seahawks and Patriots who are playing today and not the 49ers? The 49ers who, for all intents and purposes, have had rosters good enough to get to the Super Bowl, but they keep falling short because they've either had a bad break or they've just been deficient in certain areas. They have not been able to finish the job. And now one of these two teams are going to finish the job in a way that would make the Niners very, very jealous here. So I want to explore that starting here. We'll do a little bit more on the other side. But tell me about the interesting nuggets you found.
Well, I'm going to even save that for the other side. But if you look at that 2023 team, Sam.
The 2023 Niners?
Yes. There's no one... I've never met anyone, and I never want to meet anyone who can tell me that team wasn't good enough to win the Super Bowl.
That team was absolutely good enough to win the Super Bowl.
If that team isn't good enough to win the Super Bowl, then you're never going to be good enough to win the Super Bowl.
That team, I think, 2023, I think there was only 3 teams that were truly good enough to win the Super Bowl that year. The Niners were one of them. The Chiefs are the other, and I would also say the Ravens.
Minus the literal all-pro team that they basically put out in 94 to win the Super Bowl. That was the best team of my life. Was the 2023 team.
Yep. And
it was the most well-rounded for sure.
And the reality is there, and this is, we talk about, again, we'll talk about more on the other side why it isn't the Niners playing today and why the Niners can't get back to the Super Bowl. And we posed this question the other day on the Morning Roast, is it because of the owners, is it because of the quarterback, is it because of the coaching, is it because of the player personnel? I think there's just over a 31 period, there's so many different answers as to why it's not the Niners winning. For the last two, it's as simple as just, you didn't have Patrick Mahomes. At the end of the day, Patrick Mahomes did something very similar to like what Tom Brady did. How many great quarterbacks were denied rings because of Tom Brady? How many great teams were denied championships or will be denied championships because of Patrick Mahomes? Right now, that number stands at 1, actually, unfortunately, right now. You saw it with the Warriors, too. This week they broke up the Memphis Grizzlies. That's another pelt on the wall of great teams that the Warriors just completely denied a chance of getting a ring. That 22 team was probably their best chance.
Think about the Cavs fans toward us.
Exactly. I mean, the Cavs, they only got one when they should have maybe 2 or 3 rings. James Harden is going to retire without a championship ring unless he scrapes one together this year with the Cavs. Russell Westbrook will not have a ring. Damian Lillard does not have a ring.
Chris Paul
does not have a ring because of Steph Curry and the Warriors. Patrick Ewing, John Stockton, Charles Barkley, you go back to the 90s. What do those guys have in common? Michael Jordan prevented them from winning a championship. Sometimes you're just around at the same time as a buzzsaw. Peyton Manning, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, so many chances they had to win a championship, and they didn't because of Tom Brady. Those 3 quarterbacks combined for 4 championships, but they probably should have won more, but they didn't because of the existence of one Thomas Benjamin Brady. So we're going to talk about this more on the other side. You got about an hour left until Dan Devone gets in here, and very excited to see what interesting things he has to say and fun little nuggets that he has to drop.
He'll have something.
On everybody. Oh, he definitely will. He always does.
Always does.
That is Carter Chickering. I am Sam Lubman. More football talk on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Whimo app and ride today.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, start your engine!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries,
Ready to break his teeth in,
and a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 1 p.m. on Cron 4, the CW.
Looking for something fun and free during the school break? Step into Welcome In President's Week at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. History Park will be open daily, February 16th through the 20th, in addition to regular weekend hours. Explore historic buildings, experience South Bay flashback, riffs, rhythms, and revolution. Visit the Refreshed Valley Memories exhibit, browse the gift shop, and enjoy a sweet treat at O'Brien's Ice Cream Parlor. Park admission is free. For hours and information, visit historysanjose.org.
This is Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch with Prize Picks. The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it's always feel good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get in on the football action before the season is over with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. It's simple to play. Pick at least 2 players, pick more or less on their stats, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup get off to a high start, you can cash out those winners before the game even finished. So don't miss any of the action this season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code SB50 and get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code SB50 on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups for just playing. Guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dad, my son's asleep upstairs.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
We are back. Sam Lubin, Carter Chickering. Talking a little Super Bowl. Talked about some other things too. Like the fact the Olympics are going on. I like the Olympics. It's hard to talk about the Olympics on the radio though. But yeah, once the hockey starts up, we'll probably have some reaction there with whatever Macklin does. Macklin Celebrini, the youngest player ever at 19 to make the Canadian hockey team for the Olympics. So really cool to see that. And as I've said, I'm going to do what I always do when it comes to the Olympics and hockey, Carter. I'm going to root for Team USA while acknowledging that Canada is probably going to win.
That'll be a great game.
Canada could literally throw out a top line of Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, and Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, it's insane,
Who
right?
are only like the 3 highest scorers in the NHL right now. You have probably the 2 best players in the NHL in McKinnon and McDavid. You got the best rising star in the NHL in Macklin Celebrini. Meanwhile, Team USA is throwing out, the local kid, Austin Matthews, around with, Matt Boldy and Braden Point, and just the star power drops precipitously. Matthew Tkachuk, obviously, he'll be a part of Team USA as well, but he's been banged up.
Brady
for a lot of the year. Then Jake Ottinger, I think, is going to be the starting goalie for Team USA, the goalie for Dallas. So good stuff there. So we will be keeping our eye, of course, on some of the hockey stuff and all the other fun events too. You said you're a big downhill skier. They showed the biathlon relay highlights earlier. I like biathlon
with the shooting.
Yeah, it's
nice.
like it feels like some of these sports are just like throwing darts at a board. It's like, all right, let's have them, boom, ski while they are, boom, shooting stuff. Love it. Let's do it. All right, let's have them lie on a board while they go down a Ice track. There we go. And let's have another person on top of the first guy. Why not? Nothing matters. It's the Winter Olympics.
All right,
People are going to watch.
What sport are you out on in the Winter Olympics? I'll give you mine.
Ooh, why don't you give me yours first?
Cross-country skiing. I'm out.
Interesting. And that's basically what the biathlon is.
And it basically is.
It's shooting.
Yeah, but the shooting makes it kind of cool.
Yeah.
The cross-country.
Oh, Americans love a shooting sport.
It probably is. It might be one of the hardest as far as physically, like what, the amount of calls for your body.
Well, that's why I think it makes the biathlon so impressive. Yeah, because you're like, and then you got to like immediately slow down your heart rate so you can like shoot a little dot 50 yards away.
That's a great point, actually. But just cross country is in itself as a, the 5 kilometer or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I'm good. It's just not the most exciting thing to watch.
I mean, for me, you know what? I love the long track speed skating.
Yeah,
I always say the biggest rivalry that is never talked about is USA versus the Netherlands in speed skating.
I love that song.
Those damn Dutch, man.
Yeah.
They just got our number in that. And yeah, so every year it's just and all those, those Dutch skaters, they all look the same. Just some tall, lanky white guy with an aftershave. His name's probably Peter or something. So I love the long track speed skating. Short track speed skating, what are we doing?
You're out?
I don't know about that, except for when someone trips and it takes out the entire race. But
that's fun.
And again, I grew up watching Apollo Antonono absolutely wreck shop.
He was amazing.
On the short track. But yeah, that one, if I had to pick a winter sport that is just like, or you know what? Like the ski cross race. I feel like
What's that?
It's like, basically it's like a downhill skiing race, but you have to like go over obstacles and stuff as well. That just feels like that's an X Games sport. But then again, we also have snowboarding, and I love the snowboarding, even though Shaun White's no longer doing it.
Yeah. The slalom is pretty great.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, all the downhill skiing events are just...
Yes, I agree with you.
Or a really satisfying one to watch is the ski jump. There's just something so satisfying about watching that.
How do you even get started doing that?
You just wake up one morning, you know what? I want to ski, but I don't want to do it with poles. Yeah. What can I do here? Oh, I'll just go off a ski jump. That'll be my life.
Yeah, I mean, throwing yourself 100 feet. I mean, it's just, I don't get how you even start doing that.
And then you just land like it's nothing.
Yeah, but then the first time, think about it, you probably wipe out. You probably get hurt. So then what? You have a couple months in between your next jump until you try.
And then what are you doing for like a living in that time, too?
It's a great point.
Because all these Olympians, it's not like they're paid to be Olympians. I mean, sure, some of the big ones secure sponsorships and stuff, and that's what pays their bills the rest of the way. But for most of these people, like, they have day jobs too. I ski. As I said, I'm a skier. Like, yeah.
I've never seen one of those ski jumps in Tahoe. I've been to a lot of the resorts. Where do you do this? Where do you practice this to begin with?
I guess, yeah, you do practice a Tahoe, or you build a track somewhere. I mean, didn't San Francisco build a ski jump at Oracle Park a few years ago?
Yeah, it was way cooler down Broadway Street for Johnny Mosley's birthday.
When you're doing it on a street in San Francisco. That is pretty cool. Speaking of the streets of San Francisco, you'll probably look outside and you'll notice that there's a bunch of Seahawks and Patriots fans walking around the streets of San Francisco. That's an all-time transition right there. And that is because of the Super Bowl that is being played today. We are about less than 3.5 hours away till kickoff. I mean, 3:30 is the start time, but probably 3:45 is what the actual start time will be. So about 3 hours and 36 minutes away-ish. Keyword-ish on that one there. And we're having the conversation because, we are here in Niner territory, and there was a belief that the Niners would be playing the Super Bowl on their home field, which would have been really cool to see.
Who believed that?
I'm sure someone out there did.
If you were
there was a moment before that Week 18 game where we truly felt like they could pull this off.
Yeah, but Week 18 really, I think, put a big dent in anyone's idea of
honestly,
that.
If the seeding could have worked out where somehow the Niners could have avoided the Seahawks, like let's say the Packers got the Seahawks, and by some miracle, maybe the Packers could have knocked the Seahawks off or something. Like I do truly feel that the Seahawks are the only team that could have knocked the Niners out of the playoffs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And there's no way they could really disprove that theory since we didn't get a chance to test it. So, yeah, I'm going to die on that hill.
I think the Rams could have too, but I do think you're right. Now, when you say it like that, they could have gone through the NFC without seeing those two teams, sure.
Yeah, I think the Seahawks are definitely the biggest risk. The Rams, Here's the thing, like Shanahan and McVay, like that coaching matchup is in such a way where those two know each other so well. And, Shanahan, I think, knows how to beat McVay on the field, and McVay knows how to beat Shanahan on the field. And in those games, I think those are true toss-up games. I think the Niners and Rams play each other.
To me, I think that we won the first Rams matchup, which was Thursday night, I want to say, not Monday night. I think it was Thursday night.
The Thursday night game,
in L.A., and
the Alfred Collins stop.
I think the Rams highly underestimated the 49ers in that game.
Yeah.
And just thought, look at us on paper, look at you on paper, good luck.
Yeah.
And in the NFL...
On a short week, too.
That does not work in the NFL. We know that well. Everyone's an NFL player for a reason. For the second game, then, they beat the brakes off of us.
Well, I think at that point, it's in the midway part of the year, the injuries start to rack up there. At some point, you knew you were going to have one of those games where you're just going to get absolutely bodied by someone.
Well, I think they took you seriously, though, too.
Yeah. If it was Niners-Rams in the NFC title game, I wouldn't be sitting here saying, I'm 100% confident the Niners are going to win.
In SoFi.
I'm not going to sit there and say they'll lock it down. The Niners are going to the Super Bowl. This is just basically a glorified... I wouldn't be saying that. But I always just feel like the Niners have as good of a chance as any against the Rams because I do like the Shanahan-McVay matchup. They know each other so well that... And that goes the same for the Rams, too. I think the Rams that is a true 50-50... Like we always joke, throw out the records when these two teams face each other. That is a true throw out the records matchup when Shanahan and McVay are coaching against each other. Fair. So it is a true coin flip. So if the Niners had to go through the Rams rather than the Seahawks, I think the way the Seahawks are constructed against this Niners team, there was just no hope. I think there would have been hope against the Rams. So all this is to say it was not completely unreasonable to think that the Niners could have been playing today. And we're talking about as to why it is not the Niners. Obviously, injuries are a big part this year, but it plays a part of a theme we've seen for the last 31 years of the Niners just finding new ways to fall short. And a fun thing we did at Radio Row that we kind of trailed off and doing at the end of the week was we asked all of our guests, why have the 49ers won a Super Bowl in the last 31 years? First person we asked that to was Jermaine Wiggins of former Patriots tight end, who's on the path to that first Super Bowl team, now does radio with WEEI, our sister station out in Boston. And here's what Jermaine Wiggins, in his glorious Boston accent, had to say about why the Niners have fallen short of a Super Bowl for the last 31 years.
Quarterback. Simple as that. Because you win Super Bowls two ways. Quarterback and coach. And when I say quarterback, the quarterback doesn't have to go out there and throw 375 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he has to make the throws at the important times. There's about 4 plays throughout a game and a Super Bowl where the quarterback makes it or he don't. And we saw a couple of years ago when it was Jimmy Garoppolo and he didn't make the throw, where the other quarterbacks are able to make the throws. And that's all it is.
And so that was Jermaine Wiggins there on his answer. He picked the quarterback there. How much you put on the quarterback, Carter, when having this conversation, or you were looking at some other factors as to why the Seahawks are in this position. Why don't you share with the class some things you found?
Look, for me, why the Niners have not won it in 30 years. How do you answer the question? For me, it's simple. It's because they have not been able to perform in the moments that you need to perform in big moments. Shasky and I always get in this argument about, people say Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one. And it's like, he can't. He hasn't.
3 times he has been a play caller in the Super Bowl, and 3 times he has gacked on himself when it mattered most, the last 2 as a head coach.
Yeah, and Shasky always argues, what's the NFC Championship game? Is that not a big one? And it's like, the phrase is the big one.
Yes.
One. Meaning there's only one big game, which is the Super Bowl. And he's been unable to win that. And the bottom line is they've had plenty of opportunities. They have been right there with every opportunity possible, and some small, whatever it is, you could go over a couple instances, not hitting Ayuk in the back of the end zone, not hitting Emmanuel Sanders with Jimmy G.
Not going to Frank Gore at the goal line.
Not going to Frank Gore at the goal line. There's just been over and over and over again instances of an inability to perform when it mattered the most.
Hate when I can't perform when it matters most.
Yeah, and I just think, clearly the Niners are going to have to do what the Eagles did, which is just blow the next team out if they want to win the Super Bowl, because They somehow seem to squander away these opportunities every time. I just don't see how you can look at roster and say the roster's not good enough.
Well, I think simply, if in the 3 Super Bowl losses, I think we could say one thing the Niners do have in common there is that they did not have the better quarterback in those games.
And look, I can hear quarterback. I'm fine with quarterback as an answer. And I'm fine with head coach as an answer because that goes into what I'm saying, which is, that's the guy at the helm. You follow his lead. And I think in 2012, when they went with Harbaugh, he had them too tight going into that game. Yeah. There was no fun. It was too serious, and they came out timid, basically, at the beginning of the game.
And they had to fight their way to get back into it.
They made the stage look too big. I think Harbaugh made the stage look too big with the way he treated it.
If that blackout did not happen,
they were getting smoked.
They were going to get blown out in historic fashion.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of it falls on the coach. I think a lot of it falls on the quarterback. There's no doubt. Mm-hmm. But as I said, the scenario for me is they have had an inability to perform in these big moments where, literally, you're talking about an inch. And I think, Dre Greenlaw's stand at the goal line in 2019 is just a great representation of football, I think, in general. That was 1 inch. Had he have gone 1 more inch, the 49ers likely would not have been in the Super Bowl that year because they wouldn't have gotten the first seed. They would have been playing out of the wild card, which they have not gotten to the Super Bowl out of the wild card yet.
Since the turn of the century, only 4 teams have won 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl. It is incredibly hard to do. The Steelers did it when they won the Super Bowl. The Giants did it. Packers did it in 2010, and then the Patriots did it in the COVID year, which, again, it's not the same. You were playing in an empty Superdome. You were checking and calling audibles at the line of scrimmage at a playoff game in the Super Bowl. Tom Brady was, which that never happens. So there's a little bit of a difference there. I do agree, coach, quarterback is the problem. I do think it is a combination of player personnel, too. Like, at the end of the day, just your roster was not good enough at the end of the day to get it done. In 2011 against the Giants, you didn't have the special teams down.
See, I wouldn't have even argued for that one. Yeah. See, I think that roster wasn't good enough to get it done.
I think that the Niners played, I think those 3 Niners teams, those 3 Harbaugh teams, each of those 3 teams were good enough to win the Super Bowl. In fact, I think there are 3 playoff losses during that run. Obviously, the one to the Ravens was the Super Bowl. That Giants NFC title game and that Seahawks NFC title games, those were de facto Super Bowls. Because you knew whoever was winning that game was going to be winning the Super Bowl.
See, my pushback, Sam, on the 2011, I'm sorry to interrupt you, would be it was too much for me to expect Alex Smith to do such a full 180 after what we had seen the prior 4 years or whatever it had been.
And he did become Alex Smith, the one that we knew and loved in that NFC title game.
He was very good that season, right? And it was like the first time we were like, oh, maybe this kid is pretty good, actually.
Yeah. That defense was also really good.
To ask him to have those previous 4 years and then come out and win the Super Bowl, like that would be way exceeding a fair expectation of him.
That's fair.
Do you know what I mean?
But I think that kind of goes into it, though. It's just the personnel wasn't perfect. I am going to include the quarterback within the personnel on that one. The 2019 and 2023 ones is just you were going against one of the legendary teams that we're going to be seeing in the NFL. Obviously, we didn't know that about the Chiefs in 2019. That it was where it all began. It began on the 3rd and 15 play in the third quarter there. In this last one, it's just you fell short of personnel. Now, losing Dre Greenlaw the way they did in that Super Bowl, I don't think that gets talked about enough of just how devastating that was. You noticed in the second half, Oren Burks probably had the worst second half by a linebacker ever. They were going at him all game long, including on the final play, which I sometimes wonder if, Dre Greenlaw is in space there instead of Oren Burks. Does Dre play that a little bit better and swat that ball away and keep it away from Kadarius Toney on that one? Good Lord, is it bad? Is it a cop-out just say you got screwed on some bad luck too? No. On a lot of these, the 2019 Super Bowl, I don't know if there was really any bad luck moment there. You ran out of playmakers. And that's where I think the reason why, again, if the Niners are going to win a Super Bowl, the thing that's keeping them from winning a Super Bowl right now, very much, I believe it's player personnel. Because, we look at their draft. We talked about their draft history early on in this show. They got off to an incredible start with the draft. And because of that, they were in those 2 Super Bowls. The drafting has fallen off a cliff since 2020. And you look at what the Patriots have done. The Patriots just, in this last draft,
You go through the Patriots, Sam. I'll go through the Seahawks.
Because the Patriots in this last draft, if you're looking for a reason why you should feel optimistic about the 49ers going forward, and you can say this about the Eagles the year prior too, one really, really good draft can do wonders for you. Just in this last draft alone, the 2025 draft, the Patriots got 6 guys who are starters at their position. You got your left tackle in Will Campbell. He was your first-round pick. You got your running back in Travion Henderson. He was a second-rounder. You got your left guard in Jared Wilson. He was a fourth-rounder. You got your starting safety in Craig Wilson, who's also a fourth-rounder. And you also got your special teams taken care of. You got Andres Borregales in the 6th round, not the 3rd round. You drafted your kicker in the 6th round. And then you got your long snapper in the 7th round, which I don't know how often you use a draft pick on a long snapper, but those are 6 guys, 6 positions that are spoken for now for the next several years because of your drafting. That was just this year. They got 4 skill position linemen, whatever you want to call it, in their starting lineups now from this draft. And that's a big reason why the Patriots are playing today. Obviously, last year you got Drake May in the 1st round. I guess that was a pretty good pick. Year before that, you found Christian Gonzalez and Keyshawn Boutte, who you found him in the 6th round. A lot of teams could have used him. Niners could have used him. So they have succeeded in the draft in the last few years. This most recent one, though, really propelled them forward. And if you're looking for a reason why you should feel optimistic about the Niners, it's going to sound crazy, but one good draft can do wonders. Now, faith in the Niners' ability to draft is at an all-time low right now. Maybe that changes. Probably doesn't, but I think that's the goal, is if you could just hit a draft, it could change things almost overnight.
You want to hear an incredible number?
Sure.
The stat that I just came up with myself here?
Hell yeah.
Since 2021, Sam, how many touchdowns do you think the Niners have gotten from their draft picks?
Since 2021. Oh, man, that's probably...
Every draft pick since 2021, how many touchdowns do you think that's combined to?
15.
8.
Oh, my God. I thought that was a low number.
Ricky Pearsall has 3.
Oh, God.
Ronnie Bell has 4.
Ronnie Bell has more touchdowns than Ricky Pearsall. I don't care how long Ronnie Bell's been in the league. That should not be a true fact.
And Elijah Mitchell has 1. That's it. Those are all the touchdowns you've gotten from every pick since 2021.
And what's crazy is...
that's an insane stat.
Elijah Mitchell is probably the best running back that Kyle Shanahan has drafted. And he would be playing backup to Travion Henderson.
Oh, I mean...
by a million miles.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even be close. Let's just go over...
Yeah, tell me about the Seahawks
Let's
drafting.
go over who the Seahawks have picked, okay? 2022, they picked Lucas and Cross, both starters on their offensive line right now. They picked Kenneth Walker in that draft. They picked Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant. That's 5 starters in that draft from 2022. 2023, Derek Hall, edge rusher. Charbonnet, who is part of that kind of killer running back duo.
Well, he tore his ACL against the Niners, so he won't be playing. They picked up Cam Akers off the scrap heap.
Yeah, I saw that. But let's be honest. Like, Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet together is a great 1-2 punch. Like, you're very happy if they're both healthy. That's a very good 1-2 punch.
Oh, yeah, it's the thunder and the lightning.
Yeah, so Derek Hall, Charbonnet. JSN was then picked.
I guess he was a pretty good pick.
Yeah, Devin Witherspoon and Bradford, who's also a starter on their offensive line.
This is just in the last 2 drafts.
That's just in 22-23, okay? So you've already picked 3 offensive linemen that are now starting.
Well, that's before Mike McDonald even showed up. Then.
Right, yeah.
So Mike McDonald showed up with some stuff in the cupboard already. Contrast that to Kyle Shanahan, who literally showed up with not just an expansion team, but like an expansion of an expansion team.
Yeah, well, then 2024... they draft Byron Murphy, nose tackle. He's a starter.
Yep.
And they draft
24th, so this is McDonald's first draft.
Yeah. So then they draft AJ Barner, tight end. Okay?
He's done pretty well for them.
Yeah, those are 2. Okay. And then this most recent draft, they round out their offensive line. So the only person they haven't gotten on their offensive line within the last 4 drafts is a center. They've completely rehauled it, basically. Gray Zabel, first round, and then Imanwari, second round.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Yeah. So I just named, 13 players?
But again, I mean, to your point, though, I mean, some of those guys were there before Mike McDonald showed up.
Yeah.
And, yeah, they've had to hit their drafts in the last 2 years. And, again, it's...
Last 4 years.
Last 4 years. And again, I'm seeing a Bob Money on YouTube. Kyle's doing all the drafting. That's the problem. I do think they need a different approach to the draft because whatever hot start they got off to, it is completely faded. If the Niners are going to get back to this level, because the dirty little secret is a lot of those great draft picks that they hit on early on that set up their success, they're old. George Kittle, he insists that he's going to be playing football again. I don't know what he's going to look like when he gets back on the field. If it does happen this year. Fred Warner's still that guy. It's 2 years in a row now, though, he's suffered really tough injuries that have impacted his season.
I also think, though, there's another part of this, Sam. The wherewithal of the 49ers of who's walking out of the door. You think they couldn't have used Talanoa Hufanga this year?
Well, the thought was that Malik Mustafa would pick up where Talanoa Hufanga left off.
Thought was wrong.
It was
what it was. And you know where the thought was wrong, too? Is thinking that Brandon Ayuk was going to be our star receiver this year, too. That was wrong, too. And you know who you let walk out the door for that?
Debo Samuel. That's the one in hindsight that you'd probably wish you could switch that up with. You let Ayuk walk, keep Debo.
But like these are things that we need to hold the front office accountable for.
And that's where I do think, it's they're going to get a shot this year because if you're going to replace anyone in the front office, you would have done it already. I don't think Shanahan and Lynch are going to go at the same time. Lynch will go first.
See, that's my question is, do you think that there's a world in which he would allow a new GM?
It might be the only thing. I'm
wondering if they're a pair.
If Kyle wants to win a Super Bowl, it can't exist that way. So let's wrap this conversation up on the other side. Final stretch coming on up. I'm Sam Lubman. That's Carter Chickering. We're talking football. We're talking Super Bowl. Let's talk about this game a little bit on the other side because we've barely, much like the rest of the media, we've barely done that this week, talk about this game. So we'll do that. Maybe we'll get a funny prop bet. Probably not. Callers didn't really come through for us, so might have to go to the YouTube chat for a prop bet. Oh, boy. No, hop on, give us some content. Anyway, all that and more coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Go Green Wave!
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Are you ready for an epic Yosemite road trip? We've got 3 amazing lodges ready to welcome you for an incredible Yosemite adventure. Like Evergreen Lodge, an iconic mountain resort near Yosemite's lesser-traveled Hetch Hetchy region. You'll find daily activities for all ages with fun surprises around every corner and no hidden resort fees. It's like having a backstage pass to Yosemite. Go to YosemiteHotels.com to book your Yosemite getaway today.
Your home's equity. Its value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this, how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shanco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shanco today.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and... Whoa, that's a big grocery list. Well, it is the big game. Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right? Upside? What's that? Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores. Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries? Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now. Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too. Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel made his $10 Tuesday bucket so full with 8 pieces of juicy, crispy chicken or tenders that it might just last you till Wednesday. If you've got that kind of self-control. I mean, some people want leftovers. Others are more into right nowers. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. $10, 8 pieces, one big deal with KFC $10 Tuesdays.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Catch the Black Crowes on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. Final rounds here of the show. Sam Lubman, Carter Chickering, Steven Risotto in the back, doing a great job on the board. Not a great rejoin there, that one, though. I'd rather hear your voice than the pre-recorded one.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. No, we're having Risotto.
It's really good, Rizzo.
We're having Risotto record some rejoins this week. I want to hear, I want a Morning Roast one. I want a Steiny and Guru one. Hey, this is Steven Risotto, ace reporter for 95.7 The Game, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with one Joe and another Joe on 95.7 The Game. Turn into Nick Costos there at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, Steven Risotto on You Better You Bet. That's what I'd rather see going on there. Again, yeah, we are wrapping the show here. Talk about why the Niners aren't the ones playing in this Super Bowl today.
What a game.
And we asked Mike Florio this week why the 49ers have not won a Super Bowl in 31 years. Here's what Mike Florio, one of the most tapped-in NFL minds out there, said when he joined the Joes and Bonte on Tuesday.
You have 5. I grew up a Vikings fan. So
We were just talking about this.
Screw you for even asking the question. There's 32 teams in the NFL. And every team's trying to win it every year. And it's funny when you hear owners and others connected to a team say, our goal is to win the Super Bowl every single year. You know what our goal is? Our goal is to make as much money as we can every single year. And we have to act like we want to win the Super Bowl every single year, so you'll keep renewing your season tickets, and you'll keep watching our games on TV, and you'll believe that we're trying to win it all every year so you don't check out on us. So I just think it's bad business to identify success with winning the Super Bowl, because you will be pissed off all the time if you only are successful if you win a Super Bowl. So consider the landscape of the last 31 years. They got there against the Ravens. It didn't work out. They got there against the Chiefs. It didn't work out. They got there against the Chiefs. It didn't work out. They've come up against some good teams. There's been some good teams in the conference. And right, the absence of a franchise quarterback, a true short list. I mean, when you look at the teams that have been winning it, what's the common denominator? It's rare, other than like the 2000 Ravens.
The Eagles, Nick
2002
Foles.
Bucks with Brad Johnson, the Nick Foles aberration. You got to have a franchise quarterback. You got to have somebody who's going to make a big throw in a big spot, like when Emmanuel Sanders is open and Jimmy Garoppolo overthrows him.
Nice little shot there at the end from Florio. But yeah, it's one thing that I will give the Niners credit for is, they are keeping their team in the conversation. If you're not winning the Super Bowl, the next best thing you can do is be in the conversation. Not hearing a lot of people pointing fingers at the owner, though, which I think is kind of interesting, because I feel like Jed York is a very easy punching bag on that one. And I'll say to Jed York's credit, I think owners should do only two things: write checks and shut the heck up. Unless you're Joe Lacob, then you have different rules because you're Joe Lacob. Jed York obviously is in that first category of write checks and shut up. For the most part, other than saying, we're going to reset the market with Brock Purdy, Jed's done a pretty good job with the shut up part over the last few years while also cutting checks. If I were to power rank the four reasons, I know I might be on the outside looking in on this one. The reality is the owner might be the least reason why the Niners have not been able to finish the job.
I agree with you. I think, too, when Kyle and John Lynch came in here, I'm sure they told Jed,
shut up.
Yeah, we're not going to come here unless
I know what drop you're going for.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go for the Fleming shut up. You threw me off there, Risotto.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I think that was part of the deal when Kyle and Lynch came.
Well, you recall John Lynch, I think, even said in his intro presser, part of the reason why he wanted to, he took the job, he almost gave him a test, don't let this leak out. I want to see if you guys can hire me without it leaking, and they didn't. And to Jed's credit, he has done a very good job of shutting up and cutting checks for the last few years. And it's why this Niners roster is so old and expensive right now. Because you nailed a bunch of draft picks early on, you paid them, and now here you are because you're not replenishing your roster with new draft picks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to blame Jed. They've paid people. That hasn't been an issue. They've spent the money.
What's the worst thing that Jed York has done the last 8-9 years?
This wasn't 8-9 years, but put the stadium where he put it.
Well, yeah, how about this? Since Kyle Shanahan showed up, what's been the worst thing Jed York's done? Because I think Jed had a run from losing that Super Bowl to the Ravens to the hiring of Lynch and Shanahan, where this dude literally just seemed to wake up every morning and be like, what can I do to suck today? It seemed like he was on a run there.
Look, there was definitely a period where 49ers fans couldn't stand Jed York, right?
I think that period is still going on.
I don't think it's as heavy as it used to be, though.
I agree, yes.
I think the Christian McCaffrey trade helped dumb that down a little bit. I think there have been many instances that have helped dumb that down, but there was a period where, he was just so hated, and I was on that train, too. It's hard in a hard cap sport to really go after the owner, to me.
That presser after the firing of Chip Kelly, I'll never forget Lowell Cohen, the father of Grant, going hard at Jed. And I just remember say, what I figured the question what do you have to say to the fans who are pissed off you right now? And Jed's like, I don't really have an answer. And Lowell's like, say something. You saw all these media people who grew up, covering Eddie DeBartolo. It just seemed like you had the entire Bay Area media just chastising Eddie's, knuckleheaded nephew. And to Jed's credit, from the hiring of Lynch and Shanahan all the way up to the reset the market comments a couple years ago, you barely heard hide or hair from Jed.
Well, real quick, in that instance you were talking about, Sam, with Lowell Cohn, just to add some extra context, Lowell Cohn asked Jed York, why aren't you being held accountable?
That's right. That's what the question was.
Because Trent Baalke and Jim Harbaugh are going, why are you, being held accountable? And Jed York said, quote, "You don't fire owners."
Which, Donald Sterling will tell you otherwise, but Jed York, you don't get fired for being an inept owner, though. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. But Jed York, I don't think he's.
I think Dan Snyder would be on that boat.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's why he's not owning the Commanders anymore.
He was screwing a lot of NFL owners, and they were not going to keep putting up with that.
And that's where it comes down to is Jed York at the end of the day is still playing by the rules of the NFL. He has done his job, right? Cutting checks for this team. That's why I think they have to cut back on spending a little bit. They've spent a lot of money on this team. So Florio also said at the end there that you need a quarterback who can make the big play when you need it to. When you need him to. Jimmy Garoppolo obviously was not able to do that. Brock Purdy, not that guy either, unfortunately. So which means if the Niners are going to win a Super Bowl, it's got to be a collection of things that need to happen. You got two quarterbacks in this game today, Drake May, Sam Darnold. I don't think either one of them are on that elite tier yet. So I'm going to ask you, Carter, it's the fourth quarter. One of these quarterbacks needs to step up and make a big play. Which one do you think does it? Or is it, here, I'll give you a cop-out answer. Do you think it's neither?
Yeah, I think it's neither. I would pick the defenses to make a big play over the quarterbacks.
Yeah. And I think that's what it'd be interesting about this game. I still think this is going to be a high-ish scoring game.
You do?
I think so. Maybe for the Seahawks. Seahawks offense, once it gets going, it's hard to stop. I'm going to go to the YouTube chat here. YouTube chat, start throwing your Super Bowl score predictions in there. We'll read off the good ones that I see there. So,
what's the over/under for the game? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm sorry. If there's anyone who's going to ask anyone that question, it would be me asking you that. I'm sorry. I don't have an answer. Carter asking me a question about what a spread is?
45.
I'm not. Okay, 45. All right.
So you would take the under there, or you would take the over there?
I'm going to go with the over.
Over 45.
I think it's going to be like Seahawks 31, Patriots 21. Something around there.
Yeah, you're kind of in my range. I'm thinking like Seahawks 21, Patriots 17. That's what I think.
What's going to decide this one? So part of it is this. So we know the Seahawks struggle in the first half. That has been their bugaboo. They cannot get on the board there. If they do get out to a fast start, though, like they did against the Niners, then yeah, I think it's going to be a long day for people who want the Seahawks to lose, if that is the case. Right off the bat, Jeff Marino, 240. He's got 24-21 Patriots. I see Jason Mischler all over this YouTube chat right now with literally everything but a prediction. SFA drummer, too. I see a lot of our regulars just not giving us predictions, man.
Jeff Mariano, 24-21 Pats.
Yeah, I just read that one. Here we go. Jesus Christ, DK2FK, 32-17 Seahawks. So that's another prediction there. It's going to come to which Sam Darnold, I think, shows up today. And the reason the Seahawks have been rolling as much as they have the last few weeks is because Sam Darnold's not screwed up.
Is it fair to continue to doubt Sam Darnold at this point?
I mean, I think at this point, you're just basing it off of what we know in the past. And I think one of the most reckless things you can do in life is just assume that what we've known to be for sure in the past is going to still be true going forward. Once upon a time, everybody knew the earth was flat. Once upon a time, everybody knew the earth was the center of the universe. Once upon a time, everybody knew that, that's impossible to cure diseases. And you can make a list of all these things that we once upon a time knew for sure that just aren't true anymore.
I think, Sam, if he has a really big game today, though, and he's really, really good and 120 quarterback rating and all that.
I mean, if Sam Darnold balls out.
Like, if he balls out today, at some point you have to look at it realistically and say, no quarterback is not ever going to have a bad game again, right? Like, you have to give him room to have a bad game at some point next season if he balls out, right?
No, I don't think if he comes out and lays an egg week one, they're not going to be calling for Drew Lock under center.
Yeah, like, I think that he can really make up a lot of leeway, is my point, with this game.
Really quick, SFA Drummer, 30-17 Patriots. Beard is going 27-17 Seattle. SFA Drummer wants you to wake him up when Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl besides on Madden 26. We'll see. The Drum Committee Money has 34-14 Seahawks that I'm seeing here right now. So if the Patriots can disrupt Sam Darnold early on, make him feel uncomfortable early on, then I think you have a chance. The Seahawks defense, man, it's so hard to score on them.
I mean, it's when you watch people saying Purdy didn't play well in that last game.
How does anyone play well again? I mean,
you clearly did not watch what was happening in the secondary, but that's fine. Obviously, the TV doesn't show what's happening in the secondary, so unless you're watching,
no one was open.
Yeah, unless you're watching the All-22, you wouldn't know. But if you watch that game, no one was open the entire time, and this is where the 49ers' issue of not having playmakers and not having any receivers came home to roost.
And this is where, so again, you had a great year and a great quarterback year in Drake May, who, again, I kind of, talked down his performance a few weeks ago, saying, well, I think a lot of quarterbacks could have succeeded in his situation. And yeah, I'll just say this. I think if you threw Brock Purdy on the Patriots, they're probably having just as good of a season, if not better. But Drake May has been a bona fide playmaker this year. There's a reason why he finished second in the MVP voting.
Total baller.
You got two great running backs, Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. The problem is the Seahawks are just so dynamite at shutting the run game down that I don't know how effective those two guys are going to be in this one. It's going to come down to is can your receivers make plays in the secondary? And I look at what the Seahawks what the Patriots are running here. Stephon Diggs, I don't think he's in his prime anymore, but he's still a very good receiver. Keyshawn Booty's been very good, but I still think he's kind of an on and up guy. I don't think, I'll look at Keyshawn Booty and be like, that's a legit playmaking receiver. He's a receiver that can make plays, but I don't think he's can bail your quarterback out of a dark situation kind of guy. Matt Collins, again, very good for your number 3 receiver. Demario Douglas. I mean, you have good guys in this receiving core. I don't know how well they're going to do against the Seahawks secondary. And honestly, while your most reliable passing or pass catcher that Drake May might have, and I say this as a guy with a personal bias towards this guy because I like him that much, is Hunter Henry.
He's great.
Everywhere he's gone as a tight end, he's never blown up the stat sheet, but he's always been consistently one of the better tight ends in the league for the last 10 years. That's a difficult group to have going against this absolute monster of a Seahawks defense. I don't mean that as a knock against what the Patriots are working with, though, at the same time. It's more that as good as their talent might be, what they're going up against is just so much better.
Yeah, there's no doubt. As I said, Sam, I think that the way you've got to attack this game is you have to establish the run. You can't put all that pressure on Drake May to make plays. This secondary is just too damn good. And I think you get both those backs going. Henderson has crazy juice. And if you can ride that through this game a bit, I think that's going to be really your only ticket to win this game. Beside Drake May just having the game of his life, honestly.
And this is where, we were having this conversation in regards to the Warriors not getting a lottery pick. Would you rather have the Warriors get a lottery pick or play in the play-in tournament? And the fact of the matter is the Warriors won too many games to really be in a good lottery position. And you brought up, the Mavericks had a 0.8% chance of winning the lottery last year. I am of the belief that when your strategy is hope that a miracle happens, that's not a strategy. When the Niners went into that Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes a couple years ago, I feel like a big part of the strategy was, hopefully Patrick Mahomes just isn't on his A game. Got bad news for you guys. He's always going to be on his A game. I do think you could have that, though, with Sam Darnold. If you could disrupt him early and get him into mistake-prone situations, get him into third and long situations, put him in a situation where Sam Darnold has to actually make a play, I feel like it's almost a situation where the Patriots' defense might need to be their best offense. If you can force some early turnovers in the first and second quarter, give yourself a short field to work with. Because I'll say this, if one of these teams goes down by 1 or 2 scores, I don't think that team will come back.
I'm 100% with you, but to your point of make him make mistakes, that's where Seattle's so good. And that's where Mike McDonald is so good, is in that Week 18 game when I went back and watched it, in about 10 plays, the first 2 drives that Seattle had, he only made Sam Darnold have about 2 plays where he had to really make decisions. The rest of it was all automated, and there was no way Sam Darnold could screw up those plays. I mean, McDonald does a great job of taking the ball out of Sam Darnold's hands and not putting him in a position to screw up, really, is what it is. And look, when your quarterback is not a guy you can 100% trust, maybe you can 75% trust him, that's the way you got to play it. Mm-hmm. And McDonald does, as good a job as anyone at doing that. He really does.
I agree with you, but I also think what Sam Darnold has going for him is the same thing that Russell Wilson had going for him when they won the Super Bowl that year, is that you have a defense that can clean up all your mistakes.
Right.
Sam Darnold, again, I think if you could get Sam Darnold to throw a pick and start the ball, if the Patriots could start the ball on the Seahawks, 31-yard line, you're in a good position there to score, obviously. But the Seahawks do have a defense that is good enough to where you can have the ball. You can be starting to drive off on the Seahawks 15, and it's still likely that you might be finishing with a field goal there instead of actually getting in the end zone.
Yeah,
that is going to be the big key for the Patriots. Can they figure out a way to get a short field to work with so you don't have to go as far against this behemoth of a defense, which led the league in scoring this year? Again, this is the last time the Seahawks won a Super Bowl. They led the league in defensive scoring. The less time you have to face that defense, the better off you're doing. So, again, if you can wear them down, obviously that helps too. When I say the less time, I mean the shorter the field, the less plays you have to play against them. Because if you have a long field, it's going to be really hard to march down 50,
the 49ers
60, 70
found
yards.
that out. They won the field position battle decisively against the Niners. And when you're starting at your own 20 on drives, nowadays, obviously it used to be a touchback, it used to be to the 20. When you're doing that nowadays, that feels like a hell of a long field, okay? And when they're starting they started one of their drives, I forget which, I think it was the Week 18 game. Yeah. They started one of their drives on R40. Mm-hmm. It was like the second or third drive of the game. You're just not going to win doing that.
Long fields are not going to be your friend in this one because if you're starting on your own 25-yard line, you can probably get a first down or two. You could probably push. I think the Patriots offense is, good enough, healthy enough to be able to push the Seahawks back a little bit. Eventually, the Seahawks are going to push back too.
Yep.
A longer field makes that more likely. Now, I mentioned the scoring defense thing, a little nugget I found before the game. Seahawks, again, they do have the best scoring defense in the league, about 17 points a game, just a tick under 18 points per game allowed on defense. That is number one in the NFL. The last 10 years, Carter, only 3 times in the last 10 years has a team in the top 3 of scoring defense actually won the Super Bowl, which is, Seahawks are obviously in that top 3 being number one. You have to go back to 2016 when the Patriots came back against the Falcons. Was the last time the team that was number 1 in scoring defense won the Super Bowl. So, just because you have a great defense that prevents points does not guarantee that you are going to actually still win the Super Bowl. So if you're looking for a shred of hope, that is your shred of hope right there. We got about 60 seconds here before we have to get out of here. I see Dan Devone already in the back. He's ready to go. What's your Super Bowl prediction?
Sam, my Super Bowl prediction today, I've got the Seahawks covering the 4.5. The Patriots covering the 4.5 points. Okay. I've got the Seahawks winning the game, though.
What's the score?
I've got 21-17 Seattle.
All right, a couple more here. Monty 510. I don't think you quite know how this works, Monty. I don't think it's going to be Hawks 17, Pats 17. Well, that'd be wild. The first Super Bowl would be a tie. They just keep playing overtimes, and it's just just never ends. They have the 4th overtime. Just you know what? Are we cool with a tie? And everyone's just in agreement.
I did want to see our Super Bowl in 23 go to a second overtime just for the fun
I'm not going to lie. That last play there, I didn't know what was going to happen. Neither did the Niners in that overtime. The last play, because that last touchdown pass that Mahomes threw to Tony was as time was expiring in that first overtime. I didn't know, if they get an incomplete here and the clock runs out, do they get to finish this drive? Do we go to a second overtime even though the Niners are ahead? I had no idea what was going to be happening there, and we'll never know, unfortunately, because, Chiefs completed the pass. Anyway, again, I'm predicting what I say, 31-21, I guess. That's going to be my prediction. Seahawks are going to win. Hopefully I'm wrong. I guess hopefully I don't want to see the Seahawks lift a trophy on I
sure don't either,
field.
Sam.
So,
Can't stand them.
There we go. See, Monty is a Niner fan who hates them both. So that's why, again, I call this a giant meteor game. Just giant meteor just comes down.
100%.
Well, no, Ken's there, so now I don't want that to happen anymore.
No, that's fine. You can take Ken, too.
Anyway, yeah, Grandy and Witt, I think, are going to be there as well to represent 95.7 boots on the ground.
Wow, they got credentials?
They got the credentials. So.
No way.
I don't know. It's going to be a madhouse down there. Anyway, we got to get out of here. We just blew through our heart out. Classic me. I'm Sam Lubman. That's Carter Chickering. Dan Devone's coming up next. Happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody. Pitchers and Catchers Report on Tuesday.
God bless America.
You know what?
Later, dude.
Let's throw a party
Later,
this year
Rip
for the
and
big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over, and I'll take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Whimo app and ride today.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer-focusing, touchscreen ordering,
second window, please,
rapidly customizing, quick-serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber-securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient-scanning, data-managing, welcome-to-the-worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
Okay, get this. Now at Wendy's, you get to go biggie with new Biggie deals. That means going biggie with the $4 Biggie Bites, biggier with the $6 Biggie Bag, or biggiest with an $8 Biggie Bundle. So now you can choose and customize your Biggie deal. As you should. Sorry, I get fired up when I'm talking deals. More Biggie options so you can get more of what you really want at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Hello once again, everybody. And that cheesy voice all for you, Pasta. It's just me and you, my man. This is Dan Devone. We got you right up until, well, not exactly kickoff. We'll give you a half an hour to get out to Santa Clara. Come on. Why the hell do you want to do that? If you live in the Bay Area, you live in San Francisco, it's a beautiful day. I'm not saying don't watch the game. Do you really want to get in that mess? Go out to Santa Clara. If you know anything about me, I don't leave the city.
I'm out.
Out to Santa Clara. There's nothing there except Levi Stadium. But tonight, it is the home of Super Bowl 60 as the Seattle Seahawks take on the New England Patriots, and that is what we are going to do. We're going to get you ready for the game as the Seahawks coming into this one is a clear favorite. I think the last line was at 5, 4.5, 5, which is a considerable amount. And everybody I talk to feels as though this is going to be a blowout. That this one is going to be pretty much one-sided. And when I was a kid growing up, they were always blowouts. Like by halftime, the thing was done. And then you go outside and you do something else. I mean, the Super Bowl was always overhyped. But the game, for whatever reason, has become, last year was pretty much one-sided. But for the most part, I'd say over the last decade, Super Bowls have been much, much more entertaining in terms of hanging in the balance at the end and capturing your interest right up until the end of the contest. But the Seahawks come in as heavy favorites to a New England Patriot team that has a young quarterback in just his second year, Brad May, Sam Darnold. Are we at the point where we're burnt on this stuff? Poss, I got to bring you in because it's just you and I, but you were down at Radio Row. You were covering this thing all week. Where's the burnout point where you're just like, kick this damn thing off? I mean, do you still have a capacity to break down that Seahawks defense and talk McDonald and talk about Brad May and what is it that they need to do in order to keep Darnold off the field and all that crap?
Well, first of all, it's Drake May, not Brad May.
This is your NFL pregame show for the Super Bowl, Drake May.
And to answer your question, a little bit, but at the same time, I don't know how much game talk there's been this week. Usually, I've been listening to radio all week this week from our station, and there just hasn't been a ton of analysis or predictions for the game. It's just kind of been a meet and greet with everybody there and talking about them and the game during Super Bowl week. From what I understand and what I've experienced, it's almost kind of secondary to talk about the game. It's almost like there's other stuff going on. I know we have the NBA trade deadline that we talked about a lot. So it's kind of been secondary on the back burner.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm burnt out more on the trade deadline and Giannis talk and or the Super Bowl. So it's nice to take a brief respite from that of the trade deadline and Jonathan Kuminga and Giannis Antetokounmpo and where's he going to go? And, of course, at the end of the day, he stays in Milwaukee. And all the talking heads are just that. All the guys with the podcasts, all the coconuts with the YouTube network. Oh, I got something to say. This is where Giannis is going. Oh, my God. I dealt with that for the last month and a half. And end of the day, where is he? Well, he's at home in Milwaukee. Didn't go anywhere. Revisit this next offseason, meaning this summer. It will be dusted off, and we'll get after it once again. So the Super Bowl hype is, I can't believe, Brad May, I don't know where the brain fart came from, but obviously Drake May in his second year. And a lot, we'll start there because I think Drake May, there's a lot of sentiment that this kid who has not played well in the postseason, but he's been sort of an old soul. If you follow the Patriots throughout the season, this guy looks as though he's been doing it his whole life, despite the fact that, he's just 23 years of age and a kid that is just, I'm again, out of his second year out of the University of North Carolina, not necessarily a football power. It did produce one, Lawrence Taylor, LT, coming out of North Carolina. And this is, it's a Super Bowl that I think when you talk New England Patriots, usually in this thing, you're thinking of the Patriots as being the heavy favorites. And, of course, the familiar names of Bill Belichick and obviously Tom Brady, and the list goes on and on and on. But if you think about the first time that they started the dynasty and the first time that they won this thing, they also came in as a heavy, heavy underdog. And the rest, as they like to say, is history after what it is that they did in that first Super Bowl, and Tom Brady did not look back. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen today with Drake May, but there is a twinkle in this guy's eye that he is, he has a very calming influence about him. But again, if you were to measure the last 3 games, which have been the most important in his brief career, which has been the postseason, he has not been very good. So when you think about that he hasn't been good in the last month, and you got to deal with Mike McDonald's defense, that typically is not a good recipe for a young quarterback. And I think in this game, when you talk about May and you talk about Darnold, you're talking about 2 guys that I just don't know how they're going to react to the moment. Because the moment is really what this is all about. The moment is this stage is so, so big, and it's become so global, and the world will stop come 3:30 Pacific time, and people will watch commercials. This thing is obviously morphed into sort of that non-football, non-sports audience where people have Super Bowl parties. It's one of the reasons why, I don't go to Super Bowl parties. I just don't do it. Because you get that one coconut who's like, hey, why aren't you throwing it to that guy? And he hasn't watched the game all year long. And there's like 50 of them in a room. God bless, right? Everybody join in. I just can't sit there and just, pretend I need to be alone. If it's something if it's a Super Bowl that I'm really interested in, that sounds kind of weird. That sounds like a real introvert, man. Like I'm alone watching a Super Bowl.
Well, you want to watch the game. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to watch the game and free of distractions. I mean, it's...
So my better half, shout out Cecilia, she is somebody that is the ultimate non-sports fan. By the way, I got an opportunity to meet your lovely girlfriend yesterday. Is she a sports fan? Would you classify her as somebody that...
She's a big soccer fan.
Okay.
She's excited for the World Cup, locked in.
Yeah, so she's not a sports fan because soccer doesn't count in these bars. You know that. I'm joking, Pasta. No, well...
You're right.
Cece is somebody that does not... I'd seriously, if I was to say the Seahawks are playing the Toledo Mud Hens, she'd say, oh, wow, okay, the Mud Hens must be a good team. I mean, she has absolutely no clue. And that's a good thing because she's really into, on the weekends or during a game, she loves art. And so she just does her thing and does not chime in as to why is this team doing that or they should do this or talking strategy when she hasn't watched a game in her entire life. She does her thing and just pops her head in and says, has anybody hit a home run? No, honey, we're fine. And that's the way I roll typically during a Super Bowl. But I do want to get into the 2 quarterbacks. I do have a take on one Sammy Darnold. I do have to talk about Sam Darnold. I got to tie it into the San Francisco 49ers, and I do have to tie it in to one Brock Purdy because I do think, and I said this at the time, it was a mistake. I think that they could have leveraged Sam Darnold at the time. And if you're thinking, oh, right on, Devone, Monday morning quarterback, easy for you to say after the fact, As Warner Wolf used to say, an old sportscaster from New York, check the videotape because I was on record prior to when Sam Darnold was in camp that do not sign Brock Purdy. Not that Brock Purdy is not a good decision in terms of locking him up, but I think there was leverage there with Sam Darnold. And I'm not saying don't re-sign or don't sign Brock Purdy to the big deal. Just you don't have to necessarily give him what it is that he's demanding. That you do have leverage, and that leverage is in the name of one Sam Darnold. But they felt as though, hey, listen, we got to write him his check for $55 million, and we got to do it sooner rather than later. And they signed him to a deal a year sooner. And all of that, I was adamant. I would sit there, I did shows with Low Neal, and I said, no, don't do it. Not as you don't have to do it. And I'll get into Sam Darnold. And I do want to talk about Sam Darnold and the 49ers. And we can also talk about how good he has been over the last 2 years. Very few quarterbacks. He's in rarefied air. We're talking about 8 guys, and those 8 guys all are donning the yellow jackets. We're talking Hall of Famers of guys that have put back-to-back 14-win seasons together. He did 14, obviously, a year ago with Minnesota, and everybody said, well, it's O'Connell and it's the wide receivers. And then he did the exact same thing with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Mike McDonald, a defensive-minded coach, and putting 14 wins together with the Seattle Seahawks. He's a legitimately good quarterback. And the 49ers, well, maybe he wasn't the quarterback of the future, but you certainly, again, could have said, Brock, can't give you the 55 per, give you maybe 20, 25. I know it sounds crazy, but if you think about Sam Darnold, who signed for $4 million when he was with the 49ers a brief 2 years ago. What does the $4 million mean? It means nobody wanted him. It means nobody wanted Sam Darnold a brief 2 years ago. The dude was on Skid Row, as they used to say in Rocky 1. You put my stuff on Skid Row. And here he was, the Reclamation Project. I mean, this is you talk about from worst to first, a Cinderella story. I mean, forget about Lindsey Vonn. Shout out Lindsey Vonn. I hope she's okay. But this is really, you want your Olympic moment? Sam Darnold, baby. Nobody wanted this dude. He was seeing ghosts. He couldn't hang on in Carolina. New York hated him. He was kicked to the curb. And the 49ers, and of course it takes somebody who's a visionary, a quarterback guru, that being one Kyle Shanahan's like, no, I've always had my eyes on this guy. He can play. He's been with a bunch of bozos. You tell me who's going to win with Adam Gase and the New York Jets for those first 2 years. Dust off Brett Favre. Bring back Joe Namath in his prime. Give me Joe Montana, Steve Young, anybody. I dare anybody to go into that New York Jet when he came out number 3 in 2021. Who was winning with the New York Jets those first 3 years? The answer is nobody, including Sam Darnold. So for that to be the barometer, you're not good, man. Can't win with the Jets. Well, they're the Jets at the end of the day. What are you talking about? And then he goes to Carolina, and it gets worse. Matt Rule's your head coach down there. And then he's out of a gig. And he comes to San Francisco. And I think the 49ers had an opportunity for a guy who was in their backyard to lock him up, or at least say, look, he's $4 million, and I'm able to see what it is that he's doing in practice. And I see that he can go through the progression. He gets the offense, and this guy can make every throw. Not only that, he's 6'4", 6'5" tall. I feel like voting for the dude, man. He looks like, that guy. He looks like a superhero. Like that's a guy. That's a quarterback. That's what you when you get off the proverbial bus and your quarterback is in the airport, that's what you want him to look like. When he's in his civvies, not a sawed-off Brock Purdy at 5'11" on a good day. I like Brock Purdy. But I'm just saying that was your opportunity to say, look, Sam Darnold's going to be our guy. But we're going to get into Sam Darnold. We're going to do that in much more detail, believe it or not. But here's where I want to go, Poston. This is why you sort of failed me today. Is that I wanted to go, listen, I don't. If you want to break down the Super Bowl, I'm here for you. If you want to talk about, why the Patriots are going to upset the Seahawks or why the Seahawks are going to smash New England, or you're taking the points, you're giving the points. Yeah, it's been done to death, but I'll listen to it. I'll throw back some nuggets at you. But I want to know, what is it that you're eating today? Where are you going? And what are you eating? What are you throwing down the gullet? What are you putting in the pothole for 4 hours straight? as only Americans can do. Right? Just have a Super Bowl party, an angioplasty, and call it another Sunday. I want to know what it is. Are we doing guac and chips? Kind of boring. Are you rocking burgers, dogs, or are you getting a little creative?
And how could people chime in? How could people tell you? What's the number?
Wow, you're good. 888-957-9570. That's why Pasta, he thinks I have the cheesiest radio voice when I throw out that number. 888-957-9570. That's 888-957-9570.
Hi again, everybody.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Should I just wait for the phone to ring and just give people dead air? Can I give you my first story? We're not even, 10 minutes into the show, and I have to
I think we would get in trouble.
So, Pasta, when I was doing sports, where was this, in L.A.? No, in Seattle. And so on, our show wasn't very watched at the time, and I didn't care. I was a young sportscaster. I just had an opportunity to do, I was a sports director. I was on TV every night. And so one Christmas, because, news is 24/7, right? News, you don't take days off or weeks off. You do, but somebody fills in. But it's not as though the news team can take a day off. No, news is happening on Christmas Day. And so one Christmas, we decided, hey, listen, is there any way that we could all spend it with our family and friends? And so the news director and management said, you know what? I tell you what, because it's Christmas and Christmas morning and Christmas Day, this is what we'll do, is we'll give you guys a day off, and people probably aren't watching news anyways. We'll just put up on our station on CBS the shot of a Utile log. You know what that is? A log burning in a fireplace. It'll just be that, and then we'll roll Christmas carols. We'll just do that. It's kind of like, sometimes on maybe Thanksgiving, you'll watch TNT and they'll do an X-Files marathon, or they'll do what was the old show with Rod Serling? They'll do whatever. I Love Lucy marathon.
Twilight Zone?
The Twilight Zone is you're crushing a sandwich. Speaking of eating, Twilight Zone, they'll do a Twilight Zone marathon. So they're like, listen, we'll just put in a log with a fire, and then we'll just roll Christmas carols, and we'll have that pulse for the next 24 hours. You guys take Christmas off and then come back on whatever day, and we'll get back after it. Like, all right. Pasta, you want to know what happened? That log that people stared at and the Christmas carols did better ratings. The numbers came in, and it's like the ratings were better for people watching that log and listening to Perry Como, whoever, than our news team, which is not a good indictment.
Well, it just sounds like the ultimate thing to have on when people are eating. It's like the background noise, background image. It looks good on a TV.
Well, listen, it was not a good idea by any of us who came up with that, because we're like, okay, let's never do that again, because we could be easily replaced by a log and a fireplace and some Christmas carols from the 1980s. And they don't have to pay our salaries and production and news teams and producers and all that overhead. We'll just put up a log. But no, I do want to talk about food today. I want to know what it is that people are going to eat. And so one of the reasons why, right out of the gates, I'm like, Pasta, who do we got? I thought we were going to get Mike. Are you crushing Mike? Is that the bald guy in your bag there?
Ike's? Yeah, that's the bald guy. Ike.
Oh, it's Ike.
Ike Shahada.
Did he go to the party last night?
He was there, apparently.
Okay.
How was that, by the way?
It was okay. So his parties really fluctuate. Sometimes they're really, really good, but now they sort of turned it into they have a panel and they have people talking about concussions and head injuries and CTE, so it's become much more informative. So Lee Steinberg, not only is he the agent that influenced the movie Jerry Maguire, but he's a Cal guy, as a matter of fact. And he used to have his offices out in the Berkeley Hills, and right after he graduated from Cal, and he was Troy Aikman. He was the agent back in the day. He was the guy. It was, Lee Steinberg and everybody else. And as I mentioned, the Jerry Maguire, Show Me the Money, Tom Cruise, that was all off of and based on one Lee Steinberg. Lee Steinberg then had his own personal issues and sort of went away and was that guy that nobody wanted to touch. He was a little bit toxic and had some dependency issues there. A little blow, a little, little booger sugar. And then he was much like that of Sam Darnold. You talk about a reclamation project. He reinvented himself, and then he lands Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago, and now he's back on top. He's the guy again. And his party, I'm telling you, Lee Steinberg's, his party used to be the it party, and that's saying a lot for the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl, that's all they do, right? You have all these corporations that put together these parties, and one tries to outdo the other, either through food or through A-list celebrities or locations, and everybody would go to Lee Steinberg. And one of the reasons why I enjoyed Lee Steinberg, because I used to go to the Super Bowl every year, is that it was always at an outdoor location, which I appreciated, because usually the Super Bowl was in a warmer climate, and you'd be outside. I'm not a club guy, so I'm not, doing the club thing and I'm running into, and I can't speak to anybody because the music's too loud. I like the afternoon. The best that he ever had, or the best one that I went to, is that he rented out the San Diego Zoo. And, the San Diego Zoo, which is one of the most, first of all, zoo and a good time is sort of an oxymoron. I'm not a zoo guy. Let the animals free, please. How's that for?
It's a great zoo, though. For people that like zoos, it's a great one.
If you're going to do a zoo, do it like that of San Diego. They did it right. And you know who I talked to? I talked to at the San Diego Zoo Lee Steinberg party? John Rocker and I watching a zebra. Two zebras mate each other, and I'm there with John Rocker, and we were throwing back beers.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And a guy by the name of Dennis Haysbert, the three of us got in this conversation. Dennis Haysbert, who was an actor back in the day.
Are you in good hands?
Thank you. Wow, you are good, Pasta. You are very good. He is the spokesperson for that's Allstate, right?
Yeah, Allstate.
Yeah. So he's a huge, huge sports guy. But I want to know what it is that you're eating. So what are you throwing down? It just if it's something that's plain, that's fine. I'm just hoping we get a little creative, which is why I was hoping to hear from Ike's. Can I ask you why Ike separates itself from some of the...
I'm just a fan. It's got a cool story to it. He started it in San Francisco. I'm just a fan. It's got all the athletes on the menu. Okay, so you go in and there's different sandwiches. There's the Matt
there's
Cain.
A sports connection to this
There's
guy.
a sports connection. There's the Matt Cain. That's what I get. There's the Barry Bonds. And all these athletes come in and work on a sandwich, and they pick what they want. And that's the sandwich that ends up getting sold to customers, is the sandwich that these athletes and famous people designed. So as a result, Ike has connections to all these celebrities and athletes, and it's kind of a cool business model.
So it reminds me of Larry David in the sandwich from Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, where it's the whitefish salad and smoked sable, and he has issues with it, as only Larry David can do. But so what's in the Matt Cain?
So the Matt Cain has turkey, salami, cheese, roast beef. And then there's the sauce that all Ike sandwiches come with. You could say no if you don't want it, but it's called dirty sauce. And it's got some garlic whatever in it.
Well, aioli?
Yeah, I would say that's what you could categorize it as, but it's really good.
So I know you probably haven't been to Molinari's. I'm just saying if you want a sandwich in San Francisco, you're going to Molinari's. No offense to Ike, I'm sure you do a good sandwich. Somebody had labeled San Francisco as the best sandwich city in the United States. I don't know that I can go there. I'm sure Chicago's got something to say about that, or out in New Orleans where they do them po' boys. I'm sure that goes strong. But sandwiches, there's a place on Chestnut Street that I used to go to for years. But Molinari's, I'm just saying, for my dollar, it's still head and shoulders above everybody else. No offense, Mike. They don't do anything in terms of naming sandwiches. It's old school. It's probably one of those blue bloods of North Beach, which gets slowly getting gentrified. They finally got a hardware store in that place. But I'm telling you, Molinari's is, if you were able to get some 12-foot Molinari, they don't do that, right? It's not Subway. But if you were to get a 12-foot Molinari and then watch the Super Bowl, now we're talking. Now you got yourself a meal, and I'm willing to listen. So for those of you that are eating something that you think might be a little different here on Super Bowl Sunday, I want to hear from you. I want to talk about food as it relates to the next 4 hours and who it is that you can tag by saying, okay, I'm eating this, and by the way, the Seahawks are going to win this thing. So there's a lot of sentiment about how these two teams are so evenly matched. Not necessarily. A lot of people feel that the two defenses are evenly matched. But they feel that they're evenly matched historically. That when you talk about the Seattle Seahawks and you talk New England Patriots, that every time these two teams get on the field, it's a close game. I mean, you got to go back the last 10 to 15 years, and every single one of those things are going down to the nub. Overtime, Cam Newton throwing that pick late in the game. I mean, there's a lot of this has been very, very thrilling, exciting finishes. And so a lot of people feel, well, listen, these two teams, don't tell me Seattle's going to blow them out, because every time these two teams get together, they play close football games, and today's going to be no different. You got to miss me with that. I've never understood that logic. Like, how does a game or two teams that were evenly matched 5 years ago or even last year, or the Super Bowl, when, of course, in the most peculiar call in the history of Super Bowls, maybe in the history of the NFL, when Pete Carroll momentarily just went drunk and decided to pass on his own 1 yard line instead of giving the ball to one Marshawn Lynch.
The guy is drunk.
Even that game. But I don't understand. The personnel is entirely different. I get it. Historically, these two teams have always, but that means I don't understand the relevance when you're talking about the personnel are entirely different. The coaches are different. That means absolutely nothing. I know a lot of people like to put stock into that. I'm not one of those. I need something a little bit more tangible. All right, the phone lines are beginning to stack up. I had to go through what it is that I did for the last half hour, possibly just to get things going. I got my story out of the way, a shout out to Molinari's, and now we're ready to open up the phone lines. I see you, Will. Will, you got to hang on. We'll be back, and seriously, we'll be right back. I want to kick off the next segment with Will in Danville. We want to hear from the rest of you, 888-957-9570. It's Super Bowl Sunday, and I want to know what it is that you're eating. The hell with the game. What is it that you're going to chow down? And if you want to throw in who's going to win this thing and why, well, I'm here for you as well. We'll be back right after this on 95.7 The Game.
We're live from Bay Street, Emeryville right now, and Guru, the place is jumping.
Big time. Bounce House Quarterback Challenge. People out here competing for Bay Street giveaways.
Goo, did you pick a square?
Oh, yeah. You?
Absolutely. I'm feeling lucky today.
It's a great game, great crowd, big screen in the plaza.
Here's the other thing. We're counting down to that big concert.
Bay Area energy is real. Check out BayStreetEmeryville.com/events for all things Bay Street has going this month. This is just the beginning.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Now through February 16th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's President's Day sale. Monumental savings on every floor. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Home equity. Across America, there's $30 trillion of it sitting in homes, already earned, already yours. But for most homeowners, it's not easy to access. Until now. Unlock's home equity agreements help you unlock your equity without the usual headaches. For flexibility, for possibilities, for the things that actually matter to you. So ask yourself one simple question. How much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
So I gotta get chips, guac, wings, pizza, and...
Whoa, that's a big grocery list.
Well, it is the big game.
Looks like you're planning on feeding an entire football team. You're using the Upside app, right?
Upside? What's that?
Hold up. You don't know? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they just added Lucky and Food Max stores.
Wow, I can get cash back just from buying groceries?
Yep, and it looks like they have a 10% cash back bonus right now.
Okay, calling an audible and downloading Upside. I could go for some ribs too.
Go big for the big game. Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Dan Devone hanging out with you on this Super Bowl Sunday, taking you right up until, well, not exactly kickoff, 3 o'clock, and then you do you. Wanted to know what it is that you're eating today? What are you preparing for the 4-hour extravaganza? Or are you just drinking? Or are you doing nothing? Maybe a little crochet, a little macrame? Why not? And if you want to talk Super Bowl, who's going to win this thing and why? Also, the Super Bowl because the thing possible with Super Bowls, yeah, everybody wants to have an opportunity at this moment. I heard Drake May talking about this. His dad was a coach, and he has brothers, and they'd always pretend they were in the Super Bowl, 2-minute drive, last play of the game. And he was also a baseball guy. He would say, we'd always want to be at the plate, bases loaded, bottom of the ninth, World Series, game tied. Yeah, this is a stage for that. But you want to know what's on the other side of that spectrum, which sort of freaks me out because I'm a compassionate guy, is that there is also the opportunity for failure. And it can ruin lives, man. There's a guy named Jackie Smith, dropped the touchdown pass from Roger Staubach when I was a kid. And if you say that to Dallas Cowboy fans, to this, it's sort of the Bill Buckner sort of syndrome. that despite having good careers, you screw up on this stage and you'll be remembered forever for being that guy. I mean, it can be, I mean, they always talk about how back in the day, Dave Henderson took the life of Donnie Moore. Donnie Moore in the playoffs gave up a home run to Dave Henderson. Donnie Moore, less than a year later, committed suicide. Now, whether the two had anything to do with one another is sort of up for sports debate, I suppose. But there is that sort of magnitude, man. When you're playing in front of the world, you drop a pass, you fumble a kickoff, and it cost you the game. So while there's always that, everybody thinks is this the opportunity to dance in the end zone, throw the winning touchdown pass, lead your team down the field, kick the winning field goal, be Adam Vinatieri, be Kurt Warner, have those incredible moments, Joe Montana. But there's also the other end. Leon, if I say the name Leon Lett, you may not know that, Pasta, because you're 12 years old, but Leon Lett was a good defensive lineman for that of the Dallas Cowboys. For those of you that know the name, you know where I'm going with this. In a blowout win by that of the Dallas Cowboys against the Buffalo Bills, one of their many losses, the Buffalo Bills, who at one point went to 4 consecutive Super Bowls and lost all 4 of them. Think about that. That's a good 30 for 30, by the way. 4 straight Super Bowls. And Jim Kelly was the quarterback of each and every one of those. Thurman Thomas, all those boys. Good team, but they got beat 4 consecutive times. That's what happens when you're from the armpit of the Northeast. No, shout out Buffalo. That's actually a cool area. You know who's from Buffalo? Rick James. Slick Rick. But Leon Lett, in this blowout, had a scoop and score as he picks up the ball, and he's headed to the end zone for a touchdown, which was, the game was already out of reach at that point. And here comes, I always say Steve Tasker, but I believe it was Don Beebe out of nowhere. And Don Beebe is still a hero in Buffalo for this. The game was over. It was like 40-0 at this point. And Don Beebe chases down Leon Lett, who celebrated too early, was extending the football and doing a little dance before he got to the zone. And Don Beebe comes shot out of a cannon, knocks the ball out of his hand, no touchdown, touchback. And Leon Lett, despite the Dallas Cowboys winning that game and being this moment of euphoria and Cowboy fans going nuts, you know how obnoxious they can be, Leon Lett's name goes down in infamy. That's, wherever Leon Lett goes, if Leon Lett was to do a guest appearance at Radio Row if he was in town, that is, I guarantee you, the first thing they're gonna talk about. And that thing was like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So while it's an opportunity for you to be the hero, if you're the GOAT, and I'm not talking the greatest of all time, but if you're Jackie Smith or you're Leon Lett, man, that's a hard thing to overcome. And it's going to stay with you for a lifetime. But that can't be the thought process. I can only imagine, and if you're Drake May right now, and you're sitting in that hotel room, or you're on the field, obviously, at this point, or you're putting on the pads, but there's going to be that one moment, right? Just to go back to Rocky, where there's one moments where he's alone, and he's just him and his thoughts in the locker room. And I guarantee you, whether these guys have any sort of spiritual connection or meditative thoughts or get introspective, you don't have to. I'm sure that everybody who's taken part in this thing that has a key role, whether it's Sam Darnold or it's Drake May or it's in Jigba, somebody is going to sit down and just say, whatever. They're suddenly going to find religion. Like, God, take care of me, man, or just do not let me screw up. There's going to be that one moment like, hey, man, make me come out healthy and let me play well because there are too many eyeballs. Let's get out to our man. I might talk to Mitch for 20 minutes today. Mitch, what's going on?
How's it going, Dan? Hope you're nice and warm out there.
How's Jersey today?
Cold, but it's going to warm up tomorrow. We'll get up to the mid-30s, so I'll take it. It's a lot better now. Maybe this stuff will be melted by April. I'm eating my chicken empanada. It's like a Spanish dish.
Hold on, you're doing empanadas?
Well, not me. I don't know how to cook anything but my grandson's grandmother.
Empanadas, that's strong.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with empanadas.
Yeah. Oh, they're delicious.
So just for the people at home that aren't familiar with an empanada, it's a little turnover. Everybody sort of has their version of it. There's the perushki. Like everybody has, there's a lot of sort of cultures that have their version of the empanada. And it's a turnover, and it's typically meat-based. But I'm assuming you can I've had potato or It's what are you putting in the middle of your empanada today?
Just the meat. I believe she's just going to put the meat, a little sauce. It's a little lighter than a burrito. Not as heavy. I mean, Mexican food's delicious too, but it's a pretty heavy meal. So before the empanada, it's a little lighter. A little chicken on the side and some broccoli. Simple. And I don't drink that much anyway. Yeah.
All right.
I love it. Especially when it's cooked. Sauce, yeah.
It's a well-balanced meal. I'm assuming there's not a lot of greenery on plates today, so you're coming strong with the broccoli. Mitch eating broccoli on Super Bowl Sunday. Who the hell knew?
And then a couple of beers and then relax, and hopefully it's a good game. I think Seattle's going to win. My boy, Sam Darnold, you can thank Kyle Shanahan.
Thank you.
I think they got the better running backs. They got better wide receivers, and I like their defense. My boy, Leonard Williams, he'll have a big day. Maybe we'll get 2 sacks, and Sam will throw 3 touchdowns. And I think he's going to have a long career now. I think Sam Darnold is found his comfort zone. The Raiders and Jets is going to have to eat their hearts out, and the Vikings, right? They made a big mistake.
Why the Raiders? They could have drafted him.
Right. They could have drafted him. They could have signed him this year instead of Geno. Geno, another ex-Jet. But I hope it's a good game. And I hope it's a good halftime show. I think my wife's looking forward to it. The musicians now are not too big on my play. I like the old stuff. But anyway.
So if they dusted off Bing Crosby for today's halftime show, you're all in, huh?
No, I don't go that far. That music, no. I remember when John Fogerty did his halftime show.
Oh, yeah?
The years are just flying. Yeah. John Fogerty, CCR is the best. That's from your neck of the woods, right? Northern California.
Yeah.
It's the best. That music never gets old.
Who's the biggest musician out of Jersey aside from the boss?
I like Southside Johnny. Smithereens. Pat Denizio.
Wow.
Smithereens from Carteret. Well, Pat was from New York, but he didn't take care of himself, so he passed away like 10 years ago.
Do you remember the
pretty good band.
Do you remember the White Pony?
Go ahead.
Is that what it's called?
Stone Pony.
Stone Pony.
In Asbury Park. The Stone Pony. I think it's still there.
Yeah, so the Stone Pony is where it's a club for bands to sort of debut. And, I mean, didn't the boss come out of the Stone Pony?
The boss, Southside Johnny. Trying to remember his other musician. He played in this. He did a movie that did his music. His name escapes me. But, we have some good music in New Jersey. A lot from New York, and of course, the best music is from the California.
No doubt. Mitch, I love you, brother.
Beach Boys, come on. Moms and pops. Have a nice one.
Be well. How many of our audience do you think were tuned in to Mitch breaking down the Stone Pony in New Jersey music?
Dan, Mitch is... I didn't have this on my bingo card. Mitch is eating empanadas.
That's great, man. Well, I think Mitch is of Latin descent. You're the only guy who follows him on Instagram, I think. You and
I got him on Twitter, I think.
Okay. This gets a little creepy, I think, on social media.
By the way, he dropped a John Fogerty nugget on us. And, of course, John Fogerty, I know him from center field, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's a famous John Fogerty moment from this station? Well, I guess infamous, I guess.
Hit me.
So this is a story that's been passed on that I've heard. I don't know if I'm going to have the details correct, so that's just a disclaimer. But Steiny and Guru were trying to have John Fogerty on the show one day. And they prepared, and apparently somebody booked him, or so they thought. And Steiny goes, all right, we're happy to have John Fogerty on the show, Grammy Award winner, blah, 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 blah. John, how you doing? And then on the other line, the person on the phone goes, this is John Sally. And it was actually the former Detroit Pistons NBA player, and it was not John Fogerty. And Steiny was like, oh, John Fogerty. I'll have to find that audio before we get off here, but it's an all-timer.
So they thought they were booking John Fogerty, but it was John Sally.
That's right, yeah.
How the hell do you mix those two up?
And apparently they were actually, he said that they were neighbors. So, yeah.
Still doesn't make sense. Well, thank you so much, Mitch, who's eating some empanadas today. Yeah, empanadas. Have you had an empanada before, Paz? It's a good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, empanadas are for real. Have you had a perushki? That's sort of the Russian influence of sort of their version of an empanada. Very good.
I don't believe I've had it.
And those things, like, you can only do it with meat, right? Or pierogies, very similar. And so you can only do these things. I mean, I know you can get creative and put other things in there, but, please, California, don't screw this thing up, too, and throw in some quinoa and whitefish. We can't go there with empanadas. Some things have just got to be, high caloric and, yes, really bad for, gut digest or gut health. But that's what the Super Bowl is all about. Although, surprise, surprise, he had some broccoli on that plate as well. All right. I do want to get in and continue with Sam Darnold here. I've got somebody who's going to be calling in. He's a former New England Patriot by the name of Chad Eaton back in the day. And Chad and I used to do a show another lifetime ago. And Chad will be calling in to talk a little New England Patriot football and his thoughts on it. Chad was he was a character, man. I used to host a show. I used to do a post-game show. And I used to have a couple of offensive linemen, Kevin Gogan, and I had some guys, and like these guys were just, when you have former athletes, you have to keep in mind that former athletes that played in the NFL, played Major League Baseball, especially the NFL, that's all they've done. That's all they know. They've never had a job like you and I, 8 to 5, where you punch in, there's meetings, there's post meetings, you got to, you get on email threads. I mean, everybody's got to be on the same page. All that stuff is lost on them. And I'm like, okay, well, listen, we're going to have a post-production meeting. Can you stick around? Like, no, man, once the show's over, we're out of here. Or we would have these pre-meetings where I'm like, okay, well, we got to meet with the producers. And they wouldn't blow all that stuff up, and they would blow it off, and they wouldn't show up, and they'd arrive like just before kickoff, sit down, watch the game, and after the game, they'd talk about it. And then before we go on the air, I could never find these guys. Like Chad Eaton be out in his SUV smoking. Like, I'm telling you, like, it was a Cheech and Chong moment. Like, he opens up his SUV and a cloud of smoke. It's like Linus coming out of the wherever. And I'm like, oh my dude, are you even sober to do this? And then I had to go find him. I'm like, come on, we got 30 seconds. It was a nightmare working with former football players. Because they just, that's all they know was football and then people putting food in their mouth and opening the door for them. So being part of a team and working, and I'm sure the ESPN crew, it might be entirely different because they're paying a lot more than we were giving these guys. But just getting back to Sam Darnold, so watch out for Chad Eaton's call. He'll be hitting you in the next, again, he said he's going to call, which means, what's the over and under that Chad Eaton calls in today?
We'll see.
So Chad Eaton, yeah, I'd like to know, what do you guys think that, and people probably don't even know who Chad Eaton is, but he's a former Seattle Seahawk, former New England Patriot, former football player, and a guy that just lives life. I mean, we'll talk to him. He does whatever the hell it is that he pleases. And I talked to him. We go back and forth from time to time. And I said, oh, by the way, I think this was yesterday or 2 days ago. Hey, I got to do a solo show. Why don't you call in? We'll talk a little New England Patriot. You can give some insight on Drew Bledsoe and the Patriots back in the day, Pete Carroll. And then we can get into, we'll talk about this week's game. And he said, yes, absolutely. You know me, Dan. Literally, quote unquote, you can count on me is what his text said, which means that, hey, he ain't showing.
Let's see if we can count on him.
All right. We'll find out in a matter of moments. But I do want to get into Sam Darnold here. God, I get off track. I want to get into Sam Darnold and hammer Brock Purdy. Super Bowl Sunday, and I'm going after Purdy. Now, I think that Sam Darnold showed that he could be a quarterback of the future with the 49ers. It didn't have to go to Minnesota, and obviously he didn't have to go because Minnesota's doing the exact same thing that the 49ers are doing to a certain degree, to a much higher degree, because the 49ers, they had Brock Purdy. And Sam Darnold didn't play. I think he played in like less than 25, 35 snaps that year. But the 49ers saw what it is that he did in practice. And if you're going to say, well, it was practice, it wasn't a game, so what? He was good in practice. Think about Patrick Mahomes. Before Patrick Mahomes threw an NFL pass, the word out of Kansas City is they just found their quarterback of the future. The quarterback at the time, speaking of the 49ers, was Alex Smith. And Alex Smith was leading Kansas, and this is when Kansas City was not very good and was not going to the postseason. And Alex Smith was leading that Kansas City Chief team to the postseason, and he just completed a Pro Bowl-esque year. Still couldn't throw deep, but Alex Smith was very, very good. Yet, the overwhelming sentiment is that he's a lame duck quarterback because he's going to be replaced by Patrick Mahomes. I remember at the time saying, well, who's Patrick Mahomes? I've never seen him throw a pass. Well, Kansas City was like, this guy in practice is throwing no looks. He's throwing everything on a dime. He's hitting everybody in stride. He can make every single pass. Not only that, he's a freak athlete. All that was based on what it is that he was doing behind the curtain, or if you were privy to close practices with the Kansas City Chiefs. So what's my point in all of that? Well, it's exactly what the 49er and their brass, or the decision makers, or the coaching staff, they too also were able to lay eyes on Sam Darnold, see him make all the throws, see him make the throws to his wide receivers. The question on him, obviously coming in, is can we incorporate him into our offense? Is he smart? Is he cerebral? And obviously, he passed with flying colors because he went to Kevin O'Connell, and Kevin O'Connell was in that sort of, that same sort of coaching tree, like that of Kyle Shanahan, like that of Sean McVay. And O'Connell runs a variation of what it is that Kyle Shanahan is doing, and he steps in there, and it was a fluid transition. So the 49ers are like, God, this dude is good. Sam Darnold is a real quarterback, and he can run our offense. Now, it'd be a bit of a risk because prior to that, his only NFL experience was with the New York Jets, which was bad, and Carolina, which was bad. But you could see what it is that he was able to do on the practice field, throwing to the likes of Deebo Samuel, throwing to the likes of George Kittle and company. And so to me, the 49ers did not have to sign Brock Purdy a year early. Why follow the trend? Do you think the Miami Dolphins, if they could redo things, would have waited another year when it came to Tua Tagovailoa, especially when he suffered all those concussions the following year? Why you feel as though you got to lock these guys up? And if you're going to say, well, they would have held out. No one holds out anymore. That's a weak argument. And certainly not Brock Purdy. The last guy that I know of to hold out for an entire season, Le'Veon Bell, how did that go? And when you're talking about the NFL and your window, especially Purdy, who played 4 years in college, and so he already came into the NFL at an advanced age, your prime is just your shelf life in terms of your earning power, those years, that window is open for, 4 or 5 years? And you're going to spend one of those not getting paid because you're holding out? Nobody holds out anymore. And agents know that. So the idea that, Brock Purdy would have held out if they didn't sign him to that contract a year early, that wasn't happening. So you go to Brock Purdy and you look, we got Sam Darnold. So, and if you're going to tell me, well, he would have gone elsewhere, nobody was going to pay what it was that the 49ers were going to offer Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was only good to the San Francisco 49ers. He wasn't going anywhere else. He was in a vacuum. And the 49ers had one Sam Darnold in camp, and they could have easily said, hey, listen, Sam Darnold's playing for $4 million. All we need to do is bump him up to 10, 12, $15 million, and he'll sign an extension. And you want 55? Brock, what would you do? Why don't you meet me halfway? We'll give you 25. We'll give you $20 million. And if his agent plays hardball and says, first of all, we're going to hold out, well, I don't think Brock Purdy is going to hold out. Not like is it not smart from a business standpoint. Also, it's not in Brock Purdy's nature. Brock Purdy's not the kind of guy that's going to take his ball and go home. So he wasn't going to hold out. What are they going to do? Oh, we'll go elsewhere. We'll test the market. See ya. Don't let the door hit you in the arse. So you had an opportunity there with Sam Darnold. It's interesting that our one caller, Mitch, brought up the name Geno Smith. Because Geno Smith, you know that the Seattle Seahawks went to Geno, and Snyder and company said, hey, listen, here's your extension. And it was a good amount. They want him to come back as their starting quarterback. And Geno Smith, Geno, my man, rolls the dice and decides, no, I'm better off going to the Las Vegas Raiders. They offered him a deal. If he signs that deal, it's like sliding doors. What happens to Sam? Is Sam Darnold ever Sam Darnold? No. Does he ever come to the Seattle Seahawks? Are the Seahawks in the Super Bowl? Who has any idea how any of this stuff shakes out? But Geno Smith controlled his own fate because initially, and the Seattle Seahawks know this, it's not as though they coveted Sam Darnold all along and they knew that this was going to happen and they knew that Sam Darnold was going to win them 14 games again and that Sam Darnold was going to be that exact same guy he was in Minnesota. No, they were like, we got our guy. It's Geno Smith. And I was never a Geno guy, but they felt as though Geno Smith's our guy. Let's lock him up. Here's the extension. And it was a competitive offer. And Geno said, no, I can do better. And they're like, wow, all right. It was a bit of a surprise. He goes to Las Vegas. The Raiders stink. Pete Carroll gets blown out, and his career is in jeopardy once again. And here comes one Sam Darnold, leader of 14 wins. And Sam Darnold, who also by all accounts is, we talk about how good of a guy Brock Purdy is. Sam Darnold is, you got to pull for him, man. He's good people. I think Sam Darnold, when you think about everything that he's dealt with, and a lot of it is his undoing, right? But New York and Carolina, and then, going to the 49ers, Minnesota. I mean, there's an opportunity for him to squawk, especially with the Jets, and just say, hey, look at me now. Or screw you, Carolina. Or even Minnesota. Like, really? You wanted to get rid of me? There's none of that venom in Sam Darnold's messages these days. He just, when Christian McCaffrey signs off on him and Christian McCaffrey says you're a good guy and they're close friends, like that's, it's hard to pull for the Seahawks. It's doubly hard to pull for a guy out of USC. You kidding me? USC. I used to have this old joke back in the day. What's the similarities between USC and a guy from France? I've never met a solid SOB out of either place. Yeah, it didn't go over well back then either. No, but Sam Darnold does not seem. There's two guys that do not. Well, actually, I'm just going to mention two. There's two guys that are very atypical for USC. Sam Darnold, because he's such a nice guy, and he's so unassuming. And the other is Will Ferrell. Like, Will Ferrell's funny as hell. Like, USC? Really? He came out, but USC is renowned for having sort of this, they provide, I believe that there's a very reputable school for acting and film writing and that sort of thing, so that's maybe why. All right, we come back, I'm going to stay with the food theme. Are we going to go out to Emeryville to a Japanese store, a very expansive Japanese store that apparently is sort of the talk of the East Bay? I wouldn't know because I haven't been to the East Bay since, I don't know.
I think I'm actually going to go to that in Emeryville.
In Emeryville?
Yeah.
How far is Emeryville from here?
I just looked at my maps, and it's going to take me 20 minutes.
On a flight? All right, when we continue, we're going to get out to Emeryville. We're going to find out because the whole 95.7 The Crew is out there. The game is out there watching.
Steiny Guru and
at
Evan.
A watch party, right? Yeah, on Bay Street. I kept hearing about Bay Street. All right, we'll go out to Bay Street. We're going to go out to Emeryville. We're going to leave the confines of San Francisco, hopefully, and we're going to find out what it is that they're doing, more importantly, what it is that they're eating. And I want to know what it is that you're eating. 888-957-9570. We continue here on Super Bowl Sunday. It's Dan Avone back with more right after this. Bye, Felisa.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Saturday on the CW.
Driver, start your engines!
The new NASCAR season roars into action at the Daytona International Speedway with all new drivers, new rivalries.
Somebody needs to break his teeth in.
And a brand new name.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Buckle up for pure raw racing live from Daytona.
Let's turn them loose!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
This Saturday at 1 p.m. on Cron 4, the CW. The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver. Hop in and sit back while getting around the city. Download the Whimo app and ride today.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Catch the Black Crows on their Southern Hospitality Tour. They'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 20th. Buy your tickets at livenation.com. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in on this Super Bowl Sunday. We are about an hour and a half before kickoff with the New England Patriots getting the points up to like 5 big dogs today to the Seattle Seahawks. A lot of people think it's going to be a blowout. A lot of people feel as though when you put these two teams together, it's usually a close contest. We'll find out. Trying to hit people up and find out what it is that they're eating today. We came in with an empanada coming strong. Mitch from Jersey. Also throwing some broccoli on that plate. So the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots will do it once again. But before we get to any of that, I had to walk this guy down. Chad Eaton joins us. The former New England Patriot, played 8 years in the NFL, finished his career with the Seattle Seahawks, did a post-game show with this guy. Chad, I have no idea where the hell he is. Seriously, this guy is like, he's in a witness protection program. Chad, what's up, man?
Dan DeBone. What's up, brother?
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Hey, so did you – I guess I should know this. Did you ever play in a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I played in one. The first one against Favre, 96, Patriots.
So, well, wow. All right. So you can take us through this better than anybody. What is it like right now? Like you're an hour out from the game, and – if you're somebody that's going to see the field, right, and you're somebody that you know that's going to be the world's watching, and I talked about this at the top of the show. Everybody wants to be the hero, throw the touchdown pass, kick the winning field goal, but then there's always that possibility that you're the Leon Lett, that you're the GOAT, and you could be remembered for the rest of your life for that as well. So what do you say? Are you having a Are you having a conversation? So take me through this, because I know you were a standout defensive tackle back in the day, so an hour prior to the Super Bowl, what are you doing? Like, what are the thoughts?
Well, it was actually my first year, 96. Belichick and Parcells brought me off of the Cleveland Browns waiver wire kind of thing. So you get there, we had a great season in 96. We went 0-2, and then we started, coming along at the end. But I'll tell you something now, Dan. The one thing that when you're kind of guy, I played a little bit. I had maybe 10 snaps in the Super Bowl. After that, I became a starter. But those 10 snaps were I'm going against Frank Winters, the All-Pro center from the Green Bay Packers. There's Brett Favre. You're basically a rookie. For me, my experience in my first Super Bowl, you're a rookie and you're looking at Brett Favre, looking at all these people, and then you're going dude, I'm supposed to be a D lineman, but that's Reggie White over there. I don't even match up, so you're so there's a lot of doubt. I had a lot of doubt my first Super Bowl, but I'll tell you what, I wish I would have gone to another one because I definitely would have grown.
Did you, do you remember what it is that you did in those 10 plays? Did you get a tackle? Did you get in on any of the action?
I had two tackles, but I'll tell you what, the camera really loved me. I was just, crap. Just sitting around and, like in the huddle and, the camera's right there. And I'm like, wow, they must really think I'm good looking, or did I make a play? I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. I don't even know if I had a tackle or a sack. I have nothing. I have no idea.
The other thing about a Super Bowl is that the moment is so big that some dudes break. Like when I was growing up, it doesn't happen anymore because maybe all this stuff is vetted out and they have, maybe because social media is so big. I don't know the reasoning for it, but back in the day, when I was growing up, there would always be some dude who would go AWOL. Like, you'd always hear stories of Matuzak was at a bar in New Orleans till 3 a.m. There was that guy, Barrett Robinson.
Barnett, the Raiders center.
Yes. And he went MIA the day before the Super Bowl.
To Mexico.
They found him in Mexico. Yeah, so I think that.
Yeah.
And there was a running back with Cincinnati, Wilson, who had a drug addiction, and it resurfaced. He had a relapse just prior to kickoff, and he went MIA for the game as well. So there's so much.
But Dan, who's the guy? Who's the Seahawks guy that he was playing for the Saints? He was in New Orleans, and then he took off like the night before the Super Bowl, or he was like a DB, or I don't know, dude.
No, that's a good. No. Here, you know what it was? Because I was at the Super Bowl. I shouldn't laugh. It was a dude by the name. Are you talking about Eugene Robinson?
Yes.
So here's the thing on Eugene Robinson. He's with the Green Bay Packers. They're playing the Denver Broncos. It's in Miami. And so I happen to be at the Super Bowl. My news director's like, hey, if you see Eugene Robinson, maybe it's got a local angle. He was with the Seahawks. Now he's with Green Bay. Maybe you can go do something with him. And I'm like, okay, I'll have my producer sort of go, search him out, because I sure as hell am not leaving my poolside with a cocktail in my hand to go find Eugene.
Of course not.
So we're going to do this thing with Eugene Robinson. We couldn't find him. So Eugene Robinson that year is the NFL Player of the Year. I'm not joking, because of what it is.
That's right.
So all the philanthropic things that he was doing. So they have a banquet for him the night before the Super Bowl. There's the NFL dinner. They award him. They salute him. On his way home from that banquet, he stops and he solicits an undercover female police officer for oral sex.
Oh, no.
I mean, you talk about, and he played in the game, but wow.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
I guess, you know what, that's kind of, we can start over going like, hey, did you do anything stupid the night before the game?
Oh, so my producer
just throwing that out there for players.
My producer just blew in my ear. They made him return the award. That's harsh.
What?
They made him return the award, apparently, the next day. So
crap. Wow.
They gave him the NFL award, and then the next day they're like, hey, man, can you bring that back? That's pretty jacked up.
I hope you didn't scratch it. Hey, let me ask you something. So you got beautiful weather down there. It's like 62, but I mean, the humidity's 70. Okay, you feel pretty good. Let me ask you something. Where do you think this is going to lie down? The Hawks and Pats?
I think Seattle's going to win. I don't think it's a blowout, but I think they win convincingly.
Really?
Yeah. Are you going the other way?
Really? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Just the research I've been doing, because everyone's asking me, Chad, Seahawks are, Patriots. And I talked to Lawyer Malloy. Have you had Lawyer on the show yet?
No, we haven't.
Well, crap, I should have given you his number, because he and I are talking, and he's with me. It's because I'm not making my decision until like today, and we both talked, and we're both going with the Pats. And the reason why I'm going with the Pats is just because you got Vrabel, defensive guy, and you've got he has that Terrell Williams from the Lions D-line coach who's kept a great defensive squad together. And listen, and then offensively, Josh McDaniels, Dan. I mean, this guy he won't go away.
This is a good call.
He'll come up with a plan. He won't go away. He'll come up with a plan against the Hawks, right? And Sam Darnold, if he doesn't have 2.3 seconds to throw, I mean, he was already sacked 30 times this season, over 2.3 seconds to throw. So if they want to have some grit and some grind to get at this quarterback, right, and shut down Walker, I'm going with the Pats.
Yeah, Williams, their defensive tackle, Christian Gonzalez on the back end, they can put pressure on you. So you think the key to this is to get up in the face of Sam Darnold?
Yeah, so I mean the sacks this year for the Pats were they had 35 sacks this year, right? And half of those came from the defensive line. Those weren't even blitzes.
Yeah.
So if you can move Sam off the dot, I just think this. You got a great offense coordinator in Josh McDaniels. You got a great first-year head coach of the year, Vrabel, defensive guy. Dan, I think they're going to come in, and I think they know they're the underdogs. It's the first time the Patriots are going like, you know what, yeah, we have a bunch of rings, but we didn't get them. Let's go out there and let's lay some hat, and I really do believe that the Patriots are going to win.
We're talking to Chad Eaton, who has played in the Super Bowl, former New England Patriot, ended his career. You ended things with the Seattle Seahawks, right?
No, I played one more year with the Cowboys.
Okay. How was that?
So I got 10 years. You said 8 years. I got 10 years.
All right. Wikipedia is wrong then. So how was that?
Who goes to Wikipedia?
What was that final year with Dallas?
I was 2005 after I was on IR with the Seahawks in 2004.
Yeah. So I think
Parcells brought me in.
So that's interesting. So you think, because that defense it's almost 1985 Chicago Bear-esque, this New England Patriot defense. So, I mean, they're no joke.
Why do you say that? What makes you, because I feel you. I see that.
Well, they're not that good. But when you talk about just statistically, they have been, I mean, they don't have the household names like the Singletaries back in the day, but they've been very, very good, especially in the postseason. So, and again, I like two defensive coaches. You know, my thing is with everybody's into offenses, and obviously Shanahan here in San Francisco, and people love Kevin O'Connell out in Minnesota and Sean McVay. Yeah, I get it. And that's sort of what's trending right now. But those dudes always have their heads down, right? They always got that big clipboard, and they don't know what the hell's going on, and they can't manage games. Sometimes they're just like, hey, there's only 2 minutes on the clock. What the hell are you doing? They're like, oh, I haven't looked up in the last 20 minutes. And they do a lot of what is Sean McVay. He decides to go out on fourth down because he looks at the metrics or whatever it is, that a data sheet or the percentages. This is what I got to do. Instead of like being in the moment sometimes, they're like, you know what? We just don't have we don't have the momentum, or I'm just not feeling it. There's no sort of doing it by the gut. And these two guys, you're talking about.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you 100% because, you know, you're looking at, and we're talking about just breaking one game down, this game tonight. And you look at Josh McDaniels, that guy has had so many head coaching jobs, which he's fired halfway through the season, okay? And then he always gets picked back up for the Patriots, okay? So his head is in the game. I mean, when I talked to Brady, I saw Brady about a year and a half ago, and we were reminiscing about some other little stupid stuff, whatever, and, you know, a lot of conversation goes to how, you know, Bledsoe and whatever. But the ironic thing is that Brady said, he goes, before the Super Bowl against Atlanta Falcons, Josh McDaniels, during the game, pre-game, he threw in two plays. He threw in two plays. One was to Julian, whereas a flea flicker, we threw it to Julian, and then Julian threw it down the field, right? This is the Atlanta game. They just put that in. They put another play in which also scored a touchdown and got like 60 yards. That's the kind of play I think Josh McDaniels and the Patriots are going to attack the Seattle Seahawks, and there's going to be crap on the sideline going like, do it, go for it. We already know we're underdogs. Let it fly. Come on, because you know what? If you're not gay for May, let's go.
Drake May he's on the same page with that guy too.
I saw that. I saw somebody had a sign on in the crowd going "Gay for May," and I'm like, so am I.
You know, speaking of Drew Bledsoe, that just jogged my memory. You probably don't remember this. You and I were doing a pregame show, and they had us, because usually I don't like to leave the studio, but we had to do it from Seattle. And what's the name of the field these days? Quest Field. So we're down there at Quest, and they had Lumens.
Yeah.
So they had a remote studio for us. Yeah. They had a remote studio, and I'm talking to the producer, and they're like, all right, Dan, we're on in 3 minutes. And so, you know, we're doing makeup. We're getting ready for the opening of the show. Everybody watches this thing because it's Seattle. It's football. And Bledsoe, because we were doing a pregame show. We were going to do the postgame show, but this is our pregame show. And so Bledsoe happened to be on the field. This is like an hour before kickoff. We're doing the pregame show. And I remember you said, oh, Dan, I'll be right back. You take your headset off, you unplug, and you run onto the field. And I'm like, the director's like, where's Chad? We're going live. I'm like, I don't know. He just left. You ran onto the field. You're dapping it up with Bledsoe. You guys are talking. You sprint back, and I'm like, hi, everybody. Welcome to the pregame. You sit down, and I said, Chad, before we start things, what the hell did you just do? And you're like, I had to write him a $10,000 check. I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, that's right.
You ran out in the middle of our pregame show to write Bledsoe a check, and then you came back, and I was like, yeah, that's how I roll.
That's right. Yeah. I never like to not clear my debt.
I have a debt with you? Oh.
No. Bledsoe, I like to clear my stuff up. I know even the producers say, they're going, Chad, where's Eaton? And I'm like going, well, I got to take care of something really quick. All right, ADD, man. You know me. I'm all over the place.
So, Chad, give me a final today. Or just so for those that are, because you're probably the one guy that we've had on the air over the last week now, and there's others, but you played with the Patriots, you played in the Super Bowl, and you definitively are saying either take those points or the Patriots win this thing outright.
I don't know. I'm going to take the points, but I think the Patriots are going to win out outright. I have probably 25 bets going on right now. And some people are giving me 10 points. Some people are giving me like 2.5. I've done a couple straight up. But right now, I think the Pats are going to win. I think they're going to confuse the Seahawks. And you know what? It's all got to happen. But I think the best chance the Patriots have is to make sure they win on third down. That's it.
His name is Chad Eaton, who joins us here on 95.7 The Game. He is one of the best. I consider him a friend. Chad, stay in touch, my man. I love you, and let's hook up one day.
Yeah, definitely. Let's stay in touch throughout the game, whatever, because I want to talk some crap to you.
Let's do it. That's Chad Eaton joining us here on 95.7 The Game as we are getting within the witching hour before kickoff. Let's continue with the phones and go out to Pleasanton and check in with our buddy Dave, who wants to talk about today's big contest. Hey, Dave, welcome.
Hey, I really didn't want to talk about the big contest. I got a Niners question for you.
Go.
Are you willing to talk about the Niners? Okay, so they're talking about how they're not going to trade Mac Jones. I don't understand that. I understand the purpose of having a good backup, but if you can get something like a third, a second, and Jordan Addison, if you compare that to the Alex Smith deal, with how many picks we have in the draft, which is 7, and I did the math with ChatGPT. We don't always have to go off the math, but the first 3 rounds, John and Kyle have only hit 39% of the time. Leave room for error, that's 65%, 60%. They've missed. So we need the draft picks, and we need a wide receiver. So I just don't understand it, and I'm hoping you can explain it better to me.
So I missed the beginning. Who is it that you wanted to trade, or just give me the first part of your question again?
I'm wondering why we are so against trading Mac Jones when we only have 7 picks and we're not successful in the first 3 rounds. That's what I got for you. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Dave. Well, the reason is it because Mac Jones is so valuable to that team. You're not in the playoffs. You're not even thinking about a number 1 seed if it wasn't for Mac Jones. And I know he gets sort of lost in the shuffle, but what it is that Mac Jones did in terms of stemming the tide cannot be lost on what happened this year. Now, obviously, it ended in failure and getting smoked by that of the Seahawks, but he was one of the most valuable commodities that you had. I understand what it is that you're saying. Backup quarterbacks are imperative in the NFL, and the 49ers know this firsthand, right? They have lost starting quarterbacks and then handed the keys to guys who just simply were not ready to do it. Going back to Josh Johnson, and it's not something they want to revisit. The value of a Mac Jones is something that is going to be revered. And it's because he was so good, especially this year, that I think Mac Jones has, believe it or not, he's got some leverage there. And it's the reason why he didn't sign a 1-year deal, is because they wanted to hang on to this guy. I understand what it is that you're saying, but trading Mac Jones, I think long and hard, because if it wasn't for Mac Jones, you're not going to the playoffs this year. Who do we have on the line now?
Somebody special.
Oh. We have enough time for him?
We could get him in. We could squeeze him in. I kind of miss him, actually.
Let's go out to Emeryville. Why are we going to Emeryville? Who's joining us in Emeryville? Who is this?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to you for 3 minutes, Dan. What's happening? It's your boy E.
It's Evan Giddings, my host, my partner, my friend.
Yay!
What's going on? So we wanted to talk about it, and it really didn't take off today, but we were talking about what it is that people are eating. Did you make it to this Japanese market? Is that where you're calling me from?
Dude, the line is around the corner. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in, to be honest. I'm going to wait the line out and get in to find what I was telling you about yesterday. I got to get some sashimi and be on my way. But outside of that, I'm pretty impressed, man. East Bay showed out. It is packed.
So wait, there's a line to get into the store?
Yes.
Why?
It is because it is one of the only Japanese markets on the West Coast. There are 2 in the Bay Area. The other's in Cupertino, and then you got to go all the way to L.A. to find another one. I'm telling you, this place is cracking.
No, you know what? You're absolutely spot on. Otherwise, you know me, I would dismiss you and like, whatever, Emeryville, East Bay, yeah, keep smoking what it is that you're smoking. But I overheard 2 people randomly while I was having lunch in San Francisco, and they said the same thing. I wasn't even privy to this conversation, but they were like, hey, you like Japanese food, right? There's this place in Emeryville that you will not believe how big it is and what it is that they're doing, and it's exactly what it is that you're saying. That is one of the best in California. So, but it's so huge, right? It's almost like a Whole Foods. Why, again, is there a line if it's such a big place?
Well, it's bigger than a Whole Foods. I guess it would be like, I mean, I'm trying to imagine, when the first or the newest Costco opened in an area, right? It's just this massive warehouse full of food. And the line's moving pretty fast and people are getting in, but still, you got to wait outside originally because there's some sort of capacity rule. I do have to say, though, Dan, this might be the one way that we can get you to stamp your passport to get you to the East Bay. I know you carry it with you everywhere you go outside the city, but get that passport ready and come over to the other side of the bridge with pasta.
Bye, Felisa. Well, first of all, what is it that you guys are doing? You're on Bay Street, right?
Yeah, so we're at Bay Street. There's a big watch party for people who are driving around potentially listening. There's a massive screen. It's like a 120-inch projector screen. They got the broadcast going on. People are walking by. There's a cutoff area. There's seats. It's a beautiful day, in fact, like 65 and sunny, barely windy. Lots of places obviously to go shop and eat and have fun. But you can just pop by and watch the game for however long. Signing Guru are going to be here. You just showed up, and Signing's going to be here in about 5.
How do I get to Emeryville? Do I have to go to SFO and book a flight? Like, where exactly are we? Pasta, can you take me to Emeryville?
I don't know, maybe.
I realize to a lot of people that live in San Francisco, you're not aware of these things. They're called bridges, right? And there's more than just one, and it's not gold. It's called the Bay Bridge. You head east, and the moment you get over, you're in a place literally called Emeryville. It's the first stop off the Berkeley side. You get to a little divide. I know you guys don't get in your cars a lot, Dan. You take Ubers, and you got that broken bike that you bring into the station every single day. But you can even bike across the Bay Bridge if you really wanted to.
So, okay, we got to get out. Pasta's waving me off here, but what else? What else do you get? So, are you going to the store anyways, or are you just going to? Is the line too long?
No, I'm going to get in here, and a couple of my boys are sliding by too. So we're gonna walk around, have a pop, have some fun, watch the game. By the way, I know you guys were talking about it earlier because I was listening to you when you bumped me for Chad Eaton. I'm taking the Patriots. Give me the +5. Give me the +5, man. This team is, I think, not being given enough credit, and it's because of their schedule. It's because of their quarterback. But Seattle, I think your boy Sam Darnold's turned into a pumpkin today, and Drake May's going to take him.
What's the difference maker? Is it the defense? Is you buying into that as well?
Well, I think the Patriots' defense is better than people have given them credit for. They're kind of a bend-don't-break type D. But to me, Drake May, he's the best quarterback that Seattle's faced. Even with Stafford, just because Drake May can use his legs. So I think that's going to keep the game close. And then I'm telling you, special teams, something's going to happen today. The Patriots have had one in every single one of their wins in the postseason so far. Special teams is making a play. And I think we're going to see the birth of a new dynasty. Sorry, Seahawks.
You heard it here first from a man who's in line to go to a one-of-a-kind Japanese store in Emeryville. All right, Ev, maybe I'll see you in a bit. Either way, I'll hit you up. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk soon.
All right, love you, man. Take
All right,
it easy.
buddy. That is my man, Evan Giddings. We have got to get to a break. We're going to continue to wrap up the show, getting ready for Super Bowl 60. It's the Patriots. It's the Seahawks. Who do you like? What is it that you're eating? We'll be back on 95.7 The Game right after this.
Fam, we're live from Bay Street, Emeryville. Steiny, this place is electric.
You ain't kidding, buddy. The game's just getting good and the crowd is hyped.
We just checked out Tokyo Central, the grocer the Bay Area's been waiting for. Plus, it has the hand roll factory. It's amazing.
Food, family, fun, it's all here, Goo. You know we love coming to Bay Street.
Bay Street knows how to throw a party, and this just the start of this year's fun.
So check out BayStreetEmeryville.com/events for all the upcoming fun.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
It's time for an epic Yosemite road trip, and we've got 3 amazing lodges ready to welcome you for an incredible Yosemite adventure. Like our gorgeous new resort, Firefall Ranch at Yosemite. Unwind with endless amenities or join in daily activities with no hidden resort fees. Or kick it up a notch with one of our guided excursions and discover world-famous waterfalls, putting on their best show of the year. Go to YosemiteHotels.com to book your Yosemite getaway today.
Your home's equity. Its value you've already earned. That's already yours. But for too many homeowners, it's locked away. I'm talking about thousands of dollars just sitting there, not helping with today's needs, not helping with tomorrow's plans. That's where Unlock comes in. Unlock helps you access your equity through a home equity agreement so you can use your money for the things that matter most to you. So ask yourself this: how much can you unlock? Find out at unlock.com/home. Let's unlock yours.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Use home equity responsibly.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game's GOAT Report nightly on game nights to hear the GOAT, Steph Curry's game night stats. Brought to you by Sony Pictures GOAT. Executive produced by Steph Curry. Exclusively in movie theaters February 13th.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. I'm excited to announce our President's Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. Monumental savings on every floor. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Is that Super Bowl music?
NBC.
You watching the Olympics at all?
This is the Sunday Night Football song. I am watching the Olympics, though, yes.
Yeah, on the call today. Who is on the call today?
Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
I'm a Chris Collinsworth guy. Tirico, I'm overly critical when it comes to these sort of things. Tirico's good, really good, because he's smart, he's fluid, he's been doing it forever. But he's not somebody that's really jumps off the page at me. He doesn't have the pipes, He doesn't have, he can't reach down and give you that sort of gravelly voice or one of those voices that's just like, wow. He's kind of up here.
He doesn't have that, but I could argue that he's probably one of the most prepared sportscasters.
No doubt.
of this generation.
Good call. Yeah, he's really good.
And he's so versatile too. He's insanely talented at every sport that he calls.
Yeah, he is so. Is he hosting the Olympics?
I don't know. I'm not too sure about that. I'll double check.
By the way, Lindsey Vonn, we hope that she's okay. I asked you for an update on Lindsey Vonn, who, by the way, if you're following the Winter Olympics, she tore her ACL and decided that she was going to race nevertheless in the quest of a medal for somebody who had retired from the sport. And NBC was pumping this up, and she had to be helivac'd after a serious accident yesterday, which just goes to show you, man, when you're talking downhill, I think you want both ACLs intact. But shout out to her. Let's get back into the Super Bowl talk. It's the Seahawks.
Did you want the update on her?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So apparently she had surgery to stabilize a broken left leg.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not too sure if that was the same leg where the ACL was torn.
Wow. Thoughts and prayers. All right, Pasta. Yeah, so I asked you for information on this person, and then you know what I did? Bye, Felicia. Go ahead.
Bye, Felicia.
It's Felicia, all right? And I don't know what you did to doctor that little that drop. All right, let's get into the Super Bowl. We're talking about the New England Patriots. We are talking about the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold, Drake May. Who do you like? Suddenly, the consensus seems to be, at least today, that the New England Patriots are pulling the uppie. It's going to be an upset today. Or, if you're inclined to bet, then take the points. Seems to be the overall sentiment has been Seattle all week, but not today for whatever reason. I know this guy. Caddy Zach, one of my favorites. Haven't talked to him in a while, haven't seen him in a while. Caddy Zach joins the big show here on 95.7 The Game. Caddy Zach, how are you, my man?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, and for those of you that aren't familiar with Caddy Zach, his name is Zach Green, but he is, what's the handicap these days?
It's getting down. I would say I'm about, still a 5 though, 5 or 6.
So if I was to go out, grab my sticks, could I get around with you, or are you just going to be like, bro, I can't wait for you any longer? I mean, if I'm shooting in the, low 90s, is that just a waste of your time?
No, absolutely. I would love to take you out. Most of my buddies, it's exactly that. It's like, I can't fully lock in because they're just like kind of goofing around, if that makes sense.
No, that's me. So, my man, Caddy Zach, who do you like in today's game? Are you taking these points as well?
I'm taking the Seahawks points. Yeah, I think they could blow them out. I think what I've seen, and I was in Seattle for the playoff game, it's just you get that vibe and feel when you're around the team. And it's different when you have a quarterback that's experienced compared to Drake May, who's in his second year. And I believe that could come down to the game,
Yeah, it's Drake May is a guy who's just never played on this stage. And if he makes a mistake early on, the same could be said for Sam Darnold. But if he makes a mistake, you're right. He doesn't have anything to fall back on. It could suddenly be, oh, my God, what am I doing here?
Exactly.
I'm over my skis. And then this thing gets completely out of control. So when you were – because special teams obviously plays a role in just about every NFL football game. But with that kid who took that opening the opening kickoff back for the Seattle Seahawks, you were there. I know how loud that place gets, but with the anticipation and you get the kickoff, and before you even get comfortable, you're down 7-0. What was that moment like?
Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. I've been to the big house. I've been to Ohio State in college where there's hundreds, 100,000 plus fans, and I've never felt anything so loud. And I was not, in the stands, right? And I'm sure it was that much louder. I then had to put on my noise canceling headphones so I could actually lock in. It was that loud.
We're talking about Rashid Shaheed, and this dude is just an absolute blur. Do you think, everybody kicks away from this guy, and maybe he doesn't do it on special teams, but Rashid Shaheed's got to work into your offense, right? Like, you got to get him on an end around, or you got to get him on the outside, or you got to utilize that speed because he's on the depth chart as a wide receiver. You think this guy plays a role in today's game?
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. They, as in the Pats, are probably going to, try to kick it out of bounds. That guy is that lethal, and Clint Kubiak, I think, will try to, incorporate one or two plays involving him.
We're talking to Caddy Zach. I'm going to let him go in just a bit, but you can't get out of here with, I'm surprised we haven't talked Indiana. You're a national champion. Tell me, how did that feel watching the game and just sort of your thoughts on the entire season? You think this would ever happen?
No. It's a story that people, will talk about for generations. I, of course, had to rock my IU gear all week, and people came up to me saying, congratulations, you did it. And I'm like, well, first of all, I didn't do anything, right? Like, I sat on the couch. But I wake up every morning and I pinch myself knowing that, my alma mater won a national championship in football. And we're going to have a bunch of guys drafted, hopefully either Elijah Surratt or Omar Cooper to the 49ers. But, if anyone needs any intel on Indiana football, I'm your guy.
Is Mendoza the first quarterback coming off the board?
Absolutely, 100%.
All right, Caddy Zach.
Him and Clint Kubiak.
Enjoy the game. Let's go hit him. And I'm going to pick up some pointers. All right, my man. Be well.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. That is Caddy Zach. Caddy Zach, what's funny about him one day, I said, man, you always seem pretty mellow. Nothing really gets you rattled. And he's like, God, what was the line he used? He's like, I roll chill. Oh, I'm not doing it justice. It's like, man, you're beautiful people. So, Pasta, we're getting down to it. We're now within 45 minutes. They're beginning to file in Santa Clara's Levi Stadium. I swam with David Lombardi this morning, the pride of the Athletic, somebody that's highly revered here in the Bay Area.
Actually, he switched publications. He's with the San Francisco Standard now with Tim Kawakami and company.
Right. That's right. And he is, I didn't ask him about he thought, we did talk about the game. He likes Seattle. He thinks Seattle's going to win this thing pretty convincingly. But he is, he's going out there and he gets an opportunity to watch this thing from the press box. So it's exciting. I mean, when you think about the build up to the Super Bowl, and it's 2 weeks, especially this past week, with all of the hype, all the parties, all leading to this one moment. And now you begin to zero in on the field. You see the first glimpse of the uniforms. It dawns on you, holy crap, they're really here. We're really going to do this thing. And you see the players out on the field. You see the eye black. The butterflies begin to gather. The first sign of Drake May throwing a ball, Sam Darnold, you're like, wow, this isn't just hype, and we're actually going to play a football game. And as I always say, enough talking, man. Enough of people like me trying to pretend they know what it is that they're talking about. Let's just do this thing. Let's get in a couple of more calls before we get out of here. And is this Manny?
Manny
wants to talk about what's going on. Oh, is he? I have no idea what the hell Manny's talking about. Manny, what are you doing?
Downs in the field goal, guys. It ain't even going to be that close. Drake May is going to have the deer in the headlights, maybe a quarter and a half in. Guys, a great story for the Patriots, but he's no Tom Brady. Second-year QB. Too big of a stage for him to actually do something. This has the makings of Drew Bledsoe all over again against the Packers way back when. And I think, I hate to say it, as a Niner fan, the Seahawks will be hoisting the Lombardi on our home field, and let that sink in, Niner fans, because that could have been us, but we just didn't have the wherewithal to do something about it. And that's a story for another day, but I'm taking Seahawks by 17, wow. Not even close.
I like it. Forget about the 5. He'll lay 17. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate it, man. Good call. Well, a lot of people see it that way. But here's the other thing. Yeah, Drake May could be that young quarterback that he's just not ready for this, and a mistake early on, and it just begins to mount, and it becomes sort of this snowball effect with him. But can't you say the same thing about Darnold? Like, if he throws a pick early on, how many people, especially out on the East Coast, are like, I told you, that's the Sam Darnold I remember. Like, all it's going to take is a pick or two or a turnover. How many people are going to be like, yeah, I knew it?
Is that your Boston accent?
No, that was my New York. I don't know what the hell that was. But a lot of people know my Boston is, I'm from Worcester. I live in Worcester. I'm a chatterhead. I'm just telling you, man, if he makes a mistake early on, there's going to be a lot of demons that's potentially going to creep into his head like, am I ready for this stage? And then there's going to be a lot of that sort of like, oh, I knew it. I knew I should not bet on this guy. He's still fill in the blank. He's still Sam Darnold. He's still seeing ghosts with the New England Patriots again. I mean, it could go either way. The fact that you don't have Patrick Mahomes, the fact that you don't have a seasoned quarterback that if there's a mistake, even Patrick Mahomes is snowballed on him. He made some mistakes, and this is just a different stage, man. It is not week 12 or week 9. The Super Bowl is just a different animal, and how guys respond to it emotionally, if they're able to look past mistakes, I mean, I have no idea what it's like to play on center stage like this. But the Seahawks seem to be the proverbial favorite. Manny's laying down 17, and it's a good defense. I like McDonald. I like 2 defensive-minded coaches. I'm just sort of tired. I love Kyle Shanahan, and yes, it is, a quarterback whisperers league these days, but it's nice to see, a couple of defensive guys. I think the last time he had 2 defensive coaches was the Seahawks, and I want to say the Denver Broncos, and the Seahawks blew out the Broncos, and that was Fox. Was it John Fox? And then, of course, Pete Carroll, 2 defensive-minded coaches. It's the last time you saw this in the Super Bowl. And now you get 2 guys who are they're D guys. And so they're not, they're not charting plays. They're watching the game and they're managing the game. And a lot of this is just on instinct. That's how defensive guys are. They don't look at metrics. They're not trying to out-scheme you. Defensive guys, you know why defensive guys are good? It's because it's all DNA. I remember a coach once told me either you can play defense or you can't. I can't really teach it to you. Offensively, yeah, there's schemes and schematically we're doing things, but defense is usually, it's in the DNA. See ball, go get ball, and don't let anything deter you from that mission. And the best defensive players are just guys that are just ball hawks. And a lot of that stuff it's not something you learn on a chalkboard. Pause, before we get out of here, you going out to Emeryville to join Evan Giddings and the star-studded cast that includes Guru and our man Steiny?
I think that's where I'm going to be. Yeah, Emeryville, Bay Street. Everybody come out. It's a 95.7 The Game sponsored event, and looking forward to it.
You are doing it. So we talked about this. Are you taking Bart, or are you going to get in the rig?
Well, the problem with Bart is that you got to get off at MacArthur, I think, and it's not a close walk or it's not a close bus ride. So I think driving is the way to go. I think I looked it up. There's a lot nearby, so that might be the move, Dan.
What do you think the betting line is? You know, they do all sorts of prop bets that Dan Avone goes out to Emeryville and joins you and Guru and Evan and Steiny today.
Oh.
It ain't happening. I'll tell you right now.
I was going to say, I don't know how you would get there. You ride the bike across the bridge?
That's not happening. I jump in with you and your girlfriend.
You just jump in? Just jump in the car?
Yeah. What? Well, you're going to kick me out?
No, I didn't say that.
You're going to Emeryville. I can't go with you guys?
How are you going to get back?
That's a good question. It's one of the I haven't thought that far ahead because it's not even of any sort of serious variety. But have fun out in Emeryville, and if you get an opportunity to go into this Japanese market, pick me up a couple of I was going to butcher this name. Masubi?
Yep. Spam Masubi?
Masubi. You're screwing it up. It's Masubi.
I thought it was Masubi.
Yeah, it's because you're a white guy. I'm just telling you.
That's probably about right.
Masubi. Well, now you got me doing it. It's Masubi. Masubi. Yeah. Wow. My family is probably like, what the hell is happening to you? I'm going to get disowned.
Empanadas? Dan, you were asking everybody questions today, and nobody asked you the question. What are you going to eat?
That's a good call. So
I've actually never seen you eat before, but I don't even know if you do eat.
So my sister-in-law is actually going to make some of these mushrooms. I don't know the name of them, but I had some of them, and I don't know exactly what it is she does to them. But I'm telling you, man, it's like eating a little filet. It's like having. It was the most tasty, protein-filled. And I know it sounds, but the way it was served, first of all, you can't tell it's a mushroom. I'm going to do that probably with some brown rice, some onions, work in I don't know exactly what, but that's sort of like, because these mushrooms, you have to go to a specific market to go get them. And so that's pretty disappointing that I'm eating mushrooms. Not the hallucinogenic type of mushrooms, but actually mushrooms that are going to fill this belly today as sort of the... What about yourself?
So wait, real quick. You're toying with the idea of, or maybe the unlikely idea of going to Emeryville. And then you mentioned that your sister-in-law is making mushrooms. So if you were to go to Emeryville, who's eating the mushrooms?
You're just gonna... It's because I was never going to Emeryville.
You're going to bring them for the road?
What is it? So if you, typically in the pasta household, if you were to sit down and have the Super Bowl, did your girlfriend cook? No.
She's made some stuff.
You guys are too young.
Yeah, too young. Yeah.
You guys are too young now to sit in the kitchen to really appreciate that. It's all about eating out right now. So I completely get that. But it's the Seahawks. So let's just get into the game. I mean, are you going Patriots? Are you doing Seahawks? What are you doing?
We're going Seahawks. Their defense is just so good. I know a lot of people today on this show and even before have kind of touted the Patriots as a team that could have an upset here and Drake May could come up big, but the Seahawks defense is just really good, and it's hard to overlook that. It's hard to overlook what kind of story it would be if Sam Darnold came through. So that's where I'm going to go with the Seahawks, and it's going to be an uncomfortable vision and an uncomfortable image for 49er fans to see them celebrating in Santa Clara. But
it's funny that you were mentioning that the Seahawks are in the 49ers locker room.
Yeah.
Wasn't Fred Warner talking about seeing all these Seahawks here just does not feel well?
Yeah, Fred Warner, a contributor this today for NBC for the Super Bowl. He was in the clubhouse or locker room before the game talking about how weird it is that the Seahawks are in the 49ers locker room. Just a kind of a weird instance.
So before we get out of here, and by the way, Kyle Shanahan looked pretty dapper today. He also was on the NBC pregame show, and I'm assuming he'll do the postgame show as well. Man, he looked pretty good, rocking a suit, combed his hair. I don't know if he's got to nullify some of the ums. I mean, if you're going to do this off the network level, you got to. I'm just telling you, Kyle.
Well, let's ask him. We got him on the line. Kyle, are you going to limit some of your ums?
Possibly. I don't discriminate versus anyone. I'm not a doctor, so.
Thanks, Kyle.
He worked in an there, too. I'm not a doctor.
We went this whole show without mentioning the substation, by the way. Great job.
Yeah. No tinfoil hats here. Hey, so some of the prop bets, people love this sort of stuff. Before we get out of here, what will the coin toss land on? So you and I can do this. Heads or tails, what are you picking that the ceremonial coin toss for today's football game? I don't know who's going to kick or who's going to receive, but do you think it's going to come up heads or do you think it's going to come up tails?
That's another betting thing as we see Kyle Shanahan on the screen right above your shoulder. I'm going to go with Heads.
Yeah.
And the guy flipping the coin is a teenager at a Oakland high school, I believe, named Dominic Davis. So
what's the backstory on that?
We had him on the show.
Oh, wow,
we had him on the Morning Roast this week, and he was part of a program, and he's going to be flipping the coin at the Super Bowl.
Just in case you're curious, in the previous 59 Super Bowls, tails have landed 31 times and heads 28 in the history of the Super Bowl.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So pretty much even, but the slight edge goes to tails. Yeah, I'm always one of those guys that's like heads too. Like, who picks tails? You're a little odd doing that. Well, the team that wins the coin toss win the game. So according to the stats here, 25 times out of the 59 games, the team that won the coin toss, so roughly 42% of the time, if you win the coin toss, 42% of the time, that team goes on to win the Super Bowl. The Gatorade prop bet, the color of the liquid poured on the winning coach. I'm going to give you some choices here. Is it orange? Is it blue? Is it yellow, purple, red, or white?
The morning guys were talking about this. I'll say blue because there's some. If the Seahawks win, wouldn't that Gatorade be blue? Because Carter and Sam were talking about how
that's a good call.
How sometimes the Gatorade is tethered to the team colors. Which would actually bother me because what if I play for a team that has blue and what if I like red Gatorade better? That would be an issue for me.
So the Packers drink yellow Gatorade? This is
I don't know. I'd have to confirm, do some reporting there.
Too many additives there for me. Too much corn syrup in those drinks for me. Super Bowl national anthem prop bet. Over and under. What's 119 seconds? That's a minute and
That's almost 2 minutes.
Almost 2 minutes. So just under 2 minutes.
Under.
Okay.
It's Charlie Puth, by the way, singing the national anthem.
I'm looking at that right now. Who is this guy?
He's an artist. I don't know any other way to describe him.
He's an artist. Thanks, Pasta. Your in-depth knowledge as a producer is unmatched.
Thank you. I work hard at it.
All right. Well, how about this? Who's the MVP that's not a quarterback? And I'm doing this on my own. You want to pick somebody?
Oh, that's good.
I'll go Rashid Shaheed, or I'll do Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I was going to say Jackson Smith and Jigba too. I think that I could see him getting some run in this game too.
How about a New England Patriot? Christian Gonzalez? If he locks up or gets a couple of picks from Drake May?
That's a good one. What are the odds on that? Do you have the odds on that?
I don't have. That was just a Dan Avone sort of, I made that thing up. I'm sure it's out there. I have no idea. All right, Super Bowl is straight ahead. It's about a half an hour away from kickoff. It's the Seattle Seahawks and, of course, the New England Patriots, and you can hear all about it, the aftermath. We'll talk whatever's going on in the world of sports. It begins with the morning roast on Monday, that being tomorrow. Until then, this is Dan Avone. Enjoy the game. We'll see you back here on Warriors this week. From my man Pasta, for Evan Giddings, Chad Eaton. Man, you have grown so much through the course of this show. This is Dan Avone. Until next time, saying so long, everybody. This is Dan Avone saying so long, everybody. Bye, Felisa.
The big game's back and the future's here. Enjoy the magic of autonomous rides with Whimo, the world's most experienced driver.